The Scottish Conservative leader Douglas Ross says there's no evidence to suggest vaccine passports do anything to stop the spread of COVID-19. The Scottish Government is considering including more venues like bars and cinemas in the scheme, amid concerns about the impact on the NHS of a slight rise in COVID cases. Speaking on BBC Scotland's Sunday show, Mr Ross was sceptical about the effectiveness of passports.
If they are going to extend vaccine passports, what is that going to mean for the businesses that are already saying this will not be workable? And where is the evidence that these vaccine passports actually work? Their own 70-page document can't tell us, and I think this is absolutely wrong to be putting this added pressure and burden onto businesses at such short notice.
The taxi driver who survived the Remembrance Day bomb explosion in Liverpool has said it's a miracle he's alive. In a statement released through police, David Perry thanked the public for their generosity, saying he was glad no one else was injured. The UK Government Health Secretary Sajid Javid has said no proposals are off the table as the government attempts to stop small boats bringing migrants across the Channel. A record number of people, nearly 25,000, have arrived on the south coast of England so far this year. A teenager has died in hospital after a two-car crash in Ayrshire earlier this week. 19-year-old Cameron Leith's Vauxhall Vectra was involved in a collision with a Ford Kuga at around 7:30 on Wednesday morning near Minishants. Police say a 35-year-old man is being charged in connection with the assault of an Aberdeen player following an incident during yesterday's match between Dundee United and Aberdeen at Tannadice. He's expected to appear at Dundee Sheriff Court at a later date. United won the game 1-0. Funso Ojo was pushed near the stand. Police are appealing for witnesses following a brawl outside a bar in Glasgow city centre yesterday afternoon. Officers received reports of a group of around 20 people causing a disturbance on Oswald Street. Videos on social media show men throwing chairs at each other while one person hides in a phone box. To Scotland's weather this afternoon, showers become isolated across the north. It will continue drier for southern areas with plenty of sunshine, but the odd shower may drift in over eastern coasts. Temperatures ranging from 5 to 9 degrees Celsius. BBC Radio Scotland News.
This is Sports Sound from BBC Radio Scotland.
Left-footed shoots and scores a brilliant goal.
There's no substitute.
Good afternoon and a very warm welcome indeed from me, Richard Gordon. We are right in the midst of a very busy weekend. There was all the SPFL action yesterday in the evening. We had the first of the Premier Sports Cup semi-final, Celtic going through by 1-0 against St Johnstone. And this afternoon, in less than 2 hours' time, it'll be Rangers and Hibernian going head-to-head here at the National Stadium as they look to book a place against Celtic for the final itself. It is a beautiful, crisp, fresh day here on the south side of Glasgow. The sky is blue. It is absolutely Baltic at the back of the main stand. So if you are coming along, look, make sure you're well wrapped up because there's not going to be very much of this stadium, if anything at all, which is left in sunshine by the 4 o'clock kick-off time. Should be a big atmosphere. Should be a cracking game. Rangers, of course, not quite under new management officially. Giovanni Van Bronckhorst not taking charge this afternoon, but he will be here. And Hibernian, of course, just desperate to get back into action. They've been on the sidelines for weeks now because of the COVID outbreak. And, of course, when they were last playing football, they lost 4 on the bounce. So it's going to be fascinating. We'll bring the team news to you as soon as we possibly can. We'll look back on yesterday's semi-final. We'll also look back on the SPFL action. I think it's fair to say a fairly large chunk of the build-up to the game would have contained a discussion about events at Tannadice yesterday and the controversial sending off of the Aberdeen player Funso Ojo. We can say no more about that particular incident because this has been released. The statement by North East Police Division of Police Scotland, and it says this: following an investigation into an incident which took place yesterday, Saturday 20th of November 2021, during the match between Dundee United Football Club and Aberdeen Football Club at Tannadice Park in Dundee, a 35-year-old man has been arrested and charged in connection with the assault of an Aberdeen Football Club player. The man has been released on undertaking to appear at Dundee Sheriff Court at a later date. It is therefore a live case, and we cannot discuss it any further. So ultimately that will be played out, and it means that we cannot see anything more much. The guys off to my left would love to be talking about this because they've got so much to say about it, but we're bound, obviously, by the law of the land, and we cannot say anything. Billy Dodds, Kenny Miller, Willie Miller and Tom English all here. We've got Kenny McIntyre, Brian McLaughlin's also around. Liam will be here later to describe all the action. The team are out in force. So we'll look back on yesterday. We'll also, I think, because you cannot do this enough, at some point in the next couple of hours, we'll look back in Scotland as well, because that was magnificent, wasn't it, the conclusion to the World Cup qualifying campaign. And given the caps that I have off to my left-hand side, it would be great to get the thoughts of Willie, Kenny and Billy. Let's though look ahead to this afternoon. I mean, right now, I mentioned Dodgy, it's cold, but it is, well, it just looks perfect, doesn't it, for a big semi-final?
It's all set, isn't it? Hibs not been playing a lot recently on the back of not a great run, you have to say, losing 4 on the bounce, but still a team that are capable, bring a good crowd as well, so they'll more than play their part. And then they've got the Giovanni Van Bronckhorst arriving at Ibrox now to give the edge to this game. It is cold, Richard. It's a nice short build-up we've got into the programme, building up to the game. I'm looking forward to that.
See, it was just going to be an hour, but when we knew you were on the programme and coming back to join us, we thought we'd make it a nice short 2 hours.
You could watch the film Zulu in this time, I'll tell you, and that's nearly 4 hours. Anyway, it's a game I'm looking forward to. There'll be a special atmosphere here today because of Giovanni coming back to Ibrox. The Hibs fans will add to that as well. It's all set up, isn't it? And it was a cracking, even though there was only 1 goal in it yesterday, it was a cracking semi-final, really was. St Johnstone playing their part, but Celtic, showing that real edge to their game that they've got just now. They're playing in a confident mood and they get the job done. So there's the added one, if Rangers win this, it could be an Old Firm final, but Hibs will have a lot to say about that. But it's a game I'm very much looking forward to, Richard.
Kenny, similar feelings for you ahead of this one?
Absolutely delighted to be here. Yep, it is cold, but it's a wonderful day. Pitch looks immaculate. 2 good teams going at it. Obviously they played against each other 3 or 4 weeks ago, and it was a really decent encounter until the sending off. Obviously Hibs been 1-0 up at the time and Rangers coming back and getting the win 2-1. So I'm really looking forward to both teams with really, really good attacking players. Hopefully a lot of goals, good performances. Really looking forward to it. And like Dodgy says, if Rangers do manage to prevail, you've got that wee added incentive of an Old Firm Cup final, which I think everybody likes. Obviously the Hibs fans won't want to see it, but everybody else would definitely have their mouth watering at that prospect.
Well, the bottom line is, Willie, Willie, haven't heard from you yet. Irrespective of whether it's Hibs or Rangers go through, obviously there will be something extra if it's Rangers Celtic, but it's going to be a smashing cup final in any case, isn't it?
It is, Richard, yeah, and it is. It's great to be here and just a wonderful day for football. There is sun in the sky, but you can't actually see the sun. I think that's great for football. The pitch itself is in shade and looking immaculate, barely any wind either. So, really good. But hey, semi-finals are I think managers can stand up and say we got to a semi-final, but if you don't actually manage to turn that into a final, then it's a bit of a wasted run, isn't it? It just deflates everyone. And I think that's what the 2 teams will be looking to do. The players out there will be looking to get to a final because you want to be in the final. It's bad enough being the beaten semi-finalists. You get to the final, if you're the beaten finalist, then that does rip your heart out. But on the other hand, if you can get through, and I'm sure that the Rangers under their new manager, although has he actually been able to work, Richard? Has he got his work permit? I think he has to apply for a work permit, does he?
Yeah.
So it might not have too much impact. Certainly for us to see, he could possibly have it behind the scenes. I think new managers coming in as quickly as this, you've really got to just allow the formation to play the way it's been playing, and it's been playing pretty consistent. In fact, I don't think I've seen a Rangers team change their formation in any way, during games or after games, or if results are not going with them or if performances are not going, they tend to stick to the same system. So I would think that would be the case here today, and you expect just to see a Rangers performance that we've been used to. As far as Hibs are concerned, then it's just been a drastic number of weeks. Not only the 4 defeats, quite substantial one against Dundee United at home must have been a little bit embarrassing for Jack Ross and his players, but the fact that they haven't played for a number of weeks as well, I think coaches will say, well, it gives you time to work with the players on the training field, but you lose that a little bit of competitive edge if you're not playing regularly. It would be a great boost for Jack Ross and Hibs if they could turn this one round, but it would be very difficult. But I'm sure and I'm hoping that it will be a magnificent game of football.
Yeah, Tom, Hibs haven't played since the 27th of October. They haven't won a game since the 26th of September. You wonder how that's going to factor in. And then there is obviously the impact in whatever way it can be manifested of Giovanni van Bronckhorst. It all adds up to a fascinating afternoon, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely does. I mean, the Rangers players will obviously be so keen to impress the new manager. The slate is wiped clean as far as he's concerned now. And there's a lot of issues around Rangers. They're in a nice position at the top of the league. They're obviously in the semi-final. They're going well in Europe. But there's players coming out of contract. There's a lot of talk about the financial stresses that the club are under, the player trading that they need to do. Who's going to be moving on in January? Will they have any money to spend? Because Celtic will be spending. So a lot of those issues they're on Van Bronckhorst's plate now. In terms of Hibs, the lights have gone out for them. Those 4 defeats in a row, only 2 goals in 4 games, and this is for a team that we have in our heads that are attacking and goal scorers, and they have in Boyle obviously a very accomplished goal scorer, but the rest of them, and McGuinness and Nisbet on 4 goals are their joint second top scorers on 4. It doesn't kind of, sometimes Hibs, it kind of flatter to deceive, and I know they've got loads of games in hand, but they're on a bad run, and if the run ends here, then happy days. But they are in a bit of a rut right now.
And I guess, Kenny, there's no way of knowing, and some of these Hibs players clearly have been suffering from COVID, so we don't know how much they've been able to train over the period of time. There is that whole month virtually without any competitive action, so that presumably has a part to play as well. You never know quite, do you, how the players are going to emerge from a fallow period like that?
No, not at all. That's definitely would be one of my concerns if I was a Hibs fan today, is the lack of games. You can spin it any way you want about working on the training field. Yeah, you've got time to reset and refresh, and you should be hungry for this game. There's no doubt about it. You should be hungry anyway. It's a semi-final, an opportunity to get to a final, but the lack of competitive games for me definitely would be a concern. Rangers are actually in good form as well. They've played probably some of their best performances in the weeks leading into the international break. Their players have been away, so they will be refreshed. The lads who have not been away will definitely be refreshed. So I think it's going to be a tough day for Hibs. Hibs are a good team. You touch on what Tom was saying there. Going forward at the start of the season, they were excellent, and I think that was one of the main reasons that they were up at the top of the league. And I think there were 7 games unbeaten, and there was a lot of positive surroundings that Hibs team. But I just think the front 3 in particular they've just not been quite hitting the same heights. 2 goals in 4 games, like Tom says, in those 4 losses, it's not enough. And with that front 3, with the ability that they've got, there's obviously been an issue there. There's been a loss of form. Will this form have been regained in the last 4 weeks and the time that they've had off to work away? Again, that remains to be seen, but they're a team capable. There's no getting away from that. Hibs are a team that is capable of hurting anybody on their day, and I'm going to go positive for them, that hoping that this last 3 weeks without any action is going to give them a chance to reset, work on what's not been working and improve, and come here and make a real go against Rangers. A Rangers team that, for me, would definitely be favourites.
You can look at it both ways, Rich, can't you, with Hibs, where you say, look, they might have been idle and it could affect them, where they don't turn up and they're a bit rusty. But I think in the circumstances, looking at the results, and it's been 4 hard fixtures I've lost, Celtic, Aberdeen, United and Rangers, then it might just be the wee freshen up needing.
Yeah, and they were just about to, the next game would have been Ross County, who were straight off the back of the 5 goals at Dens Park, and you kind of feared for them, and that was postponed twice, obviously. They tried to rearrange it was postponed as well. See, goodness only knows what might have happened going into that one.
Yeah, and we'll know by the end of play today if it's worked for them. But in the circumstances, you get a feeling it might, with their COVID problems, with the results, this freshen up might just be a thing that just brings them back together, lets Jack Ross work with them and ready for the big game today.
The first few fans are beginning to make their way inside the stadium. They are very keen indeed. It's an hour and 45 minutes until this one gets up and running. Full live commentary coming here with sports. And they have been busy, Willie, behind the scenes during this little period. There's 4 or 5 players all been given extended contracts, including Josh Doig, who's signed on until 2026. I'm sure that's the big one. But Hanlon, Lewis Stevenson, Christian Doig, and of course his season has been hugely interrupted by injury, so they've been putting it to good use, I suppose, and ensuring that they've got that little bit of security in terms of the squad.
Yeah, nothing else to do. But to concentrate, on trying to get a little bit of stability to the club and make sure that the players that they want to keep, they manage to do that in these difficult times as well, because all clubs are struggling financially, and it's been just a dreadful position for them to be in and to be able to cope with. But most clubs seem to be bringing some capital into their clubs that allows them to actually look forward. I think that's a great position to be in when you consider the last 2 years and what we've been through in terms of fans not being able to get in and pay and watch for games, although fans have supported their clubs exceptionally well by constantly buying season tickets, but at the same time I think you have got to, if you're idle, Richard, okay, you've still got training, but you don't have the match days. You've still got to cover games, obviously, your opponents as well, but you've got to put that time to good use, and you've got to look at your squad. I'm sure Jack Ross, being the type of coach and manager he is, will be on to it and trying to persuade his board of directors to give him all the support that they possibly can to make sure that the success that he's brought to Easter Road is continued. And the only way you can do that is by having a strong squad, by having good players, because that's what it's all about. His job is to make sure these players perform at the top level. Unfortunately for him, they haven't been performing at the top level recently, and he's got to turn that round. He's getting support from the board. This would be a magnificent way of doing it, and let's face it, the best opportunity, isn't it? I think the League Cup is a good opportunity for any team to make a statement, to get a bit of silverware into the trophy room, and it's one that you can enjoy halfway through the season too, if you can manage to do that. So big game, good work behind the scenes, but the most important work is the work done in the field. To play against the opposition. This is a very good team that they're coming up against, so it'll be a testing game for Jack Ross and Hibs this afternoon.
Absolutely, and we'll talk more about the game in a moment or two. The other piece of business they've done, Tom, is they've brought in Steve Keane, hugely experienced as academy director, to replace Graham Mathey. So again, kind of trying to lay down roots, and Jack Ross has spoken about the good relationship he's had with Steve. They met each other through the coaching courses with the SFA.
Yeah, I mean, I think Steve Keane, his media profile has increased recently, so I suspected there was something in the offing. Very experienced guy, looks like a good capture, to be honest, and kind of looking to the future, with experience, with a lot of nous, with a lot of contacts, you'd have to say. So that looks a clever bit of business, isn't it?
Yeah, and Kenny, you'll know all about it's been a long history of the set up at Hibernian. I was going to say at Easter Road, but obviously at the training ground now as well, of bringing the young players through. It's still, I suppose, as massive as it was back in the day when half a dozen of you guys came through and made a lot of money for the club.
Yeah, listen, I think there was a lot more than half a dozen as well, Richard, to be honest.
Yeah.
There was at one point...
I was thinking about that one era,
yeah. There was, absolutely.
Yeah, Brown, Thompson, Whittaker.
Yep, I was just before that one. Yep, that's right, you touched on there, Gary O'Connor.
It's just because you look so young, Kenny.
He couldn't wait to jump ship either, could he?
Listen, sometime opportunity knocks dodgy, you know the drill. I know. It's always been there. Yep, there's been there was a successful spell over that at the turn of the century there, with a lot of players coming through, being sold on for good money as well, which obviously sets the club up and gives them a bit of stability. But yeah, there's been a good history and tradition of that at Hibs. Obviously there's still guys, if you look at their team now, like with Hanlon, who's been there, he's been there forever, obviously the same as Lewis Stevenson. You've got Ryan Poitras coming through as well, Josh Doig. There's still a lot of that presence in that Hibs squad at the moment as well. So it's it's something that obviously Steve will be looking to continue. Obviously his job, get younger players through, get them into the first team and sell them on. It's that player trading model that Tom was talking about that Rangers might need to be looking to deploy soon as well. So it's a real a real positive thing for Hibs when they can do that and get this amount of players through. And like I say, look at that squad, there's 4, 5, 6 lads who have come through the academy. It's testament to what they do and what they do behind the scenes.
Is this a rebuild job, Richard? There was word that Hibs were winding down the development programme during COVID. Did they actually go ahead and do that for financial reasons? I'm just wondering, it's a big name that they brought in, isn't it? Wondering if it's big, it's that big that it is a rebuild job. I'm not 100% sure. I don't have my facts on that. I don't keep up to date with the development programme at Hibs, but I know there was rumours early in the pandemic that they were thinking about cutting back in the development.
My recollection is that the owner, Ron Gordon, he spoke about that. He did speak about that and said it was something that they were clearly going to have to look at, whether they've reassessed it and whether they've established, as Kenny said, the historical importance of bringing through such players to Hibs, not only for the impact they've made in the Hibs team, but the money that they can bring into the club. But you're right. I mean, you bring in someone like Steve Keane, you're taking it seriously, aren't you?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, you'd scale it back obviously for a financial issue, and probably through COVID that's what they did. But when you look at it, Kenny just talked about the era, all those players coming through and the money recruited for that period. Why would you not want to try and get back to that, especially when you see Josh Doig, who is a young lad, get knocked back $4 million for him, and suddenly you're kind of thinking about maybe not looking at that and losing out on that financial stability. So I think there's a case where, when times are hard through COVID, you maybe have a look at it and a look at reassessing the structure. But then when you see what Hibs have done in the past, then you make sure you get right back at it when you think you're through that, and the appointment of Steve Keane shows they're taking it seriously, Richard.
Well, as far as this afternoon is concerned, we'll turn our attention to Rangers in a moment or two, but it is about the current Hibernian players and some of those, of course, who have been given the new contracts. It is about them going out and proving themselves this afternoon. We don't know the team news. We'll get that to you as soon as we possibly can. But from your point of view, Kenny, what is Hibernian's best approach if they are to upset the odds and win this one against Rangers this afternoon?
Well, what they're going to need is that front three that I discussed. Again, whatever that front three is, I mean, they are capable of hurting anyone. Against Rangers, when you've played Rangers and Celtic, when you're one of the so-called smaller teams, you're going to need to defend. You're going to need to have a little bit of luck. If you look at that St Johnstone goal yesterday, they've defended well, they've tried to limit Celtic, and there's a little bit of misfortune in terms of how it hits the player and ends up right in front of James Forrest. These kind of things need to go in your favour when you're playing Rangers or Celtic, and particularly in these scenarios as well, because the Rangers are built for these scenarios. Semi-finals, finals, winning trophies, it's natural for them. There's a pressure for them to go and deliver, so they're used to these scenarios most seasons. Hibs have had some decent run-outs over the last year. Again, last year they had opportunities and they fell down, and that's something that's been labelled at Jack's team. So they need to get on the front foot. They need to obviously carry a bit of luck. They're going to need to defend really, really well. But again, I'll go back. Martin Boyles, Nisbets, Doiges, they need to be at the top of their game. Jamie Murphy's, Scott Allen's, whoever's going to be playing today, they need to be at the top of their game, because if they are, they can hurt any team in this league. Yeah, I think there's little question, Will, is there, that if Hibernian's front three, whoever they are, if they are operating on top form, that's always Hibs' best chance of winning a match, isn't it, given the talents they have?
I think that's the strongest part of their team, Richard. Watching them at the back, I think good players at the back, there's no doubt about that, but I don't think that is where Jack Ross is focused on. He's obviously got to make sure that they try to keep it as tight as they possibly can, against a very, very good Rangers forward line, but Hampden's a big pitch as well. There's a lot of ground to cover. I'm wondering what formation does he play? Does he throw an extra centre back in there? Perhaps that could be his thought process. Yes, the front three, are going to be really important. But with the pace of the front three as well, it might be a case that you're going to have to defend. You're going to have to maybe put that 3/5 at the back to keep Rangers out and hope that you can hit in the break, hope that you can hit in the counter. And with the pace that they've got, Murphy and Boyle in particular, that has got to be a real threat. I think it just depends where the manager's mindset is, and we'll find that out in due course. But there's no doubt in my mind that up front, up top, the pace that they've got, the directness that they've got, and the goal scoring capability, which seems to have drifted away from them recently. I think this is a stage to bring it back, isn't it? But there is definitely a threat there.
Yeah, I mean, they went through that wonderful run at the start of the season, Tom, of 10, 11 games, scoring in every one. There was a 0-0 draw against Hearts. They then picked it up again. But as you pointed out right at the start of the programme, 3 goals in their last 5 matches, and conceding plenty as well. So they will need to, whatever they've been doing during the enforced break, they will need to have turned things around.
Yeah, and I think, the enforcement, you don't want to go so long without playing games, but it's a chance to maybe reset and work on some issues that they've been having at the back and up front. It could be beneficial for them. It's obviously a cup semi-final. It's a huge game. It's a huge game for Jack Ross because his track record for big games like this is not good. He gets them to a certain point in cup football, and his team doesn't. It's not just that they lose, just that too often they don't perform. And if they lose today, if they get a performance, fine, they're playing against a better team. But he has to get a performance out of his players today. And too often in these big games in his career, he hasn't got performances at this level.
Well, it's a big question, isn't it, that will be asked of those Hibernian players. We'll bring you the team news just as soon as it comes through. As for Rangers, Doddsy, are you anticipating a very similar kind of selection to that which we saw under Steven Gerrard?
Yeah, the old 4-3-3, isn't it? And it's whether Giovanni, whether he's taken anything to do with picking the team, even though he might let Brian Gilmer and co just pick the personnel. He might just have a wee look at it and say, tinker with the shape. But you would think if it ain't broken, don't fix it, isn't it? And the results of late have been decent, in fact really good. Beating Ross County 4-2, Motherwell 6-1. You see the way Motherwell have been in the last couple of weeks as well. So I think it's a case of just letting it run and see where they are, and then have his own ideas going forward.
And the formation that Steven Gerrard employed or deployed virtually every game, does that fit in with the Dutch ethos that Giovanni van Bronckhorst has been brought up in over the past 40 years?
Probably, yeah.
Absolutely, Richard. Yeah, I don't know how long have they been playing that system, the Dutch. I mean, it seems to be forever that they play, the 4-3-3. So we'll be well used to it.
See, the thing on the 4-3-3 is though, like there's a million different ways that you can play it. If we're saying a 4-3-3 as if that's it, it's going to be the same. It's not. Rangers play it a very specific way. By all accounts, Gio might like to play it a bit of a different way, with maybe higher and wider wingers rather than the wingers being inside and the fullbacks giving. So you know what? There's a lot of flexibility in the Rangers squad. That's it. I think they can go inside, they can go outside. There is different ways to do it. I think Giovanni would be crazy to go on and rip the playbook up, because I think that group of players know what they're doing. They're very, very capable. And it's it's absolutely dodgy. It's brought success, and but there is little tactical tweaks within the midfield three, within the front three, and the position, and even the fullbacks that can still be 4-3-3. But Giovanni putting his own stamp on that team, which I fully expect him to do.
Right, and in terms of him as an individual, I mean, clearly we all, those of us who were on the outside, Doddsy, would remember him as just actually one of the best football players
Classy
at that time. Yeah, I mean, wonderful to watch. I think even those of us who are not Rangers fans would have enjoyed the play of Giovanni van Bronckhorst. He's picked up a fair bit of experience now in coaching and management. Did you see him as the right appointment for Rangers?
He looked like the only one, didn't he? I know they looked at another couple, but he was always the front runner from the start. And with that experience he got at Feyenoord and the success he got there, I think it's a good appointment. Only time will tell, but if he brings, he's an unassuming guy, isn't he, Ken? He's quiet, he's just classy on the pitch. He was, I wouldn't say he was an outgoing person and really joined in with the boys in terms of camaraderie. I mean, he had a laugh at times, but that kind of brings that steely focus that he can take into management, so that might be there. Has the experience at Feyenoord, he's had success here as well, which will stand him in good stead, and he knows that he just has to really, I know there's other teams that fancy a challenge, but he knows he has to get the better Celtic. That's a remit when you come to Rangers, and he knows that. He's got that steely determination as well, and if he takes what type of player he was into management and he gets the best out of his players, he's every chance of having great success here.
Listen, I mean, the job he did at Feyenoord was really outstanding.
Yeah.
I mean, that club was a laughing stock for much of the 18 years that they went without a title. You know, finishing 20, 25, 35 points, I think, at one point behind the champions in that barren run. And I think there were 29 points behind the champions when he took over. Then his first season, there were 25 points behind the champions, and then they go and they win it by a point. And Ajax were a tremendous team that season. That was the first stirrings of the team that went on to get into the European Cup semi-final. And that was a team that was sold subsequently for over 300 million euros to some of the biggest clubs in the world, and that's the side that he beat to win the Dutch title. So he had an awful lot of rebuild to do. He had a similar job in ways to Gerrard coming in at Rangers. He had to pick up a team that had been pulverised by their closest opposition for years and rebuild the team, and he did. So I think it's a very natural fit for Rangers. There are a lot of issues around Van Bronckhorst in terms of a stronger Celtic now and what Celtic will do in January, what they're doing at the moment. But Gerrard has left them in a good place.
But Giovanni Van Bronckhorst brings more to the table than Steven Gerrard did 3.5 years ago.
More experience, without a doubt. He's won cups and a league in the Netherlands. You know, that's a pretty good CV. Okay, goes to China. I mean, that was a short-lived and kind of bizarre spell that he had there. But he has done it. You know, he has done it for Feyenoord, a big club with a big fan base, expectant, fed up, had financial problems. There were during the course of that run, not that long, there were 40 million in debt. So he had to contend with all of that. I think a season before he joined, or 2 seasons before he joined, they sold 3 or 4 of their best players. So he did an outstanding job there. I mean, he really did. He had to
change at Feyenoord the culture and the mindset of the club. It's one thing he doesn't have to do at Rangers. They've got that winning mentality now. They've got that culture, that way where they are so desperate to win games, so desperate to win trophies. Now they've done it. Can he carry on now? Whereas he's had to rip up the kind of rip the club apart at Feyenoord and start building, sell his best players, but still build a winning team, and that's what he did. This time he just has to keep it going.
And what will be fascinating is how quickly he makes any major changes. Charlie Adam was in the programme yesterday, Kenny. He was suggesting he'd like to see Nathan Patterson getting a start ahead of James Tavernier. I mean, that's the kind of, I mean, that would be a hell of a statement to make for a new manager. But are you anticipating, you know, big decisions like that in the coming weeks?
No. And I've disagreed a couple of times with Charlie now on the show.
Yeah.
But you know, it's one of them where it's not a disagreement, because Nathan Patterson deserves to play. You know, there's no getting away from that. But to leave James Tavernier out, your captain, a guy who scores double figures, guy who assists 15 to 20 times a season, it's a big loss in any team. So there's a real it's a real quandary at the moment for any Rangers manager now that Gio's in. Does he then, if you want to sell Nathan Patterson eventually and you want to get top dollar, he needs to be playing in your team. So it's a question that's going to have to come out at some point, and it'll be an issue that will be addressed shortly. I think James is 30 now. He's still playing some excellent football. He's the club captain. I just think at the moment it's a big loss if James is not on the team by what he gives it. And also, what might change it is if Gio does change the structure ever so slightly in this formation, because at the moment James is the one that provides the width on that right hand side with these inverted wingers. If he changes it ever so slightly, then maybe there's maybe not as big an issue with James not assisting and scoring as much as what he has done over the last 5 seasons at Rangers. But I don't expect any huge massive changes. Of course there'll be different selections and personnel as we move forward over the coming months, but and there might be players sold in the next couple of months in January as well, which might lead to a few different selections in the Rangers starting lineup. But no, I wouldn't expect any mad wholesale changes at this moment.
Well, the bottom line is, Willie, he takes over a team that is, well, has got a semi-final today, has got the Scottish Cup to come, is still very much alive in Europe, and is 4 points clear at the top of the table. Why would you rip it up and start again?
It's not bad, Richard, isn't it? You know, to be offered a job like that, you know, a job at a big club like Rangers, where they've lost their manager, and they've lost their manager because he's been successful, and you've got to step into his shoes and continue the progress and build on the progress, because although you know, we're talking about Rangers, their cup and trophy wins and cup competitions is not good at all, is it, in recent years? So I think this would be a good start for them to get to the final, to lift the League Cup, no doubt about that. But you know, you come into a big team. I think if you're experienced, and he's got experience now, as Tom's went over, I don't think you make any drastic changes like that. I don't think you take your captain, you know, a player that you know, as Kenny has says, that has so much influence. Even although, you know, Nathan Patterson's such a huge prospect, his time will come. And I'm sure the Rangers fans will be hoping it will be at Rangers. It might not be at Rangers, because even Tavernier at 30, how long has he got? Has he got another, 3, 4, 5, 6 years that he could be playing in that position? You just don't know. But I don't think, you know, Van Bronckhorst would come in and just tear up what's been achieved here. And certainly not with the captain.
No. He's got an issue with Nathan Patterson, because, you know, young players, they're in a hurry, aren't they? And this guy is an international footballer. They've had offers from down south, from big clubs down south. He's not going to be content to be sitting on the bench for Rangers and getting a bit of game time here and a bit of game time here there. He'll want to be in the starting lineup. So that is a big managerial job that Van Bronckhorst has got to do with Patterson right from the get-go.
It's not a bad problem to have, though, is it, Tom? You know, you'd rather be in that situation.
Yeah, talking about two good players.
Yeah, you've got to manage this situation because you've got an overabundance of quality in one position. So it's something that I'm sure he'll have his own thoughts on as well. And you know, it might be that Nathan Patterson doesn't see a career at Rangers. It might be that he does get sold, and as long as that's maximised. But we're talking about other teams, you know, maximising their development programme. And Rangers and Celtic aren't any different from any other team if the money's right.
But if they need to play him, though. They need to play him to showcase him.
I think clubs will take him. I'm telling you. I think clubs will. It just depends on the cash, yeah. What they need to do is just watch him playing for Scotland. Then just send their scouts to watch international games. There's a bit of a hiatus now, right enough to mark.
That's going to be Nathan's biggest issue. It's 4 months before Scotland play again, so he may have to wait. It'll be fascinating to see what happens, of course, as he gets his feet under the desk properly. Giovanni Van Bronckhorst, and I think his first official game clearly will be the European tie on Thursday. Rangers against Sparta Prague. We'll have coverage of that and of Leverkusen Celtic. Make sure you're with us on Thursday night at 5:30. Wednesday night we'll have live commentary from Dingwall. It's Ross County against Hibernian. That's going to be on from just after 7 o'clock. There's sports, and tomorrow the magazine programme, no doubt Tom will be pontificating on there as he usually does.
Yes.
Good.
Lots to talk about.
Always a fine listen on a Monday.
I think Kenny Mack was definitely going to get into the Ojo situation, but unfortunately that will be a no-go area now.
Yeah, well, look, if you weren't with us earlier, I should just read out the statement that has been released by Police Scotland, by the North East Division, following an investigation into an incident which took place yesterday, Saturday the 20th of November 2021, during the match between Dundee United Football Club and Aberdeen Football Club at Tannadice Park in Dundee. A 35-year-old man has been arrested and charged in connection with the assault of an Aberdeen Football Club player. The man has been released on undertaking to appear at Dundee Sheriff Court at a later date. And because that investigation and has been moved on, and that the individual concerned has been arrested and charged, then we can make no further comment. It is a live case. We cannot comment any further on that, and even Kenny McIntyre will not be allowed to comment on it tomorrow evening. But do listen out for Sports Sound tomorrow night, and you can also see the SWPL highlights at 7 o'clock on the BBC Scotland channel. The highlights from yesterday's Premiership matches, of course, available online now. We had them on Sports Scene last night as well. Busy old time this afternoon. First and foremost, live commentary to come in an hour and 20 minutes of Rangers against Hibernian. Rangers looking to win this trophy for the first time in a decade, since they last did back in 2011. Kilmarnock, St Mirren, Aberdeen, Ross County, St Johnstone, Celtic 5 times have lifted the old trophy. Rangers hoping to take a step towards doing just that, and a return to Hampden Park for the final against Celtic. We've talked about Hibernian, we've talked a fair bit about Rangers there as well. Let's hear what some of the Rangers fans have to say. They've been chatting to Brian McLaughlin as they made their way inside the stadium.
Can I ask you first of all about today's game and the importance of winning this game today for Rangers?
Oh, very important, eh? Very, very important. Big game.
As far as I'm concerned, definitely, absolutely. This is the players have got to prove today for Van Bronckhorst. He's the new manager coming in here. They've got to prove to him, I want to be here, I want to play for Rangers. This is a very important game that we have to get into the final here. We want to get a trophy, and this is the biggest chance we've got is just now there. But unfortunately, we've not got the manager in until next week, so this is a great chance to prove to them just now.
He's got to be watching in the stands today.
Yes, he is.
Is that a warning to the players?
Oh, yeah, definitely, yeah, because there's a lot to prove here, eh? There's a lot of players that's hardly kicked the ball this year, so there'll be a big watch from the stands.
Has that been a concern to you?
Yeah, it has, definitely, because...
And why do you think that has been then?
I don't know if maybe the players had maybe word that Gerrard was maybe going to go, and they thought, because he's brought a lot of players here for, he's Gerrard, I'm coming to Rangers to play for Gerrard. So I think maybe a lot of them have known for a few weeks or maybe months that he's not going to be here, and just maybe down tools, I think, because there's been a big difference from like last year to this season, performance-wise.
Aye, absolutely. It's just Golston was a classic there. I don't know what's happened to him, and he's no signed his contract. He's turned around and says he didn't know nothing about it, which is sort of us as far as I'm concerned there. He's not been what he used to be before for last season. I don't know what it is where the team's completely changed for last year. We've played some brilliant games, but we've played some very, very poor.
You're still top of the league, though. Yes. You're in the semi-final of the League Cup today. You're doing well in Europe.
But it's just the fact that we still haven't got playing 100% as if we were playing at 75-80% just now there. Yes, we are winning. Yes, we're scraping. It's losing the first goal. That's the big problem just now. Why we're losing all these goals all of a sudden there. Last season we had a fantastic record, but losing the first goal to kind of spur us on there, which we shouldn't be doing that at all, especially against lower clubs here.
Can I ask you then about Gio in particular then? Why is he the right man for Rangers now?
I think he's the right man because he knows the club, he's played here, he's got an idea exactly what the Rangers and the Celtic connection is here. He knows what the Scottish football's all about there, and I think he's going to try and play the same kind of system what he's been used to, this 4-3-3. We'll have to wait and see though. But it says it'll all start as from next week. But the biggest thing is winning today to prove to the manager that I want to play for you.
Listen live online at bbc.co.uk/sportscotland.
Sports Sound from BBC Radio Scotland.
Really interesting, actually, listening to the Rangers fans there, and in some ways, I think reflecting much of the discussion that has been, certainly in some of our programmes, and no doubt elsewhere in the media. Touched on it earlier, Tom. On the face of it, it has been a hugely successful season. They're unbeaten in the last 11 league matches and 4 points clear at the top of the table. They made their way through to a semi-final. They're still in with a very strong chance in European competition. And the Rangers fans there, they were acknowledging that, but you knew there was a but coming.
Yeah, I think they're constantly comparing themselves to last season, which I think is understandable, but it's unfair because they're never going to hit that mark again. That's that was Brendan Rodgers' 2016-17 type dominance, and Celtic haven't hit that mark since, and I don't think Rangers will hit it anytime soon either. So I think it's kind of unfair on these players to constantly harp back to last season. That said, they are making mistakes. that they haven't been making, that they didn't make last season. McGregor's been making mistakes. Goldson has been making mistakes. Morelos, it's a constant debate around Morelos. The midfield is not functioning as well as it has done. There are question marks about contracts running out. Do people want to stay? Or do Rangers want to sell? Who are they going to sell to adhere to this player trading model that they keep talking about, which never happens? So there are an awful lot of things, but one of the biggest issues is that Celtic are decent again, and that is I think what's reflected in the Rangers kind of a little bit of kind of lukewarm reaction to the team, as you heard there. It's because they're not miles ahead in the league, and Celtic do look like they will go the distance with them this season. I don't know who's going to win the league, but Celtic are in a much better position now than they were last season. So I think that's in the mix as well. There's an awful lot of things in the mix here that reflects the thoughts of those fans, those Rangers fans that we just heard.
They've, I think it's only one clean sheet in the last 9 games. They've lost the first goal in the last 5 matches.
Yeah, it's bizarre.
But I mean, generally they're coming back. I mean, most recently they put 6 past Motherwell and 4 past Ross County.
Yeah, and listen, and when they hit their stride, they're very, very good. But they're slow out of the blocks quite a lot of the time, conceding these goals. And they're good enough against most of these teams to come back and win. But I think there will be days when they're not good enough to come back and win. And, European competition, that could cost these slow starts, could cost them against better teams, could cost them against Celtic, could cost them in Europe. I think that's another thing. It's why are they making these slow starts? Yeah, they have the quality to come back and win, but why are they not coming out of the dressing room at the pitch of the game that they're about to play in?
And I think it's right that the fans should put these questions forward as well.
Perfectly reasonable.
Because they've watched their team last year playing at such a high level that although we maybe think it's unreasonable for them to think that they shouldn't be wanting their team to reach that level again, then a fan is a fan, and a fan wants to see his team. If we'd been used to that all last season, which they were, they want to see that again. And when it drops, and it has dropped this season, then they're going to what is the problem here?
Yeah.
Is it because there was rumours that Gerrard's going? Is it because certainly the key players' minds elsewhere, not want to sign contracts, maybe think that it's time to go back south or wherever they came from initially? So I think fans have got every right to pose that question, and I think the question for the new manager is, can he then resurrect that fierceness, that tempo that they had last season that seems to have dwindled a little bit? And when I've watched them against Dundee United, it was certainly a sluggish, and their body language didn't look good to me at all. It looked as though, and if I can see that, the fans are going to see that as well, and they're heavily into it. So they've got every right to ask the question. New manager's got to turn that round.
And also they're looking at largely the same team. Okay, Sakala's coming in and coming out, he's done okay, but it's largely the same team. They're not seeing a club that's building on the success of last season by bringing in 1 or 2 guys who improve the team, not just to pad out the squad, to build on what they had, and they're not seeing that as well. Maybe that's an issue.
That's definitely an issue for me, Tom. I think when you're a big club, you need to keep this squad fresh. You need to keep them on your toes. Nobody should be taking their place for granted. And I think the one thing about the recruitment potential in the summer is that player or those players have not been brought in to improve that starting lineup. Another issue is, I think there's been a heavy come down. It's been 3 years of a chase. It's been constant dominance. It's been achieved. 55th league title, stopping 10 in a row. There's been a real come down off the back of that, and the players of, whether it's right or wrong, I think it's human nature, they have had a little bit of a foot off the gas job with it. And I don't think it is unreasonable to ask them to go again, because you know what, that's what you do at these clubs. You have to go again. Next year it's parked, 55's done, it's on to 56. It's as simple as that. That's the way these clubs are built, and that needs to be the mentality of the players, and that's something I'm sure Gio will be looking to get that kind of response out of his team, because one title's good enough, but you need to go again. You need to get to the final today. You must beat Hibs. It's what the club demands, it's what the fans demand, and then you need to go on, and the performances need to be improved, but they're in a good place. If this is where they're at and they're maybe firing at 75-80%, if they can get to 90-95, Dodgy,
if he brings that edge, I mean, they're going to be some team, and they're not. I know they're looking and they're scrutinising certain things, but they're still top of the league with 4 points. They're in the semi-final, which is all you can do just now. Might get through at the final today. Still going well in Europe. The Scottish Cup's coming up as well. I mean, if he brings that edge, they're going to be some team, aren't they? Because it's going to get back to that elite performance level that they were at last year, which was incredible.
Absolutely, but I think underpinning a lot of this is, in the here and now, it's good, but what's happening with Kamara, what's happening with Morelos, what's happening with Goulson, what's happening with Patterson? There's a concern that a lot of these guys could go.
But Kamara's
you're always going to get that. You're always going to get
that. Someone could come in for Kamara because he's worth a few quid.
Tom, you'll get that with any team if your team are winning. Especially when look at the manager. He's gone because teams are looking at him, and that's what happens when you've got a successful team. Especially in Scotland, we've got a competitive league. It's not the best league in the world, but we've got a competitive league, and if you're doing well, people come and take away. So they expect that as a club.
There's various other aspects I want to get your thoughts on, guys, but we're going to go to Liam right now because he has hot off the presses the team news.
Yeah, I think it's Jermaine Defoe who's going to be heading up the technical area for Rangers this afternoon, along with the coaching staff that remains at the club. And it's been shorn, obviously, momentarily with Steven Gerrard's departure. Gary McAllister, Michael Beale and the rest are away to Aston Villa. And Giovanni van Bronckhorst sitting in the holding pattern, waiting to take full charge in the coming week. It sounds as though I know the guys were talking about it earlier, that the work permit thing looks as though that's been sorted. And I think the plan is to present him to the media tomorrow, where he will officially be announced or presented as the new Rangers manager. But the first post-Gerrard Rangers team shows 6 changes from their last match, which was against Ross County at Ibrox, and the players who drop out of the side: Bassi, Lundstrom, Bakuna, Hadji, Sakala, and the other player, in fact Kent played that one, so it's 5 changes. Sakala in fact scored a hat-trick on international duty with Zambia, but he is out of the side. The players coming in then: Barisic, Davis. Did you get that? Yep. Barisic, Kamara, Davis, Arfield and Morelos are the ones who come into the Rangers side. They're listed as the home team, so that's why I've gone through them first. McLaughlin, Bassi, Patterson, Lundstrom, Jack, Bakuna, Hadji, Wright and Fashion Sakala are on the bench. For Hibernian, big afternoon for young Josh Campbell, who starts a domestic game for the first time this season. He's in for Alex Gogic. Hibs haven't played for ages, but he comes into the team. He's played a couple of League Cup games from the start before, but they were last season. He comes in for Gogic. Chris Cadden comes in for Jamie Murphy, who is not listed in the team at all. It's Macy in goal, Paul McGinn, Porteous, Hanlon and Doig at the back, Doig having signed that new deal. Campbell will be the sitter in midfield, I think, with Boyle and Cadden wide, Doyle, Hayes, Newell and Kevin Nisbet leading the line for the Hibbies. Dabrowski, Wright, Doidge, Gogic, Stevenson, Gullen, McGregor, Allen and Scott make up the Hibs bench. The referee is a 2015-16 League Cup final referee, Kevin Clancy. And Richard, when I look around Hampden Park, I cast my mind back to the last time these two teams met here.
Yeah.
And that 2016 Scottish Cup final. It was as dramatic a game as you can imagine. It was a classic final. Not if you're a Rangers supporter, I suppose. David Gray's late goal sealing Hibs' first Scottish Cup in 114 years. But if it's as dramatic as that game was, then quite clearly we're in for a treat this afternoon.
It was a remarkable afternoon. Look, in many ways, obviously there were incidents and part of the afternoon that probably prefer to forget, but just sensational. And of course that late winner by Sir David Gray, as the Hibs fans have christened him since. Right, 5 changes I think Liam said there in that Rangers line up. Dodgy, like me, you'd have been scribbling away. That's a strong team, isn't it? In fact, is that the strongest team they could put out right now?
I think well, we've heard from the Rangers fans. I think a lot of Rangers fans looking at this team will be saying that is our strongest, there's no doubt. I mean, you get Aribo in there, Kamara, Barisic's back in the team, Kent just playing off Morelos back in as well, Davis sitting, just doing what Steve Davis has done for years. So yeah, looking at that team, that is as strong as you'll get. Maybe people would argue with is Kemar Roofe, is he not? So Kemar Roofe is the only one maybe you'd look at that and think he could improve the team, but it's a strong Rangers lineup, Richard.
Kamar's not even on the bench by the looks of things, so he must have an issue. No, but I have to agree with Dodgy. I think maybe there's a case for Hadji, but again, he's maybe one of the players. His performances have not been quite at the level of the previous year. So yeah, I think that is pretty much as good as it gets for Rangers. Really, again, similar team, similar shape, all familiar with the roles and responsibilities. So yeah, it's about turning up. If Rangers perform, then Hibs are going to have to be very, very good to stop them.
Well, Willie, the boys have been talking about Rangers last season and everything they achieved, everything the players did. I mean, that's last season's lineup.
Yeah, very much so, Richard. You know, and I don't think there's anything wrong, you know, in terms of going back to last season, and we've already discussed it, how good they were last season. So, you know, I think that says it all, isn't it, when you've got, you know, these players still available to you. And I think you've still got to wait and see if the new manager is going to, you know, make as many changes as perhaps Steven Gerrard does, whether he wants to stick with, you know, a certain lineup with certain personnel in it and stick with it and only change it when you really have to change it, or, you know, when the amount of fixtures that is in front of you kind of forces you to change it. But there's nothing wrong with going back to the tried and tested and giving them the opportunity, particularly in such an important game like today. I think getting to a final, I think, is crucial for Rangers. The new manager coming in would like a pop to actually lifting the trophy, you know, and playing the quality of squad that is out there for Rangers this afternoon gives them a big opportunity to do that.
Right, so in terms of Hibernian, a couple of switches there. Cadden is in, and young Campbell is in for Gogic and Murphy. Your thoughts, Kenny, on Hibernian and how Jack Ross has lined up those players?
Yeah, again, it's strongest team potentially. There is case for a few changes again, but obviously Jack's now had 3 weeks to have a look at the lads. Obviously they've off the back of 4 straight losses, so he's had a lot of time on the training field to have a look at them and get prepared for this game. You know, this is what I've been in mind now. Yeah, they've had a game against Ross County postponed twice, a game against Livingston postponed, so it's had a lot of time to get these lads ready for this game. So are they going to be right up to speed? That's something that Jack will definitely have been looking at in the last couple of weeks. Who is going to be right, who is at the top of their game, who's performing in training, because it's a huge opportunity for them to come here and test Rangers. And like I said before, if Hibs are on their game, they're more than a match for anybody in this league.
Tom, your take on the lineups as we've just had them outlined by Liam.
I think they're exciting. Rangers, that's a very, very good starting lineup. I think it's a very good bench that they have as well, with Jack and Hadji and Patterson. Sakala is in good form, right? So there's a lot of different types of firepower on their bench. Hibs, good to see Doige on the bench. Hasn't played since August. They've missed him. You know, I think they've missed his leadership on the field. They've missed his physical presence on the field. So it's terrific to see him back. Hopefully he comes on, we can have a look at him, get his career back on track again. It's Hibs, you know, they're a funny team, Hibs. When they're on form, they are a very, very good side. They're a very entertaining side. And every time I look at their team, I thought that's a good side. And then you see they lose, and they take a pasting against Dundee United, and you think, you know, that shouldn't happen, because they are a decent team. The defence looks good. They're all decent players. Midfield, Doyle Hayes, I really like. Up front, Nisbet, okay, he's not getting the goals. There's probably too many players who are just dropped off a little bit at the same time. Confidence levels have dropped, and that's why they are where they are in terms of lost 4 in a row. But I always look at Hibs and I think that's a decent side. And today is no different.
Is it the 3? Is it 3 that they're going to play? Do you think McGinn and Porteous and Hanlon?
I would say it'll be a 4. I think there'll still be a 4. I think
it'll be a 4?
Yeah, I think it'll be Doig, Hanlon, Porteous and McGinn, and then you'll have Campbell, Newell, Doyle, Hayes and Boyle, Cadden, Nisbet. But then, listen, there is flexibility within it.
Yeah.
If they wanted to go a 3, they could go a 3, and you could have McGinn inside, Cadden could be a wing back. There is flexibility. I mean, listen, time will tell. We'll see soon enough, but I would imagine there'll be, I would say there'll maybe be that 4-3-3.
You know, like in theory they have got physicality, they've got pace, they've got goal scorers, they've got all of those things, but they just need to deliver. They just need to deliver on the big stage. And I think Hibs performance levels, there's too much fluctuation between you know, they could deliver an 8 out of 10 one week and a 4 out of 10 the next, and I just don't know why there is that kind of difference in performance.
Right, well, I tell you, we'll pick up on that because if there are question marks over Hibs in that respect, maybe question marks over Rangers as well, given how little enjoyment they have had, little success they've had Hampden in recent years. Maybe a bit to prove for them as well. It is the second of the Premier Cup semi-finals, Premier Sports Cup. Celtic, of course, edging out St Johnstone yesterday. James Forrest with the only goal. It's a squeaky tight game. Will it be something similar this afternoon? Well, in just over an hour, the two sides, Hibernian and Rangers, will get things up and running. We'll continue to build up after the 3 o'clock news.
On digital radio,
FM,
your smart speaker,
and BBC Sounds.
BBC Radio Scotland.
With the news at 3 o'clock, I'm Amanda Mazzillo. Scottish Labour is planning to bring forward legislation to ban MSPs from having second jobs. The party acknowledges there should be some exemptions, like those who need to stay registered to work in medical professions. But it says the legislation would ensure politicians at Holyrood are working full-time for the people of Scotland. Speaking on BBC Scotland's A Sunday Show, the Scottish Conservative leader Douglas Ross agreed not all cases were the same.
I think there's a big difference between paid consultancy and lobbying and second jobs, and I think what you've heard is there's members on all parties who are doctors and nurses, and these are people who went back into the wards during this pandemic and helped their colleagues because they were able to keep their skills up while they were also MPs. And I think it's helpful at times that legislators have, you know, frontline experience of what they are discussing, debating and voting on in Parliament.
Mr Ross has also been speaking about vaccine passports today, saying there's no evidence to suggest they do anything to stop the spread of COVID-19. The Scottish Government will decide on Tuesday if the scheme will be extended to include other settings. The Scottish Conservative leader argues it's wrong to be putting added pressure and burden onto businesses. Ministers have previously said expanding the scheme could help keep people safe without having to impose new restrictions. A 19-year-old man's died in hospital 2 days after being injured in a crash in South Ayrshire. Cameron Leith from Ayr was driving a blue Vauxhall Vectra when he was involved in a collision with another car near Minishant at around 7:30 on Wednesday morning. He was taken to Crosshouse Hospital in Kilmarnock and was later transferred to the Queen Elizabeth University Hospital in Glasgow, where he died on Thursday. Police are appealing for witnesses. Police say a 35-year-old man has been charged in connection with the assault of an Aberdeen player following an incident during yesterday's match between Dundee United and Aberdeen at Tannadice. He's expected to appear at Dundee Sheriff Court at a later date. United won the game 1-0. Turning to the weather now, this afternoon showers will become isolated across the north. It'll continue drier for southern areas with plenty of sunshine, but the odd shower may drift in over eastern coasts with a top temperature of around 9 Celsius. And tonight it'll remain mostly clear and dry for many, with just a few patches of cloud around. A few further showers cannot be ruled out across the north, however, and a cold night with overnight lows of -2 degrees. And that's BBC Radio Scotland News.
The Scottish League Cup.
Live on Sports Sound from BBC Radio Scotland.
You're listening to Sunday Sports and we're live from the National Stadium, Hampden Park. We're into the second hour of build-up to the second of this season's semi-finals in the League Cup. It is Rangers against Hibernian. We brought you the team news there. 5 changes for Rangers, couple for Hibernian as they get back to action. 3.5 weeks since they last played. They've lost 4 on the bounce. Rangers, of course, have been in good form. New management, so many talking points. And one of the talking points, Tom, you were touching on it there about Hibs. They haven't shown up in recent years, if you like, in the big games here at Hampden Park since winning that Scottish Cup final in 2016. you go all the way back to 2011 when Rangers last won this trophy. It was the last cup competition that they were successful in, of course. They too have had some pretty sore days here at Hampden Park in recent years. So, I mean, the other side of it, I'm interested in this because it has been brought up from time to time in the programme. It is a full house. This stadium will be packed with the Rangers end, will be packed with Rangers fans. There is that expectation, and how the players might live up to that.
Yeah, absolutely, and that is one of the black marks on Steven Gerrard's record. 1 trophy from 9, and it wasn't like they were losing cup ties against Celtic. I think they lost 1, right? The cup, the final, which they played actually very well in. But they're losing these cup ties, getting knocked last season. St Johnstone and St Mirren put them out. You know, so they've had pretty gruesome experiences in cup competitions in Gerrard and under Gerrard, and you know, particularly last season was odd because, you know, total dominance in the league, beating these teams pretty comfortably throughout the league season, and they come up against them in the cup, and obviously St Johnstone and St Mirren played exceptionally well, but Rangers underperformed. Why did they underperform? It was really, really weird. So they have to perform today. I think they have to win a cup pretty soon because it's a lot of investment has gone into the club. Okay, Celtic are investing heavily as well, but 1 trophy, albeit, you know, from I would say a standing start. They were on their knees when Gerrard took over. So he did a really, really terrific job in building them up, rebuilding the entire playing department, and they win the big one, right? They win the league. But you can't ignore their failures in the cups, and considerable failures in the cups. You know, Celtic showed with four trebles in the bounce what a serious team is all about. That they're not just sated by 1 trophy or 2 trophies or 3 trophies. And I think that is, to go back to those fans that were talking outside, is there a concern, even in a subconscious concern, that these Rangers players have settled for 1 trophy, that having got to the mountaintop in the league, they feel as if the job is done? The Celtic players in their pomp never felt the job was done because they went again and again and again and kept winning. So I think that is another, as we go into the Van Bronckhorst era now, that will be fascinating to see, can he galvanise these players and turn them into the winning machine that Celtic were?
And is that one question, whether that is yet to be answered, whether this Rangers team, having got the league title and of course largely having played in front of no fans or reduced attendances, they're now in a situation where the fans are in there. Like you've got to say they've maintained, albeit they haven't been winning every game, but they haven't been losing any of the games at Ibrox. They've largely lived up to the pressure there. Is there a different pressure? Cup semi-final, Hampden Park?
You know, if you can't play in front of fans, I don't know what you're doing playing this game of football, Richard. And if you can't deal with the pressure of playing for big clubs and the expectation that comes with playing, you know, for top teams, then, you know, you shouldn't be on the field of play. I can't understand. I can't understand the mentality of any player at this level on either side here that can't, you know, cope with, you know, fans being in. And I know that we've went through unusual times, but they've all played there before, unless they're really young, and, you know, maybe Doig is one that maybe hasn't been used to playing in front of fans. But at the same time, you've got to embrace that. You've got to embrace the atmosphere. And you've got to take on that expectation. And I think, you know, Tom's right in saying that although Steven Gerrard done a magnificent job and the main job was achieved, the disappointment of not lifting cup trophies, I think, has got to be there. I think Rangers and Celtic are looking at that. They're looking at trebles. You're not just looking at winning the title. That's the main target, and that's always going to be the main target for a number of reasons. But at the same time, I think winning doubles and trebles is there for the old firm in the past. It's there to be achieved. It's there for the fans to expect that as a possibility. And, you know, so far the Rangers team under Steven Gerrard and now Van Bronckhorst haven't achieved that. So this is a big opportunity for them to do it, to go out and give the fans what they want, and that's another cup final, and it's the first trophy of the season in the cabinet.
So is that something, Dodgy, that these Rangers players have yet to prove, whether they have the big match mentality when it comes to the one-off knockout cup ties, and in particular in front of a big crowd here at the National Stadium?
So far, I think you would have to say yes. I think it was, you might correct me if I'm wrong, Richard, I think it was because of the fabulous opportunity they had last year against St Mirren. Celtic were already out, weren't they? Yeah, so they play St Mirren to have a brilliant chance to get to a semi-final and go on and win the trophy without their biggest rivals being there, and it never happened. So it was the opportunity that arose last season that people were questioning, but it can happen. It can happen in one-off cup competitions. We always get the fairy tales, the underdog, or the giant kill, having the giant killing antics as well. So it happens, but when you play for big clubs and your top players, you have to have that mentality, say nobody is standing in our way, especially when these brilliant opportunities arise.
And it is, clearly it's a big opportunity for both sets of players this afternoon. The goalies are out there beginning their warm-up, a few more fans making their way inside the stadium. Both sets of fans clearly desperate to see their sides ultimately lift silverware. Back here at Hampden on Sunday, December the 19th. It is, as it has been for the last few seasons, a fairly short, sharp tournament, and it is a start for whichever side ultimately picks it up to set the tone, I guess, for the campaign that lies ahead. A massive afternoon coming up for both sides. Rangers and Hibernian, full live commentary now, just 50 minutes away. And Brian McLaughlin's our reporter outside. You heard him earlier chatting to some Rangers fans. He's actually just caught up with, well, it was a man who was off the ball earlier. The Hollywood actor Dougray Scott, big Hibernian fan, now here at the stadium. And Brian got some thoughts from him as he made his way inside.
Well, Dougray, I'm not sure how often you get back to see Hibs these days.
I haven't been back for a while because of COVID. I mean, I was in Scotland for 4 months, over from April until August, and I never got to one game because didn't have any fans. So I'm excited to see a live match.
How have you followed Jack's escapades as Hibs manager from Hollywood?
Well, I've got Hibs TV, so I watch all the games, home or away. So I've been watching them. They started off well, beginning of the season, and then we sort of disappeared. I think there's been a lack of intensity. We've had a few injuries. I think Doidge coming back today will help us. And if Nisbet can get some support up front, I think it will be good. We've just struggled, We haven't really had the intensity to the team that we need, and we've been fallible in defence. So hopefully we can start to turn things around.
Do you go into this game with great confidence then? I know the Hibs fans I've spoken to are a little bit tense about the situation.
I wouldn't say I'm hugely confident. I always have high expectations for Hibs, and that's what the tragedy of being a football fan, isn't it? So listen, I think we're up against it, but they've just lost their manager, so they're probably a wee bit more vulnerable than they would have been had they still been there. But listen, I always back Hibs to win, whether we will or not. It's ask me 6:15 tonight.
I know. You got to get back to Easter Road soon? Are you heading back?
I hope so. Yeah. No, I'll try and go to a couple of matches this season. I haven't been to Easter Road for a while, and I miss it. So
we'll catch you up in Sports Sound, hopefully. I'll get you up there as a pundit one day.
Oh, fantastic! I'd love to do that. Then we can discuss tactics 4-3-2-1 and 5-3-5-2 and what is the best, formation for Hibs. It's all very complicated these days, isn't it?
We'll make that happen.
All right, mate.
Good to speak to you.
Dougray Scott back on these shores and looking forward to watching his side play Rangers this afternoon. Because a big pal of Alex McLeish's, and I think Alex used to get him tickets for Hibs games when he was when Hibs manager, and Dougray got him a slot in one or two movies, or certainly was it Alex is a big movie buff. I may have got this completely wrong. Wasn't he in the Laurel and Hardy movie he appeared in? Yeah, it was. It was the producer, in fact, director of that, who arranged that. But I'm sure, I've got a feeling that Dougray Scott arranged for him to have a walk-on part in one of the movies as well.
I think that's another fine story, Richard.
Okay. Very good.
That was Dougray Scott. Obviously was on off the ball. It was great listen, actually.
It was.
Got the BBC into untold trouble by his potty mouth.
Yeah.
There was a stray where it was very entertaining.
Well, we should say, it wasn't at the level of Jose Katongo all those years ago, but I suppose it was the next one down.
It was
in the pecking order.
Yeah,
but
it's a great listen, actually. Some great stories.
Yeah, and a big Hibs fan, of course. So many of the Hibernian fans making their way inside the stadium here, and there won't be. I mean, it was the Scottish Cup, wasn't it? I mean, we touched on, and Kenny, you having been in the club, you'll have been aware of it. We touched on the importance eventually of winning the cup final in 2016 after 113 years, the outpouring of joy. I will never forget being inside the stadium and off to my right, all the Hibs fans, the rendition then of Sunshine and Leith. It was one of the most spine-tingling moments I think I've ever experienced inside a football stadium. Anyway, more to come from Kenny in a moment or two, because Jack Ross is now live downstairs with Kenny.
Yes, here we go again, Jack. Another Hampden appearance. How are you feeling today? I was here yesterday. It was full. The atmosphere was tremendous. When this place is full, it's a great occasion, isn't it?
Yeah, it feels very different, even arriving at the stadium compared to the 4 occasions last season. Hugely different, very different feel around it, and it'll be the same on pitch as well. And hopefully that'll be reflected in performance level. I think it should bring out the best in players.
How have preparations been? I was looking, you last played on the 27th of October, you had the COVID outbreak. How tough has that been?
Not ideal. I don't think you want it mid-season, particularly when we weren't enjoying a good run. You know, we wanted to get back to playing and winning as quickly as we could. And then beyond the initial games being cancelled, we had a fairly lengthy spell where we weren't in the training ground. Players came back staggered in terms of how long they had to isolate for. So not ideal to begin with, but I do think over the last probably 7 or 8 days we've had full preparation, and I feel as if we've used that productively. And in fairness, it's been a good feel around the group. I think they're excited about today.
Is it an extra challenge for you, Jack, given the managerial change at Rangers, in terms of knowing what to expect today? Do you think they'll do anything differently?
I think it may have been had the appointment been made earlier. I think the fact obviously it happened so late, and you won't obviously be present in the technical area. I like to the fact that it's a team that have obviously played in a fairly structured way for a number of seasons now and had success with it. So that's helped a little bit, if you like, in probably having that stability in what you think you'll face from the opposition.
Good news for 5 of your players this week with new deals: Doig, Doidge, Doyle Hayes, Hanlon and Stevenson. Great for them, but I'd imagine that's also great for the group. It must be a big boost to the dressing room.
Yeah, I think individually for players all at different stages of their career and want that security for different reasons, all got very different ambitions now. But for us, it's about having a stable approach to building consistent success. I've talked a lot about this since I came here. We're going to have ups and downs along the way, like we're having a bit at the moment, but by and large over the last couple of years we've had a good degree of consistency, and that's testament to the playing group as well. So we'll continue to freshen it and improve it at the right opportunities, but I think it's important for us to have that core group together.
You put together a really strong squad, and just looking at the bench today, there's so much experience on there, so much talent on that bench. You've got a lot to work with here now, haven't you?
Yeah, we've worked hard at it. As I said, I think we've suffered a little bit from maybe not strengthening one or two areas, and injuries have hurt us a little bit over recent times. But we've also lowered the age of the squad significantly. You know, we've got 4 under 22 that will start today. I think if you look at the average of the team, it's significantly lower than Rangers. A lot of experience on their side, a lot more youthfulness than ours, but it's getting that balance right. We've worked hard, as I said, at the development of that squad, and that will continue hopefully for the foreseeable future as well.
Can we talk about Ryan Porteous? The job perhaps you have to do as a manager. Playing against Rangers, you were very strong in your defence of him after getting sent off at Ibrox. I mean, the Rangers manager in particular be critical of your player. Do you need to have a special word with him today? Is he a target on the pitch today, do you think?
Well, I think the relationship I've built with Ryan over the last couple of years means that there are moments when I have to have more in-depth conversations with him around his all-round play. There's times when it's much more tactical, and in the aftermath of that red card, obviously I spoke publicly about what he received in the aftermath of it, and I think I dealt with that with him at the time, and thereafter it's about the continuation of him playing well, because he has done for a long time now. And also from a discipline point of view, he didn't even have a suspension last year. For an aggressive centre-half, that's pretty good going. So I will not stand here and say that he doesn't have moments, but they are getting less and less, and that's just due to the development and maturity of him as a person and as a player. And he's a top young centre-half. I think that was reflected by Stephen pulling him into the squad last week as well, and he'll be fine today. He'll be absolutely fine.
And going back to that game at Ibrox, what that showed us, and actually you've shown on many occasions against Rangers, you can go toe-to-toe with them. The games have been very, very tight. Actually, the last 6, 1 goal in 5 of these games and 1 draw. So it's tight. They're tight affairs, aren't they?
Yeah, it was a lot for me to think about in that regard, because we've not won any of them, but we've played really well in most of them. probably key moments, I feel, and big moments in the games have maybe not went our way. So if we can replicate performance and hope that those 1 or 2 big moments go our way, then I think we've got a brilliant chance of reaching the final.
Yeah, that's the thing now, isn't it? We've talked about all these Hampden appearances, the semi-finals. It's now converting that and going on to achieve success, lifting a trophy. And to do that now, you're going to have to beat Rangers today and then potentially Celtic in the final. It doesn't get any tougher.
No, it doesn't. And I spoke to players in the hotel about it. You get one football career and one chance at it. And you don't want to have regrets, you don't want to have missed opportunities, and you've got to work really hard to get the opportunity. You just don't want to let them slip by, and today's another one for us to go and grab.
Thanks, Jack.
Thanks, Kenny. Thank you. Cheers, Kenny. Thank you.
Jack Ross downstairs with Kenny McIntyre. I mean, he referred to last season, horrendous for them, Dodgy, or last year at least. 4 Hampden appearances, losing in semis and finals. Very, very tough. And there have got to be scars if you've had that kind of disappointment here at the stadium.
We talked about Rangers players having the mentality to win big matches, but there comes a time when Hibs players, I mean, Hibs are a big club where you've got to take care of the occasion, and so far they haven't. It was a glorious opportunities against Hearts and St Johnstone that they blew, and it's happened a few times, so maybe them being underdogs will help them against Rangers. They are capable, Richard, as we've talked about, but they have to go out and do it at some point to go over that. You'll always question yourself. It's a human nature thing, isn't it? Well, here we are, another semi again, and don't tell me we're going to get beat. We're against really good opposition, and I mean, it's going to be a tough ask. It's Rangers, and if they're at their best, it'll be difficult, but you do question yourself after a while if you can't carry out the job and get it done. But they'll be hoping that changes today, and they are capable. As I said, they have a strong lineup, but they're going to have to be at their best.
Does much depend on how you start a game, Kenny, if you do have that kind of baggage, if you like, from the disappointments in the recent past? Is it important that you get a good positive start to settle that down?
Absolutely. I think if Rangers were to get an early goal in that first 10-15 minutes, then what Dodges just says there about there could be a sense of here we go again for the Hibs players, another Hampden trip, another poor performance, poor result if they were to fall behind early, you know. But it's again, I'm sure Jack, I mean, let's say there's plenty of time to get his team prepared. He says it's obviously not been the ideal build-up. I think we can all understand why that is, but they've got to come here, put the excuses to bed, you know. They've got to turn up when the players cross that white line. They must perform. Tom said it earlier as well, you have to when players are picked and the teams are picked, you cross the white line, you must perform, and this is a fantastic stage to be playing on. It's an opportunity to end a poor run of results for Hibs, you know, and there's no better way to do it with reaching a cup final and giving your team and your club the opportunity to go and put the first bit of silverware in the cabinet. So great opportunity for them. Yeah, they're the underdogs, and that might suit them, because last year they were definitely favourites. I remember thinking in both cup competitions I fancy Hibs strongly, you know, and they fell short. So big opportunity here today. They are the underdogs, and it's going to be a big ask, but they're more than capable.
What an incentive for those Hibernian players, but of course for the Rangers players as well, who you may have just acknowledged in the background have just made their way out to the cheers and applause of the Rangers fans who are inside this stadium. We're not even a quarter full, I think, at the moment in terms of the overall capacity of Hampden Park, but the fans are making their way in. There were those who were in very, very early, very sharp indeed. Lots more heading to the ground. It promises to be quite an occasion, and of course it's live with the C1 Sports Sound on BBC Radio Scotland, just as it was yesterday evening, where Celtic and St Johnstone went head to head in the first of the semi-finals.
We just had to stay patient. It was always going to be a cagey affair, as I said to the players half time. We just got to keep throwing our jabs. You don't always need to go for the knockout punch. It'll come when the time's right. We just got to be ready for it. And as I said, it would have been very easy for us to maybe get frustrated and not play our football, but you know, we stuck to the task and in the end got the rewards.
It's all the way through to Liam Gordon, who passes it back to Clark. Saints keeper in that Scotland squad for that World Cup double header. It's not a great ball by Clark, though. Jota wins it back off Brown, drive down the left hand side of the box. Jota's the afterburners on, he crosses into the box, brings back to Forrest. Goal! James Forrest lashes Celtic into the lead just a few minutes after leaping off the subs bench. All these new boys in the team, all the transition, and it is one of the old guard that comes to their rescue. On the rebound, the Celtic legend James Forrest from inside the 6-yard box
first place. It is on 73.5 minutes. Celtic 1, St Johnstone 0, and Sid's grip on the League Cup is loosening.
Brilliant. We've been patient with him, and he's been patient with himself because he's had a real disrupted sort of start to the season, but he's a quality player, a quality experienced player, and I knew once he got fit that the way we play will suit him. I guess it shows a little bit our progression as well, that we can throw on a player like James, which, we really struggled at the start of the year with having depth in those areas. So pleased for him. Pleased for the whole group.
You dominated the game, you deserved to win. A slight concern, a couple of the chances you gave St Johnstone didn't really create them themselves. It was more slip-ups, potential slip-ups from your players at the back today. Two I can think of, certainly.
Yeah, entertaining, for sure. I've just got to sort of refine what I mean by entertaining to our players, because they're taking it to extreme lengths, for sure.
On digital radio,
FM,
medium wave,
and online.
The most comprehensive coverage of Scottish football. Sports Sound on BBC Radio Scotland.
A huge moment for Ange Postecoglou. He's got his first final to look forward to. Huge for James Forrest as well, of course. Fighting back to full fitness and getting the goal, as he has done on a number of occasions here at Hampden Park down the years. And a sense of relief as well, I think, from the Australian there, Tom. Also, I love
sense
that.
of humour, Richard.
Well, I love that. Yeah, I mean, the way it's entertaining, and you can just imagine the look in his face as he was describing it. I mean, Joe Hart did everything he could possibly to try to get St Johnstone an equaliser in that one. I mean, it must be horrendous at times for the manager, seeing what they're up to.
The Keystone Cops are entertaining as well, and that was definitely slapstick stuff from Celtic at times. But they got through it. James Forrest, thrilled for him actually, because he's had a tough time. He's a stalwart at that club. He's been magnificent for them for many years, and he's back now, weighing in with a big goal. A lot of talk about Sander Clark, the clearance. I wouldn't be too hard on him. Okay, it wasn't a good clearance, but St Johnstone had plenty of opportunities to deal with that. They lose the header. Then they allowed the cross to come in. So there was plenty of other opportunities there. Sander Clark, I think, has been magnificent for St Johnstone. And I think the coverage, some of the comments have been a little bit harsh on him. They could and should have stopped that goal going in. And they frustrated Celtic. It wasn't exactly a classic, was it? But it was finely balanced. I think they were in Celtic's faces. They were, for Callum Davidson, he would have been happy with the way the game was going. Until a kind of a sloppy goal from their perspective. They'll regret that. But it's nice for them to give somebody else a chance to win one of these cup competitions. So fair play to them for that.
Yeah, frustration. And you heard it at the end there from, certainly when he spoke to us yesterday, from Callum Davidson. Celtic deserved it, though, didn't they? I mean, I don't know how much the other guys saw the game. Will you see?
I listened to it, Richard, because I was driving down.
Well, you got the best coverage then.
Magnificent coverage.
I watched the Richard. I had the day off, so it was nice just to sit and watch a game. Yeah, they did probably deserve it, but you would expect them to have the bulk of the possession and chances. I thought St Johnstone played really well, gave it their absolute lot, and Hibs will be hoping to do that today and see where it takes them. They just maybe needed that wee bit of finesse in the final third to go and get a goal that might have rocked Celtic. But I thought performance levels, you heard Callum Davidson after the game, he was like, my players gave me everything, I'm so proud of them, and I think that was the case. It was so close to getting to the final and trying to retain their trophy. I enjoyed the game though as well. I really enjoyed it, even though it wasn't a classic. There was always something, there was always an edge to it, because Celtic couldn't get the breakthrough either. So no, I really enjoyed it, Richard.
Yeah, I know. I talked to one or two people who were here, people who work with the authorities. They were saying it was just one of those nights where you didn't want extra time. It was getting colder and colder and colder. There was no reflection on the players or the teams, but just one of those nights you didn't want. But I've got to say, for a long time, Tom, it kind of felt that St Johnstone were going to do that. They were going to continue to be what they've been in the cup competition in recent times.
It just shows you they hung in there. They hung in there. They made life difficult. They planted some seeds of doubt in Celtic's heads, and that's what St Johnstone have did very, very effectively last season. particularly at Ibrox. You know, when that cup tie, they were very, very good, very sticky, very hard to beat, very hard to break down. But you have to say fair play to Celtic, because you know that's a big moment for Ange Postecoglou. The fact that he got through that, had they come unstuck there, that would have been a pretty bleak moment for him and his vision of the season. And he has to win stuff this season. I mean, he has to. And that was a tough match against an outstanding manager who put his team out there to kind of survive, frustrate, hang in there, and then maybe sucker punch Celtic at the end. And Celtic were just too good, but only just.
And so important, Kenny, from Ange Postecoglou's point of view. He had a really tough start, didn't he, to the domestic campaign. Some tough nights in Europe as well, actually, in the early stages. He got things up and running. They started to get a bit of a run going, dipped again, then came back again. But at this early stage of his managerial career in Scotland, to have a cup final to look forward to?
Listen, it's big for him, but it has to be expected, you know. Celtic we're talking about here, you know. Like, they were approaching a semi-final. And by the way, St Johnstone did what St Johnstone do, you know. They were always going to stifle, they were always going to frustrate and try and make it hard for Celtic. And I said the day before, it's up to Celtic to go and break them down. For me, Callum maybe be a little bit disappointed in the goal. Like Tom says, there was 2 or 3 different scenarios throughout that goal that could have been dealt with and defended better. There was a little bit of luck involved, or bad luck in St Johnstone's case, with the kind of defending of the cross, kind of trying to flick it and clear it away for the box, and it hits your own man and ends up right in front of James Forrest. So there was an element of misfortune to it. But again, when I'm looking at the game, you're set up to play a certain way, and I do think that St Johnstone done it well, and they could have made more in a couple of situations that they had on the breakaway. I think the one that particularly comes to mind was Ali Crawford tried to shoot, where I think it was Michael O'Halloran, with all the pace and power that he's got, with supporting, that might have been one to take it forward and maybe look to, you know, play Michael on and try and create something rather than going for the World Cup goal, you know. But those are the kind of situations St Johnstone were going to wait on, and it's in those moments that you need to make them count, you know. And that's the thing, when you look back on it as Callum will, there was positives within it. It was a dogged performance. They fought, they stuck in it, they stayed in the game, and there was probably a disappointment factor to the goal, you know. But big for Ange, really big. Again, it's a cup final, it's a real opportunity. I mean, I really like the format now with the early cup and the early cup final, because what it does, it gives us something to look forward to as fans. But what it does, it gives teams an opportunity, particularly teams that are like, if Rangers come in now, Gio's got 6 weeks now. If he can get through today, he's got 6 weeks. He could have his hands on the first bit of silverware. Ange has been in the country for 4 months. He's got an opportunity in 6 weeks. He could have his first bit of silverware as a Celtic manager. So, and in the mix here, you've got Jack Ross, who's looking to correct a record that Hibs have not been great in these scenarios over the last couple of years. So it's really, really interesting. But for Ange, it's big for him. He'll be looking for his team to perform the way they've performed. There's never been any doubt about how good Celtic are going forward. It was just at the start of the season a little bit of defensive lapses that were costing them. But yep, they look a real threat going forward.
Celtic are through then. Rangers and Hibernian going head to head this afternoon into the evening, and they are looking to book that spot against Celtic. I mean, incredible. 4 weeks today, back here Sunday, December the 19th. The first major cup final of the season, the first major silverware, will be handed out to either Celtic, Rangers or Hibernian. 3 will become 2 over the next few hours, live with us here in Sports Sound. If it goes to extra time, if it goes to penalties, of course, we'll bring it all to you live here right the way throughout the course of what will be, no doubt, a pretty noisy, raucous and let's hope exciting occasion at Hampden Park. That to come. Let's just wrap things up in terms of yesterday, because of the League Cup semi-finals. Of course, there's 3 games in the Premiership, the best of the action covered with us on Sports Sound and commentary and on Open All Mics.
Might break for Hart, brilliant goal! Outside to the right boot, jabbed it in and it curled into the corner. It's a sensational strike by Ian Harkes. What a goal, 3rd of the season. Dundee United 1, Aberdeen 0.
Thought it was important to get back to winning ways today. Obviously we got beat off St Johnstone, there's a lot of positives, beat off Hearts, a lot of positives, but we didn't want to be that team that look at the positives, wanted to get back to winning ways, and thankfully we've done that today and put ourselves, you know, further ahead of Aberdeen. So really kind of pleasing performance, pleased with the mentality of the players, also the clarity of thought when the game was getting a little bit kind of turbulent on the pitch, and just delighted that we got the winner in the end.
And there's a chance! It's a second for Motherwell, and it's Lammy. It's a wonderful free kick, back post area. Lammy come in, heads it down into the back of the net. I tell you what, it's deserved this afternoon. They've been excellent, Motherwell. Hearts out of sorts.
Delighted and proud again because we followed up what we did at Aberdeen 2 weeks ago with a similar, if not better, performance really against an excellent team who've had a brilliant start, and I thought we dominated from start to finish. I thought the intensity of the players was right up there, and I thought we didn't give them any space to play and create the goals that we scored. We had to have a real hard look at ourselves after the Rangers game, the last home game here. It was quite a sort of moment that we had to change something, and we had to be harder to beat, and we had to defend higher up the pitch instead of just our box. And you know, it's resulted in 2 clean sheets, which has given us the base to go on and win with 2 goals in each game. But it starts with what we do off the ball. Every single player has to contribute to that. There's no room for any passengers.
Big chance for Livingston. Alan Forster. Oh, what a strike! Nicky Devlin. The ball ricochets out from a great save. Nicky Devlin catches it right foot, half volley, finds that bottom corner, and right on the angle. It was like an arrow, destined for the bottom corner. An absolute beauty of an equaliser. Ruining Jim Goodwin's 40th birthday. It's now St Mirren 1, Livingston 1, 2 fantastic goals.
It had 0-0 all over it until Jamie McGrath comes up with a wonder strike, and then it was fitting that the captain Nicky Devlin's come up with our own wonder strike. I thought it was a fantastic finish. So a decent game for the neutral probably takes us for maybe there's only 5 games a day. Maybe takes us for 5th in sports scene to 4th in sports scene.
We should have been able to get ourselves a second goal and kill the game off. Unfortunately, when it's at 1-0, you know Livingston are going to go right to the death, and full credit to them, they managed to take a point from the game. In reflection, maybe a draw was fair, but I just feel that second half performance merited more from us, and it's just the fact that we've lost the goal so late on in the game. It'll feel, you know, the Livingston boys no doubt will feel a hell of a lot better than what we do at the moment.
Every goal, every game, every kick of the ball, live on Sports Sound from BBC Radio Scotland.
Well, David Martindale would have been absolutely delighted because they were 3rd on Sports Scene last night out of 3. St Mirren 1, Livingston 1, Motherwell 2, Hearts 0, Dundee United 1, Aberdeen 0. If you didn't hear the news earlier on, I should just, in terms of our conversation about the Dundee United Aberdeen game, clearly there would have been much talk about the incident involving a spectator and the Aberdeen player Quincy Ocho, which ended up with Ocho being red carded by referee Bobby Madden, perhaps on the advice of his assistant. That certainly is one line that's being suggested to us over the course of today. But anyway, Police Scotland, through the North East Police Division, they issued a statement earlier essentially saying that a 35-year-old man has been arrested, charged in connection with the assault of an Aberdeen Football Club player. He has been released on undertaking to appear at Dundee Sheriff Court at a later date, which means we cannot talk anymore about that incident, the ins and outs, the rights and wrongs of that. What we can talk about is the game, Willie, and it was another disappointing one for your old team.
Yes, it was. I mean, it was an interesting game, Richard. You know, that there was always something happening. It was very, very competitive. It was end to end. When I say end to end, outside the penalty box to outside the penalty box. There wasn't too much excitement inside the box. You know, both teams had a couple of opportunities. Fuchs maybe early in the game should have perhaps done better, but McGeoch got himself in front of it and managed to block it. You know, Hearts getting the goal, Aberdeen defence being, you know, unorganised again and all over the place when they should really be concentrating and at least trying to get the draw out the game. You know, one of the other controversial moments was the Callum Butcher punch on Christian Ramirez, which really was a painful one for the striker. You know, but there was nothing in the game. I didn't feel that at any time either either team was in top. It could have swung, either way. It was just, the fact that Aberdeen again leaking goals again, maybe disorganised at set pieces. And it was a real sore one for Stephen Glass, but a great fighting performance. And when the margins are fine and Ian Harps steps up and scores the way he did, then
and he took it so well, didn't he?
Did, yeah. It wasn't an easy one. It had to kind of take it with the outside of his foot, and he got a decent amount of power on it, but he didn't want to get too much power. He wanted just to glance it away from Joe Lewis, although Joe Lewis is at the front post, and his positional sense in that one was a little bit strange. If he was more central, he might have been able to do something about it. But what a magnificent start to the season for Dundee United. I couldn't have imagined anything like that after watching them up at Pittodrie. And Thomas Court's trying to make a bit of a play of it, that the performance at Pittodrie wasn't that bad and the game was pretty close. I thought the performance was absolutely awful the first game of the season, but since then they've been wonderful, and the commitment that he gets from these players, the style of play as well, the fact that they always want to go forward, the tempo that they play the game at as well, and the points that they've amassed is just testament obviously to the work that a rookie manager has managed to do, and listening to him as well, he speaks very well, very intelligently, obviously very thoughtful in what he's prepared to say about the game, and another great 3 points. But for Stephen Glass, very, very disappointing. When Butcher gets sent off, you think, that's going to give you the opportunity to at least dominate possession in the hope that if you can create chances, you can take them. But then getting Ojo sent off so quickly after that, equalises it. And then the game really opened up. It was such an open game, and it was just plenty of room to play in. Not too many opportunities, but both teams going at it. But obviously United getting the goal that counts, and kind of a Aberdeen now 7th spot, Richard, perhaps, I think.
Yeah, they were there. No, it dropped down, yeah.
Is it 8th?
Aberdeen are 8th, yeah.
And they had the opportunity, if they had won it, to leapfrog Hibs and get themselves into the top 6. So, Stephen's not naive. He's going to know that the pressure is on. They play Celtic next as well, and then after that 2 home games, I think St Mirren and Livingston to come. So, it's vital times for them to try and get results. I think results at this stage, Tom, is much more important than performances.
Yeah, and the situation that they're in, really, they have to get results. They got a couple of wins against Hibs and Hearts, but now they're falling back into their bad old ways, albeit I think I could say without the red card yesterday, the second yellow card was unjust, I thought. But it's the 4 teams below them. They all have a game or games in hand.
Yeah, and Hibs have now got 3 games in hand.
So Aberdeen with 15 points. It's not a good haul, and they've now lost 2 in a row. I thought, maybe dug themselves out of a rut. They're now kind of teetering on the brink of the rut again. So it's not a good landscape for them at all.
No, it is not. So unhappy times for Aberdeen. United, brilliant, absolutely brilliant start the season. St Mirren and Livingston, a 1-1 draw. Dodgy, 2 absolute top-class quality goals in that encounter.
Yeah, they were well-taken finishes. You'd expect that. They've got a lot of quality, even though they're teams who you would expect to be bottom 6. And they have quality throughout their team, and after Livingston took the lead, St Mirren took the lead, you would think they would maybe go and see it through. They're dogged, especially home. It would have been a big result for St Mirren, but what a goal from Nicky Devlin at that time to strike the ball is sweet. Good goal, good save just before that, and you think, they've done it, chance is gone, but then he comes up and pops that one in, so hard fought. I looked at it as well, and Stephen McLean, the penalty issue, I thought it was, looking at it first I think Stonewaller, and then you realise it's come off another part of his anatomy and onto his arm. But I tell you have to get this rule sorted out, do they not? Because any other time, even though it is off his head, his arm's outstretched, it hits off his arm. For me, they've got to get that back to being a penalty, because there's players in the vicinity who could maybe pop that in the net, and he stops it with his arm outstretched as well. I know he heads it off it, but for me, penalty. But anyway, Jim Gooden didn't get his birthday wish, and Livingston stuck at it, and it was a great finish. I really like Nicky Devlin. He's a good player, gets something down that right hand side, but he's got quality as well, and what a strike it was to get his team a point.
And before that, I mean, just a piece of quality from Jamie McGrath. Incredibly, his first goal from open play this season. The other game, Kenny, Motherwell 2-0 winners against Hearts. You were with us when they lost 6-1 to Rangers. The way Graham Alexander's team have bounced back since, with those wins back-to-back against Aberdeen and now Hearts, says much about the mentality of the manager and his players.
Yes, definitely. I mean, you were starting to look at Motherwell and thinking they did have a good start to the season as well, like Hibs and Hearts and Dundee United. They were right up there, and then you had a real poor run of results. And when you were looking at going up to Pittodrie after Aberdeen, looking like they had maybe turned the corner a little bit, and then they put a big performance, 2-0, and then they beat Hearts as well, who have been outstanding this season and looking to get back to winning ways as well themselves. Two massive results. They just puts them right back in the mix, puts them back into that kind of top 4, top 5 position, and looking upwards rather than downwards again, but they need to maintain that. I watched both games against the Old Firm, Motherwell, and they never really laid a glove on either, albeit against very good teams. But two huge results for Graham Alexander and his team.
So 3 games yesterday in the Premiership. Of course, there was Championship action over the course of the weekend as well. Billy's Cali Thistle with that win at Palmerston on Friday night. And then 4 wins yesterday for Dunfermline, Arbroath, Partick Thistle and Raith Rovers, which left us with the most ridiculous league table, I think, right across the continent of Europe, I would imagine. Raith Rovers joining Kilmarnock on 29 points, Cali Thistle on 28, Partick Thistle and Arbroath on 27. 2 points separating the top 5. Bottom 5, and it's a 14-point gap down to them, are separated by a single point, with Queen of the South, the side who have slipped to the foot of the table. We hear every year that it's hugely competitive, that division, Billy. We've got 2 hugely competitive divisions within the division this time round.
Yeah, it is competitive, take my word for it. Ourselves, just touching on us, I think we're playing better football than we did at the start of the season, but we managed to defend better and get points on the board, and then we've played well the last 4 games and now taking 5 points. It should have been a lot more. A lot of managers will tell you that as well, but it is an incredible league, Richard, just because it's 10 teams, and there does look a split there. I wouldn't write off Dunfermline just yet though, with Big Yogi getting in there and getting 2 wins, but the other teams would have to drop points obviously. But I mean, even the next couple of weeks, Scottish Cup week next week, but the weekend after, I'm not sure who Partick have, but we've got obviously Kilmarnock on the Friday night, and Arbroath play Raith Rovers. So there you go. It's so competitive. Even week after week, you're just looking at it, see who one another's playing. But a great division to be involved in and thoroughly enjoying it. So it'll be tight come the end of the season, as you see.
Well, it's certainly looking that way, and of course we'll continue to bring you full coverage here at Hampden Park. The Rangers players, last few of them just make their way off the pitch and heading back up the tunnel. Still, some of the Hibs players are out there. I think 1 or 2 may have already departed. There's still a bit of shooting practice going on off to our right, but we are moving ever closer to kick-off time. Earlier we heard from some of the Rangers fans as they made their way inside the stadium, and now Brian McLaughlin's been catching up with some of the Hibs supporters.
Well, gents, first of all, how confident can you go into this game today?
As confident as anybody can be, I think.
I would say that if I could start the game off well, Rangers will come us first 20 minutes like Celtic did to St Johnstone yesterday. If we can weather the storm, then I think we've got a chance. We played them off the park for half an hour. I think maybe we played them off the park, but with a better team last time we played with Ibrox, still poached us his red card. So it's not impossible. I think that could happen again.
I was speaking to 1 or 2 Rangers fans there, and the fear there is that they lose in a lot of games this season. They've lost the first goal. Is that key today?
100%. 100%. I think if we lose the first goal, we could lose 2 or 3. But if we score first, the fans get their back. We've got to defend properly. That's all. We've got to defend crosses properly. I think both teams will struggle to defend crosses this season, so I think that'll be key. I think both teams will play similar systems as well. So They'll be matching up, so it'll just be whichever wins their individual battles in the day.
It's 4 defeats in a row. Does that concern you?
Not today.
A little bit. Not as much as I think some people are making out. I mean, managers under pressure is a ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous thing. Obviously, it concerns us, but we've got 10 games in December, so we need to go off to a good start and get some momentum built up.
Yeah, and you feel the same way, sir?
Oh, definitely, aye. We've got to defend properly.
The first goal was, we spoke about the first goal
today,
I
think could be vital, definitely. But I think we've got a chance. If we play as we can play, well, good performance against them.
If Martin Boyle's flying, that's a massive difference.
So well on top until
5 years ago. You beat Rangers here.
We beat Rangers.
I don't really know it.
Rangers have beaten us here since 1979. We've got a fantastic record here against Rangers, and hopefully that continues today.
I think it's going to be difficult for us given our recent form. I think we really need players like Martin Boyle to turn up today. Hopefully he gets played in a wide area where he can get a little bit penetration there. And I think we're obviously looking at our big players like Nisbet, you know, coming into the game and maybe being a little bit more aggressive than he's been in previous games.
The fact that Rangers are the new manager sitting in the stand there, will that give their players a boost? And as I say, speaking to a number of Rangers fans today, they have a fear about losing the first goal today.
I think the players will get a boost because it's only going to be natural. They're going to want to impress, you know, the new manager. They're going to want to keep their place in the starting lineup for I think they've got a European tie coming up. So the manager's going to be watching. They're going to want to ensure they're getting that starting place in the European tie. So I think Rangers probably will get a bounce, but that's where Hibs really need to step up.
Are there any concerns that Hibs have not played for a couple of weeks now?
I think given their form going into the break, I actually think that's a good thing. You know, that maybe just gives them that chance to reset, reorganise, refocus their minds.
The Scottish League Cup.
Live on Sports Sound from BBC Radio Scotland.
Well, as we listen to those Hibernian fans, the last of the Hibernian starters made their way off the pitch and up the tunnel. The subs have been out. They've been carrying on with a shooting practice. All the players went across and applauded the Hibs fans who are inside the stadium. Of course, outnumbered by the Rangers supporters, but there is a fair chunk of Hibs fans off to our right and in behind the goal. Off to our right, and they will be hoping that they are the ones celebrating at the end, just as they were in that cup final that was mentioned back in 2016. Confirmation that Giovanni van Bronckhorst is indeed here this afternoon. We've just seen shots of him taking his seat in the main stand here at Hampden Park. So it is Rangers against Hibernian. McGregor in goal for Rangers, Tavernier, Golton, Balogun, Barisic, Davis, Kamara, Arfield, Aribo, Morelos, Kent, all very familiar. Hibernian pretty standard as well in terms of much of the season under Jack Ross. Macy in goal, McGinn, Porteous, Hanlon, Doig, Doyle, Hayes, Campbell and Newell. It is Boyle, Nisbet and Cadden, we assume, will be spearheading the team from Edinburgh. So we've been building up to it, Doughty, for an hour and 50 minutes or so. You've had the team news for quite some time. What is your take, and how do you think either side can prevail in this one?
I think it's so similar to yesterday. Rangers are overwhelming favourites, but Hibs have to do a St Johnstone but show a little bit more in the final third, Richard. Rangers are going to have the bulky possession. Hibs have the players, especially in Cadden and Boyle, who can catch them, and Nisbet certainly is a threat goal scoring wise, so they're going to have to soak up a lot of pressure. That's how they're going three in that central area midfield. It's an important area, as you know. Rangers like to dominate it, so they'll sit in, they'll soak up, and they'll try and catch Rangers in the break. So very much like yesterday, Rangers big favourites, but Hibs certainly in this cup tie and are capable if it's a going day for them.
Just watching a lot of the Rangers fans down below us, they're facing away from the pitch right now, and they're looking back up into the main stand, as indeed are so many of the photographers with a long lens, all trained on, well, it's about down below us, halfway up the main stand here at Hampden, as everyone wants to get a glimpse of the new Rangers manager, Giovanni van Bronckhorst. We don't know what kind of input he has had in terms of the Rangers line-up. Certainly there's been nothing radical in terms of the selection, and I think, Kenny Miller, you're expecting pretty much more of the same for this afternoon given how we've seen Rangers play for the last few years?
Couple of things, Richard. I thought they were looking up at us, to be honest. But, and number two, could that be the last reference to the 2016 Cup final, please? It's bringing back bad memories, Richard. No, but listen, I think it's Bolden now, obviously, that you can see the crowd, you can see the reference to Giovanni as well when you look around the crowd, all the orange colours, and it's a bit reminded that it was the 99 Cup final, I think it was, when all the Rangers fans had, was it 2000, there was no Scottish players on the pitch that day. So, no, really looking forward to it. Like Dodgy says, Rangers big favourites. Hibs are no doubt capable of making a real game of it today. They need to perform, they need to defend well, they'll need the front two, front three to be right at their game, but really looking forward to this game now, Richard.
Yeah, I mean, the stadium, I mentioned earlier that maybe about a quarter full at that point, but lots of fans just taking their time in terms of getting inside. They have done so. One or two gaps still in the Hibernian, and it would appear that either they've been delayed or just haven't been sold out. But those fans who are inside clearly will have plenty to say. The light show is about to start. Willie, this might be a bit too exciting for you at your advanced stage on a Sunday afternoon.
I'm looking for that glitter ball, Richard. Where is it? I think they've done a magnificent job, though, of building the atmosphere up now at Hampden. You know, behind the scenes with the light show, with the music. You know, the international games have been absolutely sensational. Obviously, the Israeli game, particularly the way it finished, was just magnificent, and afterwards the celebrations, fabulous. We now take it into the domestic game, and you know, I think the Hampden, whoever is organising the event here, has got to take a lot of credit for whipping up the crowd and getting them, you know, up out their seat before the game has started. Let's hope that that continues during the game, and we get, you know, a game where both sides are going at each other toe to toe. As was says, Jack Ross had said that Hibs can do that against Rangers. Let's hope that that's the case. There's no doubt that there's plenty of quality out there in the pitch, plenty of goal scorers as well, and we can only hope that we're going to get a number of them.
All this lighting, Willie, it's like one of these raves that you like to go to so often.
Throw some shapes here, Tom.
Tom, it was you that was at the rave last night.
Yeah, word has reached us that you were out deep into the night last night, Tom.
I was out with friends, having a few sociables. Nothing wrong with that. Glad to go to the pub for a change.
Very good of you to turn up here today, and in fine form, apparently 100%. That's good.
Yeah.
Right, in terms of the game, you will be writing this up for online, of course, bbc.co.uk/sportscotland. You can read and know that some will be incensed by whatever Tom writes, because that generally tends to be what happens irrespective of what he writes. Someone gets incensed along the way. What do you think? What will be the story of the game that you will be unfolding and telling to the nation?
Look, I suspect Rangers will win this. The games have been very, very tight, as Kenny was saying to Jack Ross in his interview. A goal in it for the last 5 of the last 6, and the other one was a draw. And I wouldn't be surprised if it was similar to that today, with Rangers coming out on top by a goal. I think Hibs have to get off to an absolute flyer. Absolute flyer. If they score the first goal, we will tell a lot by their attitude in the first 10 or 15 minutes. If they come out with full of aggression and intent, they have a chance. If they're passive, and they've been passive here for too many of these occasions, I think they'll lose this match.
Well, the fans are expectant all around this stadium. I gather Hibs had 12,000 tickets, they sold 10,000. So by a process of elimination, in excess of 40,000 Rangers fans inside the stadium. There is a section that's been kept for segregation behind the goal off to our right, but the Rangers fans vastly outnumbering those from Edinburgh. A lot of sense of expectation in terms of the Hibs fans. Clearly they will want to repeat another success they had in a year that we must not mention again for fear of Kenny Miller collapsing. But huge expectation from all these Rangers fans inside, and we see shots now of the players who are gathering in the tunnel down below us. This point, Willie, this is the point where you just became steely determination and completely focused.
Yeah, Richard, you need the touch of the red mist to come down, the blinkers to go on, and be totally focused. Try to put all the noise, out of your mind. Try to put the fact that it is almost a packed house here. I think as far as the Hibs players concerned, try to put out of their mind the fact that they've failed here on so many occasions, to try and be positive, to try and make sure that they don't fail here today. But from both sets of players, there's a lot at stake. There's a cup final place at stake. That's where you want to be as a professional footballer. I'm sure the families will be here as well. They'll be wanting to put a show on for the families. They'll be wanting to do it for their club. They'll be wanting, most importantly, to do it for themselves and not let themselves down by producing a performance that this semi-final deserves.
Well, the two sets of players are lined up, and you can hear the Rangers fans, some of them behind us, singing Gio in praise of their new manager, who is watching on. The current coaching staff will be looking after the side this afternoon. Jack Ross, of course, very much in charge of his Hibernian team. The referee, Kevin Clancy, is down there. Fist bumps with the two captains. The preliminaries are getting sorted out. James Tavernier's handed over a pendant, and Paul Hanlon's feeling somewhat embarrassed because he's got nothing to give back to the Rangers captain. Not often you see that actually in semi-finals, but unusual. Anyway, it is done and dusted. The advertising board, the Premier Sports board, about to be removed from the pitch. The action is about to get up and running. It's live here on Sports Sound on BBC Radio Scotland. We'll hear later from Willie Miller and from Tom English. Your commentary team is Kenny Miller, Billy Dodds and Liam McLeod.
The sun setting off to the west as dusk begins to fall on Glasgow's south side. The 28th time Rangers and Hibs have met in the League Cup. It's their first meeting in this competition since they clashed at this stage in February 2004 in soaking conditions. And just like yesterday, ahead of kick-off, there will be a minute's applause for the Celtic legend Bertie Auld, who lost his life earlier in the week. Very much a Celtic legend. The Celtic supporters paid great tribute to him yesterday in their semi-final against St Johnstone, and it will be marked once again today. Of course, had that spell as a player and indeed as a manager a decade later at Hibernian, and he is remembered on this League Cup semi-final weekend. Well, it's an intriguing battle, this one. It's the 6th time they've met in the semi-finals of this tournament. Rangers have only won one of them, which is clearly a bit of a surprise. So Hibs have by far the better record in League Cup semi-final clashes between the two clubs. How will this one play out? We're about to find out. Rangers will kick off in their blue shirts, white shorts, black socks with the red tops. They will shoot left to right towards the east end of the stadium. Hibs shooting towards Mount Florida in their green and white. And we are underway in the second of the League Cup semis. Who will face Celtic in next month's final? As Aribo's wiped out by Paul Hanlon on the right-hand side of the box. Shades of Porteous against the same player in the league battle at Ibrox last month, Kenny Miller.
It's an incredible start for Rangers, straight for the centre, pass it out wide and get right on the front foot, and you know it's that early in the game, he might just get away with it, and it also maybe helps it as a captain as well. He might get this one.
Well, he's been summoned by Kevin Clancy, Billy.
I think it's a booking.
Yellow.
Doesn't matter how early it is, go right through the play. I don't think it's a sender off. Tavernier did brilliantly, strode forward, saw the pass, slipped in Aribo, he was wiped out, and it's a definite yellow card for Hanlon, but a great opportunity for Rangers even this early in the match.
Yeah, we saw Ryan Porteous ordered off in this city. On this side of the Clyde as well. Hanlon just a yellow for the Hibs skipper, but Rangers have a free kick a few yards away from the right hand side of the box, level with the Hibs penalty spot. What a start this would be, as a plume of orange smoke billows from the opposite end of the stadium. Tavernier with the right foot, in it comes, Macy comes and clutches. It's fabulous goalkeeping, and in the opening stages of the game, that as a defender, and perhaps in particular from Paul Hanlon, is exactly what you want from your keeper, Billy Dodds.
Absolutely. I mean, comes through body. I think it might have been Hanlon that he crunched into it again, and he gets a hold of it. You've easily seen Kenny goalkeepers drop it in that situation. Well whipped in by Tavernier. What a good take that is by Macy.
Takes the pressure right off, you know, because that was a real moment of threat for Hibs there with that free kick, with James Tavernier's quality for that right hand side with the delivery he's got. So great goalkeeping. It just actually settles Hibs. Even in this first couple of minutes, they're under pressure.
Matt Macy still, well, he's just finished receiving a little bit of treatment there for the knock he took, but it was a no pain, no gain moment for the Hibs keeper as he bailed out his skipper. 2 goalless minutes in then. Jack Ross at the edge of the technical area. Rangers being led by Jermaine Defoe and the head of the academy, David McCallum, today Giovanni van Bronckhorst in the stand watching his new charges. He won't take charge properly officially until tomorrow, as Paul Hanlon picks up for Hibs on this near side and rolls it to Doig on the left. Doig across halfway, driving down the left-hand touchline. Arfield for company. Tavernier picks up the loose ball. Aribo is pulled to the ground there cynically by Newell. That could easily have been another yellow card. That's what the Rangers support are paying for. It doesn't look as though that's forthcoming. Looked a little bit cynical from Joe Newell.
I think it's a yellow again, but you don't want to see every player being booked, but I mean, it has a tug of the jersey. And,
but they're letting it a lot, don't you? That's a booking, wasn't it?
There it comes, it is, yellows. Hibs have 2 bookings in the opening 3 minutes of this Cup semi-final. There were a lot of bookings in yesterday's game between Celtic and St Johnstone, something that the 2 managers, in particular Callum Davidson, lamented in the wake of it. And it certainly puts a lot of pressure on Hanlon and Newell, who you would imagine will be in thick of it throughout this game, as the long ball's pinged out to Alfredo Morelos on the near side. Comes back to Tavernier, midway inside the Hibs half on this right flank for Rangers. Aribo with the back heel looking for Arfield. It's well defended by Porteous, and out it goes off. A Rangers player last by Hibs throw-in down on this near side. Rangers 0, Hibs 0 in the opening exchanges, but already a couple of yellow cards for Hibs players and a couple of moments that perhaps, I don't think these days, Kenny, and I think it all stems from that cup final that you don't want to talk about, but there's a real edge to this fixture these days, in particular since that game here in 2016.
Absolutely, it's given it a little bit of an added edge, like you say, a little bit of spice after what happened after the game. Listen, Hibs won and it all kicked off after the game, and it was like really ugly scenes, to be honest with you, and it kind of probably, it never ruined it, but definitely would have kind of spoiled the kind of aftermath and the presentations in Hibs sense. But listen, it's always a good game, 2 good teams going at it, you want to see that, but like you say, Hanlon and Newell will just be walking a tightrope now. They don't like it, right in the thick of the action.
Yeah, they don't like each other very much. Morelos with the big switch right to left, but it evades Borna Barisic, who's back in the Rangers side this afternoon at the expense of Calvin Bassey. 5 changes from the team that beat Ross County. Conceded a couple of goals, conceded the first goal in that game as well, and that's something they'll want to eradicate from their game. It didn't happen very often last season. 10 times this campaign already they've shipped the first goal, and it's happened in each of their last 5 matches. As Arfield collects level with the edge of the centre circle on the near side, and he passes it back with the right foot to Connor Goldson. 5 minutes in, nothing each.
Hibs look as if they're a back five, playing the wing backs. Don't get me wrong, at times Cadden will go high and they'll just swivel it and make it a 4, but I think that McGinn's playing really narrow, so that he can get right in and Ken.
No, he definitely is. I think it's definitely McGinn, Porteous and Hanlon, with Doig and Cadden giving you the width as the wing backs. With Newell and Campbell sitting, Doyle Hayes ahead, and Boyle will be the support to Nisbet up front. Definitely looks like 3-5-2.
You always wonder where Chris Cadden's going to play when you see him in the starting lineup. And it is out in that right wing back position as Nisbet touches it back out to that right flank, and Cadden on the ball tries to slip it forward. It's cut out by Kamara though, and now with Barisic forward to Morelos. The ball is battered about, pinballs out to this near side for Josh Doig. Just signed that new long-term deal. Hibs have managed to secure several on new contracts as Martin Boyle rolls it out to the right hand side. He signed a deal earlier in the season. Here goes Cadden down that touchline. Barisic with the challenge, he knocks it back off Chris Cadden, and out it goes for a Rangers throw in about level with their 18-yard line.
And there was the first encounter there, Leon, between Ryan Porteous and Alfredo Morelos, who have been so big figureheads in these games over the last couple of years now. So that was the first coming together there. Ryan Porteous going on with a heavy tackle. Really interesting to see how that battle does go over the course of the afternoon.
No quarter given, that's for sure.
Rangers collect with Arfield in the centre circle, rolls it out to Tavernier on the near side. Across halfway goes the Rangers skipper, trying to take on Doig. Checks his run and rolls it short to Aribo, and he goes back to Davis. Stephen Davis, a goal scorer in the League Cup final 10.5 years ago. Walter Smith's side beat Celtic after extra time. Nikita Jelavic got the winner as Aribo rolls it to the right hand side of the Hibs box for Tavernier. Well defended though by Paul Hanlon, right in front of the 10,000 Hibs fans who are in the southeast corner of the stadium off to our right. 7 minutes in, Rangers nil, Hibs nil, but it's been a lively old start at the National Stadium.
Just looking at Hibs, it allows them that, doesn't it? We're talking about them playing narrow, especially when Rangers the ball and Doig will tuck in, Cadden will tuck in. It just allows one of the three to go and get whoever's highest, whether it's Aribo, whether it's Kent, whether it's Tavernier coming forward, Barisic, but it's freeing up one of the centre halves because they're getting to Rangers as quick as they can.
Matt Macy long with the goal kick with the right foot out to that far side, trying to take it down. Over there is young Josh Campbell, who's come into the side playing the defensive midfield role. We normally see Alex Gogic in as Barisic clears, helped out by Davis. Campbell prodding it forward again. It's his first domestic start of the season for Josh Campbell. He's obviously impressed, and Hibs' unwanted hiatus recently as the long ball comes to Nisbet. He's in the box now, looking for Boyle, plays it back off the defender, and Hibs have their first corner of this semi-final, which is 8 minutes old at 0-0.
I must say that is one area that I think that Rangers are a little bit weak with. These little balls that just turn over the corner, over the top of one centre back. Nisbet gets in and he's trying just to feed it across to his partner there, who is in the middle all on his own. It turns out to be a good block, but first bit of pressure for Hibs.
See if he gets that ball, see if it doesn't set up so highly. I mean, he gets that ball in early. I'll tell you what, Boyle's got an unbelievable opportunity, about 12 yards out, central area of the goal.
Corner's going to be taken by Joe Newell, in swinger with the left boot, and it comes, was a free header, Boyle's there, goal! Martin Boyle tucks it home into the roof of the net. After the initial header was missed by Porteous, Boyle slides down in front of the corner flag, in front of the Rangers fans in celebration, but it's the high bees up the other end of the National Stadium that are in raptures because they have taken an early lead against the favourites in this game. Rangers nil, Hibernian 1, and it is Hibs man of the season, Martin Boyle, who scores it.
I mean, I'm looking at this here, Liam. I think Ryan Porteous has to score. It looks like he's all but just going to put his head on it for 6 yards. He completely misses it, and I think it is James Tavernier and just falls so kindly for Martin Boyle just to slam into the roof of the net. A tap in for about half a yard.
I don't know if he's had a little tug in Balogun, but anyway, he should score it. He gets himself free. Porteous, Kenny's right, he should score. He's about 5 yards out. If he gets the head on it, he scores. Doesn't matter, it just flicks, it falls to Boyle at that back area, and he just pops it high into the net to put Hibs 1-0 up.
And Martin Boyle's 12th goal of an incredibly profitable season for him personally, as he's hacked to the ground here by Arfield down in front of us just before the midway point. of the Rangers half. It's a real setback for this Rangers side, but for Hibs, it's a wonderful start to proceedings.
I mean, you have to say it is again. I mean, it's not as if Rangers have had any chances of note, but they have been the better start. So it was Hibs' first real attack of the game, leading to a corner, and then they've taken full advantage of it.
Rangers behind again, though. I mean, it's happened so many times this season.
That's the 6th game in a row they've lost the first goal. They've generally had the wherewithal to come back in these kind of games, sometimes spectacularly. It's Ross County and Motherwell recently. Hibs take the free kick into the box, it comes, knocked away by Tavernier. It goes for a throw in on the far side.
For me, Liam. It's a concern when balls come into the box. That's a free kick and a corner, and it's first contact. You know, you expect your centre backs, your bigger players to take charge and go and attack that for Rangers, but that's the first contact. Ryan Porter should score, and then and Martin Boyle does, and then I think it was Paul Hanlon there getting first contact, strong, aggressive, knocking back across the goal.
I think in league games they're only one away from conceding the same number of goals they conceded in the whole of last season. They only conceded the first goal in all competitions last season on 7 occasions. This is the 11th time it's happened, and we're not out of November. 11 and a half in, Rangers 0, Hibs 1, and Hibs on this horrible run of 4 successive defeats, looking to upset the apple cart as Porteous slips, but he manages to get it back to Macy under pressure from Ryan Kent. He wallops it long with the left foot, and it's with Connor Goldson. He's under pressure from Nisbet, but he manages to work it forward to Davis, who moves it up towards the edge of the centre circle before moving it out to Barisic on that left-hand side. Down the line for Morelos, goal scorer against Hearts in the League Cup semis a couple of years ago. It's now with Arfield in the centre circle. Hibs won it back momentarily, but it's Rangers with Goldson, and now it's with James Tavernier. They've been asked the question again. Tavernier in field for Davis, and back out to Ryan Kent, who's switched over to the right-hand side for now at least. Up against Doig. Doig's challenge out for a Rangers throw-in on this near side. 12 and a half minutes in, with Hibs leading 1-0. Tavernier will take the throw. It's about level with the edge of the arc of the Hibs box. He's looking for a bit of movement in blue and white. Gets it eventually from Morelos. Back to Tavernier. Back to Morelos. Back to Tavernier. Was looking for Morelos again, but he passes it straight to Doig, who puts it up the left-hand touchline. Connor Goldson will get there ahead of Nisbet. And now it's back with Alan McGregor, who hits it long with the right foot. He's only got the 1 clean sheet this season, Alan McGregor. It's his 14th game of the campaign. It came against Aliskert in the Europa League playoff as Rangers come forward. Aribo into the path of Morelos, who shoots. It's poor though. It's comfortable for Macy. Much better from Rangers. The way to pass from Aribo was perfect, but Morelos, surely he's got to score there. Go across the goalkeeper, even the near post. He hit it straight at Matt Macy, and it stays 1-0 Hibs.
It's a good bit play though. It's Rangers' first real kind of chance of any note. Listen, he catches it pretty well. He's a bit wide. Like you say, he could probably go across the goalkeeper, but he just hits it straight at Matt Macy, and it turns out to be a comfortable save.
It is better from Rangers, as Balogun does some defending, but there's an offside flag over on that far side. That will be a Rangers free kick. It's breathless, as you would expect it to be in these fixtures nowadays.
Absolutely, semi-final, big arena, huge crowd, plenty of atmosphere, and you get an early goal, just really opens the game up. That's the way it's going to be. Rangers trying to get back level, Hibs trying to hold on and still counter Rangers on the break.
It's been a brilliant start to a big game.
Last time Rangers beat Hibs in a League Cup semi-final was 1947. 5 times they've met since then. Hibs have won all of them. Here comes Joe Newell. He's on the halfway line under pressure from Arfield, and he switches it over to that right-hand side, but it's picked up by Cadden. Cadden driving forward. Short ball for the goal scorer Boyle. Boyle on the spin away from Balogun, works out wide right again for Cadden, trying to get the cross in, right footed, in it comes. Chance for Nisbet, heads it down, it's cleared in the 6-yard area by Goldson. Rangers all at sea at the back. Where is the measured, composed Rangers defence of last season gone? It's the same players.
Don't think it's not mentioned the dressing room. Anything that Hibs put in the box, Kenny touched on it. Rangers are flapping at the back.
Morelos goes down, no free kick. There's a ball to be won, and Josh Doig skips away from Morelos and rolls it back to his goalkeeper. The Hibs fans loving this. 15 minutes in, and their team has a 1-0 lead, courtesy of Martin Boyle's 12th goal of the season.
We talked about it before, Liam, how Hibs would line up, and you have to give Jack Ross credit so far. We're 15 minutes in and the shape of their team looks very, very good. Threatening down both sides with Doig and Cadden, and there I think Doyle Hayes must gamble. I think it's Doyle Hayes. He must gamble across. He's got a tap in if he gambles across off Nisbet's header, but a real threat again for Hibs down that right side.
Doyle Hayes rolling it back there to Hanlon. Now it's out on this left hand side with Doig. Doig down the line there for Campbell, under pressure from Tavernier, who gets it back, plays it back to McGregor. Long ball flicked on by Aribo. Here's Morelos back to Aribo, level with the edge of the circle. Lovely skill from Aribo, shuffles himself away from Doyle Hayes. His pass is poor though. He goes straight to Cadden, who clears it out to this near side. Here's Scott Arfield, midway inside Hibs territory, short to Aribo, and then back to Arfield, infield for Aribo, looking for Arfield again. Hibs swarming around him though, and they have it back now, and it is going to be slipped by Doyle Hayes to Cadden on that right. Boyle's on his bike if he can find him. Forward it comes, blocked by Balogun. They'll try that time and time again today to try and spring Martin Boyle, and Balogun stood up at that time. 16 and a half minutes in, Rangers 0, Hibs 1, and as Rangers with Aribo just outside the centre circle in the Hibs half. Short ball to Glenn Kamara, who rolls it with the right foot along the deck out to Barisic, then onto the touchline for Kent. Barisic is away now as well, down in behind the defenders. Barisic, brilliant recovery challenge by Chris Cadden on the slide, and Paul McGinn will then pirouette away from Borna Barisic. He gets it back from Cadden and lashes it clear. Tell you what, this month off for Hibs has done them the world of good.
Said that Richard pre-match, it could work for them just by what was going on, a bit of COVID at the club and then losing the 4 games.
Tavernier with the cross ball, it's wayward though, way too high for Morelos to be able to do anything with it, and it sails out of play for a throw-in to Hibs about level with their own 6-yard line over on that far side. Sports Sound this Sunday afternoon, the second of the 21-22 Scottish League Cup finals. Celtic already through to the final on the 19th of December, back here at Hampden. And at the moment, as it stands, it will be against Hibernian, who lead 1-0 here across the frequencies on digital with BBC Radio Scotland and online at bbc.co.uk/Sports Scotland. It's Hibs in possession with Doig, goes back to Hanlon, and he lumps it clear off the head of Goldson, and then the cushion header by Davis finds Balogun. Still in action for Northern Ireland, Stephen Davis, who is the most capped player in UK British football history, and still going strong. Kenny Miller, your old teammate.
Absolutely, he's a wonderful player, obviously looks after himself, always has done, ultimate pro, and you still hear about the way his teammates speak about him. He's still one of their best players, you know. I think, was he 36, 37 now? Yep. He's just a wonderful pro, but a really, really top guy as well, you know. He deserves everything he gets.
Porteous going back to Macy, who hits it long with the right foot, the big goalkeeper in the luminous pink goalkeeping kit. Breaks to Balogun, who nods it out to Barisic over on that left-hand side. Clock's an 18 and a half. Game's just slowed down a little bit just in the last couple of minutes.
It had to. I mean, the pace of it was incredible. We knew Rangers would go chasing because they get a goal down, but it's been a good team selection so far from Jack Ross, because you can see why they're playing Boyle. You know, Liam, Rangers full-backs go high, that's going to leave it down the sides of the 2 centre-halves, and that's why Boyle's playing up front with Nisbet.
That's a great touch by Nisbet, and he rolls it down that right-hand side for Cadden. It's an early ball into the box. Boyle's there, he doesn't get there. Tavernier on the slide, doesn't have to knock it outside the box. And it almost fell just in the middle of the park there for Campbell, but in the end it's Rangers coming away with Kent down the left in the Hibs half. Forward to Aribo, he's in behind the defender, he's in the box, his shot is blocked brilliantly by Paul Hanlon. It's a wonderful blocking challenge as Aribo picks up the scraps again wide in the left. Short ball to Kent, level with the penalty spot, and then the little chop into the box he goes, and he wins the corner off the defender, off Porteous. Rangers corner, 1-0 Hibs, 19 and a half on the clock.
It's a massive block for Paul Hanlon, but it's one he had to time very, very well as well after being booked in the box. But again, it's Joe Aribo and Ryan Kent combining. Joe Aribo is the one player I would say has maintained a level of consistency over this season for Rangers, and he's been, if anybody's going to open things up, it'll be him, but they must keep the back door shut, as we've seen with Chris Cadden again down that right hand side.
Barisic with the out-swinging corner with the left foot, and it comes and then headed away by Porteous, only as far as Kent. We've hit 20 minutes with Hibs leading 1-0, and comes Barisic with a cross, and Macy holds on again. Terrific goalkeeping. He looks as though he could be a really good goalkeeper, really good number one for Hibernian. The Edinburgh Derby performance in particular was superb. And he and Craig Gordon tried to outdo each other on the afternoon at Tynecastle. Goalless draw. How would that game finish goalless? Well, the answer to that question is Matt Macy and Craig Gordon. So that goes out for a throw-in for Hibs on the far side, level with the edge of the centre circle and in the Rangers half. So they found themselves in the same hole that they found themselves in recent times, Rangers. Conceding the first goal. And here come Hibs again. They could be in once more. Nisbet finds Boyle and shoots and scores again! Hibs have a second goal! In the 21st minute, Nisbet slips it through to Boyle, who smashes it across the face of Alan McGregor and puts the Hibees to within touching distance of the League Cup final. And we haven't even played a quarter of the semi. An outstanding goal. It's his 13th of the campaign. And it is Rangers 0, Hibs 2. And you just didn't doubt what was going to happen as soon as it reached the feet of Martin Boyle.
His first goal wasn't a difficult finish, but my word, that is a sensational strike. It really is from Matt Boyle. We mentioned it a few minutes ago, why they're playing him right up front with Kevin Nisbet. He turns, he slips him down the side of the centre half, and my word, he doesn't disappoint, does he? He just lashes it right across Alan McGregor. It is a brilliant finish to put Hibs 2 up, Kenny.
It's incredible. He's at full pace, Dodgy. He's running at full pace, and again, it's that running in behind the centre backs, not knowing where he is. Like, I mean, there was an autopsy going on there between the Rangers players of how he's getting in behind so easily. It's been 3 times already this game that they've made these similar movements. Boyle, Nisbet in behind, in off one centre back in behind. Rangers need to address that, and it's happened all season, to be honest with you.
Wow, what a scoreline. The Hibs fans can barely believe it. The Rangers players, when they were waiting to take centre, were looking around, as Kenny says, looking for answers. Here comes Arfield, who shoots from distance. Macy saves. Might have just swerved before it got to him. And eventually it's spooned out for a throw-in by Josh Doig on this near side. We played a quarter. That's the one saving grace for Rangers, is there's still 3 quarters of the semi-final left. But they have a mountain to climb now, as Aribo picks it up. Good challenge by Porteous. Here's Tavernier, who rolls it to Kent. And then he stabs it with the outside of the boot to Barisic on the far side. Now it's with Kamara, level with the 18-yard line. Kamara rolling it back to Ryan Kent. And then he tries to switch it there to the right central area for Tavernier. Back to Davis, the edge of the centre circle, now out to the left for Kamara. Kamara into the box. Hamlin read it superbly well, though. And he boots it clear into the north stand over on that far side. Rangers 0, Hibernian 2. What a scoreline that is for Jack Ross and John Potter, who are down there in discussion in the technical area. Giovanni Van Bronckhorst in the stand, unable to do anything about this.
Tactically so far, been bang on for Jack Ross, isn't it? Whether it's a back 3, been able to step in to Kent and Aribo, keep it nice and narrow. Wing backs, Cadden and Doig just tucking in as well. 3 stiff in the midfield, and then the 2 up front we've talked about down the sides of those Rangers centre half. Tuatia has worked brilliantly so far for Hibs. Rangers need to find answers.
But Dodgy, we were talking about this before, about an edge missing in Rangers' game. The Hibs defenders are defending with their life there. People are running off, and Paul Hanlon's blocking and covering and talking. Connor Goldson's just let people run off behind them. There's no communication.
Arfield in the Hibs box, rolls it out wide right for Joe Aribo. Aribo's a bit level, the 6-yard line, back on the right foot, and he puts it over the bar. Tavernier and Morelos waiting in the 6-yard box. It will be a goal kick to Hibs, though. 24 minutes into this one. During this run of conceding the first goal in 5 games coming into this, it's 6 now for Rangers. On one of those occasions they were 2-0 down. They came back against Aberdeen, but I think they've got 1 back by this point in that match. And right now you have to say, okay, Arfield's a speculative effort which Macy's dealt with, They haven't looked as though they're a team that is going to put their foot in the Hibs' throat here. Not yet. Not at this point.
Not yet, Liam, but I'll tell you, do not rule this team out. There's too much quality on that field of play for them not to create chances as this game goes on. Maybe this break that Hibs have had off, they might not be able to keep this level and this intensity up for the 90 minutes, and it might be later on into the game that Rangers get back into it. But do not rule this team out. And the one thing they're going to have to be careful is at the back door. Well, really, really threatening down that right-hand side with Chris Cadden. And again, like Dodgy says, all credit to Jack Ross for his shape, his team, and his team selection so far.
Goulson for Rangers, out to Tavernier on the near side. He has to go back the way to Balogun in the centre circle because Hibs have every single player behind the ball. And Balogun will turn it to his left for Kamara.
And they've earned that right now, Liam, to get behind the ball and say to Rangers, come on, you need to get back into this game and break us down now. We're 2-0 up, you need to come and get it.
That ball comes back to Alan McGregor, chasing after it. There was Campbell, and they've actually released Josh Campbell to get forward now and again, with Doyle Hayes nipping back into that anchoring role because
he started like that, Liam. I was like you, I was thinking he's going to sit behind the two and let Newell and Doyle Hayes get forward, but it's not been like that. He's just in front of them, but I think they're doing that again from Jack Ross. It's just get yourself right onto Davis, don't let him start the game.
He's steely-eyed down there, Jack Ross, right now. No real emotion in the face, but concentration. And he wants to exorcise some ghosts because they were heartbroken after their semi-final defeat to St Johnstone last season. They bossed the first half of that game, lost it 3-0, and had to answer some tough questions in the aftermath of that game. And Jamie Murphy perhaps missed their best chance of that match. He's not involved today as Hibs attack down the right, but it breaks down. Chip ball down the far side, goes out for a goal kick, which Alan McGregor will take. 26.5 on the clock. Rangers 0, Hibs 2. A double from Martin Boyle, who is the superstar of this Hibs team, without question. Here's Joe Aribo for Rangers, across halfway on this near side, rolling it into the path of Arfield, but Doyle Hayes is there. Does a superb job. He was doing it consistently for St Mirren last season. Success in this tournament, got to the final in the Buddies last term as Rangers pick up a free kick on this near side. Tavernier will take it quickly. Side foot free kick into Davis in the centre circle, forward to the halfway line for Kent, who goes back to Davis. There's not much space right now for Rangers. Hibs have had a month off. They haven't played since they were ripped apart on their own grass by Celtic on the 27th of October. As Kent rolls it back to McGregor. He's just at the edge of his own box. And he hits it with the right foot, clipping it up towards halfway. Morelos chests it back the way, but only to the benefit of Nisbet, who's perhaps so surprised he gives it straight to Davis. Forward to Kent, now Morelos on the turn. Good play by Alfredo Morelos. He finds Aribo. Kamara and Barisic to his left. Out to the touchline for Borna Barisic. Short ball infield to Aribo. First time back to Kamara. Back to Aribo. Back to Barisic. Level with the penalty spot. Now drags it back to level with 18-yard line. Short ball at the left angle of the box. It's with Kamara. Low into the area for Arfield. Heavy touch. That allows Doyle Hayes to make the challenge and put it out for a Rangers throw-in. About level with the Hibs 6-yard line on the far side. 28 minutes into the second League Cup semi-final, with Hibs leading by 2-0. Rangers on the attack though. Short throw to Aribo. Back to Kamara. Out to the touchline for Barisic. Not much space though. Leaves it for Aribo. Now Kamara. Now it's with Ryan Kent up against Joe Newell. Kent, good play, sleight of foot. He's away from a couple of Hibs players. Level with the Hibs penalty spot on that left-hand side. Gets the cross ball in. Headed away by Doig, only as far as Aribo. But a pin ball breaks back to Davis in the edge of the box. He shoots, blocked by Paul Hanlon. Didn't know much about it though. And then Boyle completes the clearance with the ball into the Rangers half. Rangers 0, Hibs 2.
That's better from Rangers there, but what you see is a lot of green and white jerseys along the edge of that box defending, blocking shots. Rangers are going to have to be really, really clean and sharp with their one-touch play around about that box. They open that up.
Aribo out to Barisic, and he's level with the Hibs 18. Aribo again, short ball infield to Ryan Kent. And in the 30th minute, with Hibs leading 2-0, it's Kent swivelling away from his man, turning it with the outside of the right boot out to Barisic on the left. Barisic gets the ball into the box, it's Arfield, he's got his back to goal, he turns and shoots, and it's just wide of that right-hand post. It is much better from Rangers. I think Morelos is asking where the pass was, but Arfield got himself into a terrific area. It's a wonderful turn, and he's unfortunate to see it go the wrong side of the post as far as he's concerned. And as we approach the half hour, it stays Rangers 0, Hibs 2, but that was good play by Arfield, Kenny.
Yeah, it's a great effort. He took the cross really well. It's not easy, and he just swivels, and it's just a yard past the post. Just couldn't find the right angle to arrow it into that bottom corner.
They're just going man for man, aren't they? And I'm watching Jack Ross down there, and anybody switching off, he's going mental at them. He just doesn't want any switch off whatsoever. But Rangers have got the qualities, you see, with the Barisic's cross, finds Arfield, it's a quick spin and turn and hit, but it's just wide of the target. But Rangers, I'm watching that move developing, Liam, and Rangers are leaving 2 for 2 at the back, which could hurt them as well, especially with Boyle's pace.
Rangers have seen 65% of the possession. Hibs, though, 2 shots on target, 2 goals. And Connor Goldson is to pump it high into the north stand on the far side. Alan McGregor slipped as well as he came to deal with it, but Goldson decided just to lash it, put the laces through it, and it will be a Hibs throw-in. It's a bit level with the Rangers 18-yard line. Hibs leading by 2-0. And Giovanni van Bronckhorst in the stand, he's sitting beside the Rangers legend John Gregg. Ross Wilson, the director of football, is sitting alongside him as well. As that goes out for a Rangers throw-in, Hibs can't make anything of the attacking position they were in there. They do, though, have a 2-goal lead given to them by Martin Boyle's double salvo, which could prove to be superbly valuable for the Hibees and could help set up a League Cup final against Celtic next month. The goals came on 9 and 21 minutes. And Hibs have another throw-in on the far side. Rangers can't get out here. Chris Cadden over it. He likes to bowl it all the way back to Porteous. A few yards inside the Rangers half, over on that far side. Long big switch of play looking for Doig. Just a bit too high for Josh Doig, and it will bounce out for a throw-in to Rangers on the near side, level with their own 18-yard line. I do wonder, I'm not sure if he can have any input whatsoever, the new Rangers manager today, because tomorrow I think is his official first day, but he must be sitting pretty frustrated in the stand just now without the ability to try and affect it. As Hibs come forward again, it's Boyle, good challenge, Goldson, really good challenge. Hibs have a man down, incidentally, it's Porteous. Just getting back to his feet. Jack Ross, I think, is wanting the game stopped, and the game has been stopped.
I think there's a bit I think there was a coming together with Alfredo Morelos.
I've just heard that, and this is well off the ball. We're watching the play. It was over on the far side in front of the north stand, and off to our right, and I didn't see this, we'll get a replay of it. Alfredo Morelos has become embroiled with Ryan Porteous. We're getting a replay of it here. Porteous then went down under the challenge of Morelos. I'm not sure there's much in that, having seen the replay of it, to be fair.
You're going to get caught at times. It's unintentional from Morelos, so nothing in it. But Jack Ross not happy. Ryan Porteous punching the ground, not happy. But I think that's down to a bit of frustration in this game so far.
Out for a Rangers throw-in on the far side. Yeah, I did wonder what had happened. It was the initial challenge by between Porteous and Morelos. Morelos on Porteous. The ball ended up away over on the far side, so I'd wondered if something had happened after that. Clearly not, as Rangers claim handball. They're not getting it. Tavernier stabbing it forward there, looking for Morelos. Hibs have bodies in the way and they clear their lines, and then a lovely hook ball there by Nisbet to Boyle over on that right hand side. They cannot handle the front two right now, Rangers. It's Boyle on the turn up against Goldson. Lovely from Boyle, away from both of them, level with the 6-yard line. Doesn't have the pass though. He cuts it back and they go straight to Arfield. Rangers on the counter. Morelos getting into the path of Kent, but it's brilliantly defended by Paul McGinn on the slide, and out for a Rangers throw-in over there on their left flank. Rangers 0, Hibs 2. Hibs very dangerous though every time they come forward. Martin Boyle and Kevin Nisbet look in the mood.
Well, that's one thing. If Gio could have an input, he would be looking at his centre backs, that they need to stand up to the test that Boyle and Nisbet are posing, because at the moment they're all over them. They're running amok at the top end of this pitch here for Hibs. Every time the ball goes forward, there's a run in behind and it's a flick round the corner, a pass, a connection, and they're causing Rangers all kinds of problems.
I think sometimes though, I think Martin Boyle been left not so much Kevin Nisbet. You can see they'll get good link-up play, and if Nisbet could have spotted Boyle for a third pass here, they were in again, because it was fed out to him, and just a return pass, not a third pass. But what I'm saying to you is that I know Rangers play full-backs high. I'm thinking sometimes against this two, especially Boyle, just keep one there, because if they leave 2 for 2 all the time, they're going to be in trouble.
Well, it's either that or Steve, though, they have to get a hold of Steve Davis and get Steve in front of them to help out and give you that one-man overload, you know. So either way, it needs to be addressed, because at the moment they're in danger of going 3 behind, and if they go 3 behind, it'll be game over.
Yeah, they're toiling to test Matt Macy to try and get it back to a single goal. If Hibs win this one, and they're in a brilliant position to do so, they'll be into their 11th League Cup final, and first since 2016, when Billy's Ross County side under Jim McIntyre beat them here. They of course came back and won the Scottish Cup later that season. They were in the semis last term, losing out to St Johnstone, but they are very much in the box seat here. It's Rangers with Tavernier. Short ball into the Hibs half for Davis, then back to Goldson. We're in the final 10 minutes of the first half.
Rangers having a lot of possession, Liam, but the more they need to get Ryan Kent and Joe Aribo on the football in the final third. If they get them on the ball, Rangers have got an opportunity to get back in it. They're the two players that can open this team up and make things happen for Rangers.
Kent short to Kamara, back to Ryan Kent on the far side, midway inside the Hibs half. Now he moves into a central area. Kent, no space, being shepherded all the way by Doyle Hayes. He finds Tavernier though, he shoots and it's well wide in the end of the left hand post from James Tavernier. To the right of the D he was, and he tried to find that left corner, but it stays Rangers 0, Hibs 2 on 36 minutes at the National Stadium.
It's good from Hibs again. Paul McGinn going right in and Ryan Kent forcing him wide. It comes to Tavernier, and Jack Ross pretty happy. He's hitting a shot from 25 yards. He'll take that all day long, but Rangers getting a little bit frustrated and trying the long range pop, but it was never happening for them on that occasion.
More than capable. I've seen him do it many a time, but like you say, Dodgy just never got that one quite right.
Rangers went behind to St Mirren, 1-2-1. They went 2 behind to Aberdeen, drew 2-2. Went 1-0 down to Motherwell, 1-6-1. Behind to Brøndby, drew 1-1. Behind to Ross County, 1-4-2. And they're behind again, but they're 2 down, and it's Hibs with Campbell into the Rangers box. Boyle goes down. Oh, penalty! Hibs penalty! Boyle's been upended in the box, and Kevin Clancy points straight to the spot. Rangers are all at sea, and Hibernian will have a chance to score a third goal before half-time.
It's incredible. Again, it's another move in behind. This time it actually gets cut out, but gets fed straight back to Nisbet, who goes for a 1-2 with Boyle, and he's bundled over. It's Davis, yep. Steve Davis coming back, try to track. Really, really clever play for Martin Boyle. He just positions his body between ball and man, and there is 100% contact. Good play, listen, there's no malice in it for Steve Davis. It's just really good play for Martin Boyle.
It's been threatening all day. I mean, they've had the warning shot with the 2 goals, and then they're still not handling, whether it's down the sides or tight play. But what a chance to put them 3 up and probably kill off the match. I wouldn't write Rangers off just yet, but what an opportunity.
Yeah. Martin Boyle has the chance to score a hat-trick, a first half hat-trick in a League Cup semi-final against Rangers. Here he goes, right footed, goal! Hibs third, Boyle's third, and they're all but in the final now. You feel as Boyle slides over at the far side to celebrate. What a moment that is for him. What a moment this is for Hibernian Football Club, who haven't played in a month, but they are brushing Rangers aside here at Hampden Park, and Martin Boyle completes a first half hat-trick. It is Rangers 0, Hibernian 3, a stunning scoreline.
And he makes no mistake with the penalty. Liam smashes it, foot through the ball, straight down the middle. Alan McGregor dives to his right, and it's 3-0 Hibs. Hat-trick for Martin Boyle. It's the stuff that dreams are made of for Hibs.
Was he ever going to miss it, let's be honest, with the form he's in, with the confidence in, with getting the 2 goals, and then he gets the penalty as well, and he just absolutely thumps it. No chance for Alan McGregor. This is a sensational scoreline, but Hibs have been right on the money, and Rangers have so many big questions to answer.
Well, they're playing like a team without a manager right now, aren't they?
It's interesting, Liam, because if there was ever a concern coming into this game, it was that for me. There's not a man at the helm on the touchline. Yes, he's in the stand, but you can't put a price on when you've got your boss on the touchline, helping, directing traffic, cajoling, particularly when the chips are down.
Here come Rangers with Tavernier with the cross ball in. It's only halfway. Arfield's there, and he scores! Rangers back! Rangers back immediately! They look dead and buried, but Scott Arfield fires home. It's a dreadful clearance, and Arfield was there on the left foot to lash it into the bottom corner, and he has given Rangers a lifeline at Hampden. Rangers 1, Hibs 3.
I said they've got questions, Daz, about Porteous has had a nightmare. He's up jumping about after he hits the clearance, but my word, it's a huge mistake from him. Height and distance need it, slaps it to Arfield, but my word, in the time we need, he shows composure and bends it right into the far corner to put Rangers right back in it.
Let's not forget, these two drew 5-5 in a league game a few seasons ago. But Kenny Miller, that has got the Rangers' heart beating again.
You know what, I say when it was 2-0, I wouldn't rule them out, but there was just no sign of that coming.
No.
It was an absolute horrendous clearance for Ryan Porteous and capitalised on by Scott
Here comes Doig up the other end, and again there's pinball as he tried to play it across the face of goal, and it's cleared, and suddenly Rangers are on the counter. What a game we have here. Morelos down the right, Aribo's on the overlap, Joe Aribo in the box, back towards Morelos, Kent's there, goes down, no penalty, and Hibs will clear. Rangers 1, Hibs 3, 4.5 to half time. Hibs now want the half time whistle all of a sudden, but this game has been pretty stunning, and it's not the sort of match you want to stop at any point.
It's been an incredible first half game, it really has. It's been end-to-end stuff. Hibs look a massive threat on the counter. Rangers have now got the goal to get back into the game. Like you say, do not want this first half to end.
Tavernier for Rangers looking for Arfield. Wasn't a great ball by James Tavernier. Hibs able to clear, and Tavernier gets it back, and he stabs it back the way to Kamara. I think it was Ivan Sproul got the last Hibs hat-trick against Rangers in a league game at Ibrox. Can't think of any others off the top of my head since then. Boyle has it. Richard's nodding his head, so yeah.
I have to say, Liam, Dodgy pointed out about 20 minutes ago, had Hibs connected with that first pass again going forward, they're 2 for 2 at the back. And I know they need to at some points, but they're getting terrorised with those two at the back. There needs to be a bit of protection.
There's Tavernier with the cross ball and then headed away by Porteous. Yeah, Richard just pointing out Jamie McLaren, of course, got one in the 5-5 game that I've just been talking about. It's Davis for Rangers. Short ball for Kent. Challenged by Newell. Fouled by Newell. Free kick Rangers. Well, if Rangers were to score again before the interval, it puts a very different complexion on this semi-final, which stands at 3-1 Hibs, 42 minutes played, and this is an incredibly important phase in the game.
You get the feeling that it is one of those days. You've just mentioned that Jamie McLaren hat-trick, 5-5. I'm telling you, this is the way this game's going, because we said that we wouldn't write Rangers off completely at 3-0, and they get the breakthrough, and then the opportunity if Kent missed the contact that Davis was probably tapping in at the far post. Now they have a free kick, Liam.
Rangers free kick then, and Tavernier and Barisic are the conspirators over it, of course. 2.5 to half time plus any injury time. Kevin Clancy's happy. Looks as though Tavernier's going to leave this for Barisic. Left-footed delivery in from Borna Barisic, and it comes. There is a header towards goal from Balogun, but it sails past the left-hand post, and it's Rangers 1, Hibs 3. And Billy Dodds, Jack Ross just wants the full-time, well, he wants the full-time whistle, but he wants the half-time whistle just now.
Yeah, it's like this is sending us bonkers, and I mean, this game is crazy. We can see the threat. It's a good team selection from Jack Ross. He gets the 3 goals up. They've got it bang on the money in every department. Then Porteous slaps one to Arfield. It's 3-1. Rangers have chances. This game ain't over, but you're right, he would take the full-time whistle right now, but it's half-time he wants. In the next few minutes he just wants in there to talk to his players.
3-1 up, they're hanging on. They're absolutely hanging on for the half-time whistle here.
And it's all because of a slack clearance from Ryan Porteous, because they were in cruise control. 3-0, he just didn't see Rangers coming back, unless they had an instant reply, which they did as Balogun rolls it back to his goalkeeper. Short from Alan McGregor. Campbell was there, it's fine Kamara. It's a poor clearance by Balogun though. Hibs have it back with Boyle. Out on that right-hand side, it's Cadden. It is frantic out there. It is frenetic out there as that goes out for a Hibs throw-in level with the Rangers 6-yard line, with Hibs leading by 3-1 as we go into the final minute of the regulation 45 in this first half. Rangers 1, Hibs 3.
They don't look comfortable, the back line. We've said that because they've been left 2-3-2. I mean, anybody, I know Balogun's got decent pace, but he looks spooked, so does Golson. And I don't care how quick you are, it's hard to handle Boyle man for man. And a little bit of protection to shore it up, but they've not really done that so far.
Hibs trying to find a way through again. Kamara gets there first though. With 30 seconds and the 45 minutes to play. And there's going to be a bit of injury time. Fourth official has aboard Alan Muir as Hibs win a corner, sliding in to the challenge on the far side was Barisic, and it will be a Hibs corner. So they look for a fourth goal before half-time. I mean, 3-0 was remarkable before the break against Rangers here in Glasgow. But they do have that incredible League Cup semi-final record against Rangers, which I mentioned right at the start. They've played in 6 League Cup semis as 2 minutes are added on, confirmed. Hibs have won 5 out of them. And they stand to win a 6th, leading by 3-1, and they have a corner here, in swinging. In it comes, it's headed away by Morelos of all people. Back in by Doyle Hayes, then Morelos lashes it away as well. It's really well defended by the Colombian striker. About 30 seconds into the 2 minutes of injury time added on by Kevin Clancy. Long ball from Matt Macy out to this near side. Header forward by Doig. And straight to Connor Goldson, who's going to let it go behind for the goal kick. But we're hurtling now towards the half-time interval. And Rangers, well, they'll need inspiration from somewhere at half-time. They are 2 behind rather than 3. And they might have time to get it back to within 1 here, because it's Joe Aribo with just over a minute of the injury time to play. Aribo finds Davis. Now it's Kamara, who's midway inside the Hibs half on that far side. Square ball for James Tavernier. Rolls it to Joe Aribo. Hibs trying to stand firm right at the end here. He's found Tavernier across the face, blocked by Hanlon, and behind for a Rangers corner. With about 40 seconds left of this incredible first half here at Hampden, and Rangers will get the last opportunity of it, trailing by 3-1.
Every second's priceless, isn't it, for Hibs? Just get at half-time, that's all you're thinking. That was brilliant build-up play. Could have gone anywhere when Tavernier smashed it across, but come off Hanlon, goes for the corner.
Out swinger from Tavernier, into the box it comes. A header from Goldson towards goal, which was well wide, and it does look as though the electric opening 47 minutes as it is now that we've seen at Hampden Kenny Miller will come to an end, with Hibs leading by 3-1. A truly astonishing semi-final.
It's an incredible semi, and Matt Macy no rush to take that as the referee blows the half-time whistle.
Yeah, the guys will be able to gather their thoughts after that. It's incredible. Rangers were sent into a Martin Boyle-led tailspin at Hampden. Boyle scoring all 3 of Hibs' goals in that first half. The first one tucking home after Porteous missed a chance himself from the corner, and Boyle was there to knock it into the roof of the net. It was a simple enough finish. His second one was anything but. Played in by Nisbet, right hand side of the box, and he managed to play it across the face of Alan McGregor into the reverse corner to put Hibs 2-0 up. They were in utter dreamland when Boyle was brought down by Davis in the box, dusted himself down, converted beautifully, secured his hat-trick at the National Stadium. Spectacular first half for Martin Boyle. Hibs have been off the boil recently, but it's been personally for Martin Boyle an exquisite season in front of goal, and he's taken his tally from 11 to 14 in the first half of this semi. But within a minute or so, Rangers had a little bit of a lifeline thrown to them by Ryan Porteous. He doesn't have a great record against Rangers. Couple of red cards. This was a real blunder, as his botched clearance went straight to Scott Arfield, who drove it home with the left foot into the bottom left corner. Under the lights here at Hampden. And if the second half's anything like this, what a second half it will be. At half-time, though, in the second of the League Cup semi-finals, as these two slug it out for the right to face Celtic here on December the 19th. It is Rangers 1, Hibernian 3.
The Scottish League Cup.
Live on Sports Sound from BBC Radio Scotland.
Back into the front of the net.
Absolutely outstanding for Hibernian for about 39.5 minutes, and then they gave Rangers some hope by teeing up Scott Arfield for that goal. Will it matter in the end? Well, it certainly felt in the final 5 minutes or so of that first half, it certainly felt as if it was going to matter, as Rangers put all sorts of pressure on Hibernian, and they held out, and you kind of feel that it was, from their point of view, really important that they got through to half-time. But my goodness, Willie Miller, many things have unfolded at football matches we have watched over many years. I'm to the point that Scott Arfield scored. I'm not sure I've seen anything quite like that happening to, well, either Rangers or Celtic in a big cup game here at Hampden for such a long time.
No, Richard, it was a case of how not to defend as a centre-back. I would suggest the first 45 minutes. For me, Balogun, you know, yeah, they've been ripped apart with the pace, but the first goal is always important in a game. And, you know, he's up against Porteous. Porteous gives him a little tug, just a little tug, and he goes down. And Porteous should score. He doesn't score, but it falls to Boyle, who puts it in the back of the net. But as a centre-back, you've got to be strong, you've got to be physical. You know the opposition centre-backs are going to come up. You know you're going to have to deal with the cross into the box. So just make it a physical competition, and don't allow you know, your opposition number to get the better of you. It does get the better of him. That plays a big part in Boyle's first goal. As for the second, Balogun, Nisbet turns him. Balogun's up. He's up with him, and Nisbet just drops his shoulder, takes him inside as well, beats him inside to set up. And Golson's watching. He's got when I say get the blinkers on before the game, this is when you've got to open it up.
Tavernier's the one that has to defend, isn't he?
I can't believe how far Tavernier's in. I've never seen him in that far, and he's the nearest one to Boyle as Boyle whips it into the back of the net. Two central defenders, absolutely dreadful. And then you know what, they've got the frights and they don't want to get near Boyle, so they don't get near him inside the box, and it ends up Davis barging into him and giving away the penalty. And as for Porteous at the other end, it's on his left foot, that's what you can say, but all he has to do is stay calm and just, you know, get it out of the danger area. He doesn't, he panics, he plays the pass straight for Arfield that ends up the back of the net. Listen, that's what makes exciting games, poor defending, and we saw a lot of poor defending. Hibs have definitely been on top. Rangers have got themselves back into it maybe the last 10 minutes or so to give them a little bit of hope, but you know, it's been, the first half's belonged to Martin Boyle in particular, Jack Ross in terms of his tactics. Rangers look like a team that are managerless. I don't think there's going to be any changes. They do need changes because they're wide open at the back, but I don't think that'll come. And it'll be a case of, you know, can Hibs keep it up? Can they make sure that they're tight at the back? If they don't give any more opportunities away, then I think it's going to be difficult for Rangers to break them down, because it can go into that 5. But it's been an exciting first 45. I thought it would be exciting. I didn't think it would be this exciting.
Yeah, it's been remarkable, and certainly as the goals were going in, those Rangers fans behind us were getting angrier and angrier. They've, at least from their point of view, been given some kind of hope, some kind of lift from the Arfield goal. But the Hibs fans, Tom, were in absolute dreamland as goals 1, 2 and 3 went in.
I mean, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. You know, we talked about Hibs having to get out of the traps early. My God, they got out of the traps early. And, you know, I mean, it was Boyle and Nisbet have just been toying with Balogun and Golson. Balogun is having a shocker. I mean, he struggled, and that's probably struggled to get a game for the local pub team. He has been absolutely ripped apart, and he looks all at sea. And Golson isn't a lot better. Golson has gone from this incredible leader that they had last season to a very vulnerable presence in the heart of that Rangers defence. Boyle has been magnificent. Nisbet has been terrific. The attitude of Hibs has been razor sharp from the get-go. From, you know, okay, when I saw Hanlon climbing into a rebo after a minute. I thought, oh, now this is going to end badly for him.
It was
Hanlon's been terrific.
He has. He's played, as Willie pointed out, ahead of the Scotland game. You know, if you're a class defender, you manage your way through games without getting yellow carded. He had a yellow card. Well, the challenge itself was 10 seconds into the match. Might it have been a red card?
I don't think it was quite a red card, but it was on the brink. It was on the brink, but he got away with it maybe. But he's gone on. His control from that moment has been outstanding. He's thrown his body in front of everything. He's had great discipline in his defending. And Hibs have been just brilliant. I mean, their football and the cleverness up front has been one thing, but the overall attitude of the team, I think, has been exemplary. You know, they look a very, very hungry team. They look like a team on a mission. They've given one away from Porteous, but apart from that, it's a pretty flawless first half performance.
And they know, because they've shown it time and time in the first half, Willie, that they can continue to cause big problems for Rangers. Rangers are going to have to push forward. They're going to have to try to get the goals they require. The one thing I think you can probably guarantee, there are going to be further chances for Nisbet and Boyle, aren't there?
Well, yes, I would say so. You know, I think that Rangers need a change at the back. They need a little bit more protection for their two centre-backs, but I don't see that coming. I don't think there is anybody down there that's going to make that change. I haven't seen changes like that when Steven Gerrard was manager either, and I think they'll just be left, the two centre-backs, to defend against the two Hibs strikers. You know, Davis might be asked to go back a little bit, but then you take away his influence in the midfield if you do that. I think it's more a defensive switch, but I just don't see that.
Bring on Ryan Jack.
I think, yeah, I mean, you could bring on Ryan Jack, but I think it's more at the back, Tom, you know. I think it's the back. I think it's the two centre-backs that really have started poorly and got themselves into a bit of a hole, and they need to try and dig themselves out. These are two very good centre-backs, but you know, somehow they've lost that togetherness and that understanding that, you know, you have to do that job first. You have to defend. You have to nullify the two strikers, and they just haven't done that.
Let me tell you, the lost goals in the Champions League qualifier are very similar, with players working off the back, but off goals and in behind Balogun. They've lost goals like that over the course of the season. There won't be changes to the personnel. What they need to do is make sure they've got an extra body back there and covering, whether it be Davis bringing on Ryan Jack. It doesn't take away from their influence in the middle of the field, but they need to be in a position that they can help out with the back to give you an extra body, because Boyle will just keep running all day. He'll keep running, and he'll keep running the channels, and he'll keep running in behind those centre backs as long as he keeps getting joy.
I don't care if you're a youth coach, Willie, somebody has to get some guidance to them, because I'll go back to when you played. If suddenly you're playing 2v2 and one of them's an absolute whippet, what you saying to your player, if the guidance comes from on the pitch, great, but I don't care if you're a youth coach, somebody's got to say, one of my fullbacks got to stay at times, but the position in, they're chasing the game, I get that, or my central midfielder's got to fill, because if we leave 2v2 and you wouldn't have done it in your time, you're getting an absolute doing. You can see by the 3 goals, suddenly you've got to say, if we can get this protection, we will get something up front and get back in this game. But it could go the other way, it could be 4-1 before you know it, and the game's gone.
It's not even a case that it's just been Martin Boyle getting in behind and running away. He's actually faced up to these Rangers defenders on a number of occasions, and has, well, just using his skill, he's ghosted past them on a handful of times so far.
That's because no one's really get close to him, Richard. You know, you either get close and you stop him getting in your face, or you go back the way and you cover the pace in behind. I think you could bring Ryan Jack on, you could sit him in front of the two centre backs, but is that the real danger? The real danger is actually in behind, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I think it's more you know, one of the full backs having to tuck in, keep it nice, and maybe one of the centre backs giving a little bit more depth, but I just don't think it'll happen. I just don't think Rangers will make that kind of change.
There's one thing, I think they'll leave it the same. I'm agreeing with you, but there's going to have to be some guidance for you somewhere, because, right, put your hands up, they can't handle 2v2 today.
No.
So do you just want to leave it?
No.
But that's what you're saying is going to happen. But
that's what I think will happen.
I'm agreeing with you.
It shouldn't happen.
But,
but at the same time, the two centre-backs have got to take more responsibility, don't they? And understand that if you're playing against Martin Boyle, the space in behind is really crucial. And if Nisbet's coming off, don't let him turn you. That's what happened for the second goal. It's just poor defending. Listen, and we're talking more about Rangers' deficiencies rather than Hibs, attacking prowess, and they have been brilliant. They've destroyed the Rangers' defence totally. The 3-0, getting the goal back is a real lifeline for Rangers. The more that the game goes on, the more that they're going to have to throw bodies forward, the more they'll be exposed at the back. So it's going to be a really interesting second 45 minutes in my book.
Obviously, Hibs' speed of movement is a big problem for Rangers, but their speed of thought have been very decisive in what they've been doing. The second goal was a brilliant first touch for Nisbet, yes, to take it past Balogun. Balogun doesn't know where he is. Nisbet is gone, and then he plays this gorgeous pass into Boyle, and Boyle again, he knows exactly what he wants to do. It's razor sharp. Now I think McGregor could do better because that ball is pretty close to him, but it's still a fantastic finish, and it's just speed of movement, speed of decision making, the right decision making, accuracy. When Hibs have been good in that half, they were an absolute joy to watch.
3-1 for Hibernian at half time. They're favourites clearly right now to go through to meet Celtic 4 weeks today in the final of this season's League Cup. One other incident in the first half, actually Porteous been involved in a couple of things. That he always seems to be pretty close to the headlines during games against Rangers. He certainly, his presence perhaps contributed to the first goal. His poor clearance contributed to the Rangers goal. He also went down seemingly in some considerable pain after an incident with Alfredo Morelos. I think we were all a bit surprised when we saw the replay as to the impact it seemed to have on Porteous.
Very, very surprised. I thought Morelos was in trouble when I saw Porteous on the ground. The replay comes
punching
up,
the fist, punching the ground,
banging the ground, and then the replay comes up, and there's nothing in it. There's nothing in it. So Porteous is at it there.
Yeah, I think that a lot of opponents will clearly try to rile Alfredo Morelos. They'll try to get him into trouble because he's done it plenty to them. But it's a bit embarrassing actually to see Ryan Porteous respond like that, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit. I can understand what's going through his mind though, Richard. He probably felt that he shouldn't have been sent off at Ibrox, and he's maybe trying to get himself a little bit back.
Scalp.
Yes, absolutely. There wasn't anything in it. He did feel the hand of Morelos stroke his jaw and decided to try and take advantage of it. The linesman was brilliant. He was watching. He was right on top of it. He watched it and just looked away. The fourth official was there as well. So he's went down. He's tried to, maybe con the referee a little bit, put a little bit more pressure on Morelos as well. But it didn't work, thankfully, and the referee and his assistants did their job excellent.
Should have been booked for that.
The only person that hindered was Porteous, because when he slaps the clearance, he ended up blaming other people, and I'm thinking, that's you and you alone. You get the height and distance in that. It's 3-0 at half time, but he's let Rangers back in it, hasn't he?
Well, he has. Under any circumstances, if you're 3-1 up at half-time at Hampden, you'd normally be absolutely delighted. But maybe it's just the whole fact that they went 3-0 up, allowed Rangers back in, and then they did have to withstand Rangers' pressure at the end of the first half. In England, 10 minutes to go in London. It's Spurs 0, Leeds United 0. Earlier, Man City with a 3-0 win against Everton. Sterling, Rodri and Bernardo Silva on target in that one. But the real story has been unfolding here. The real Hibernian hero is just taking to the pitch down below us. The number 10, Martin Boyle, 3 goals today, 14 for the season, 7 of them have been from the spot. Is he going to be the Hampden hero? You'll find out over the next 45 minutes or so. Live second half commentary. Rangers 1, Hibernian 3. Kenny Miller, Billy Dodds and Liam McLeod.
Mentioned the last time Rangers beat Hibs in a League Cup semi in 1947. Since that one, which was in the first season of this tournament, Hibs have won all the others as the second half gets underway. And it's the team in green and white who do so, going left to right in this second half, shooting towards the east stand where their 10,000 supporters are housed. Rangers in their blue and white going right to left towards Mount Florida. And Hibs won in 72 when they went on to beat Celtic in the final. In 85 they went on to lose to Aberdeen. 91 when they went on to beat Dunfermline, and 2004 when they went on to lose to Livingston in the final. So they've had mixed results, having dispatched Rangers in the semis in the past. They still have work to do. No changes for either team at half-time. Perfect conditions, dark skies above, as the header from Paul McGinn goes straight to Davis, who knocks it off Cadden and then gets a second chance. Davis, who conceded the penalty that put Hibs 3-0 up. Hibs win it back. Doyle Hayes forward to Nisbet, takes it down with his back to goal, then rolls it out to Josh Doig on the left hand side of the Rangers box. Early ball in, it's right behind Campbell though, and Rangers able to clear, but they can't retain the ball, to their supporters' frustration. The Rangers fans will be expecting to see a heck of a lot better in this second half. It's McGregor in goal for them, Tavernier, Goldson, Balogun, Barisic, Arfield the goal scorer, Davis and Kamara, Aribo and Kent either side of Morelos. For Hibs, Macy in goal, McGinn, Porteous, Hanlon, Doig, Cadden across that back line, with Newell, Campbell and Doyle Hayes in the middle, Boylan, Nisbet at the front two. That's how they started, that's how it is at the start of the second half, which is a minute and a half old, with Hibs leading by 3-1. It had been two very different half-time team talks from Jack Ross and from David McCallum, who's in charge of Rangers today, along with Jermaine Defoe, the new manager Gio van Bronckhorst in the stand, being joined by the rest of the Rangers directors and staff down below us. We're up high in the south stand here, the Rangers support in behind us, occupying 40,000 of the seats inside the National Stadium. And it has not gone to plan at all. They look a little bit rudderless right now in this fallow period between management, as Arfield wins a throw-in for Rangers on the far side. What have they got up their sleeve for the second half? We know they can score plenty. Can they keep it out? They could last season, not so much this time. Tavernier's long ball looking for Kent. Underneath it's Porteous, headed up towards halfway. Breaks back to Hibs with Doig. Forward it comes now with Tavernier. Little short ball forward, but Doig's in the way of it again. He's had a fine afternoon against James Tavernier, has Josh Doig. As we head towards 48 minutes, throw in for Rangers over on that far side. Next goal, Kenny Miller, is crucial.
Absolutely. Obviously, Rangers need to get the next goal. It's as simple as that. If they go 4-1 down, that'll be an absolute body blow, and it could just knock the wind out of them. So, yeah, absolutely, need to get the next goal.
Tavernier's cross, headed away by McGinn's going to break to Kamara. A brilliant charging down challenge by Porteous. May well have made up for shipping the Rangers goal there, because it would have been interesting to see where Glenn Kamara's shot was going. As it's on to the chest, the throw into Aribo. Now back with Davis, out wide right, Tavernier. Thought about taking on Doig, still he has it. He manages to get the cross in, it's headed half away. Kamara's cushion header for Arfield. Under pressure from Campbell. Manages to knock it out to Tavernier. Outside of the right boot, forward down the line for Aribo. Level with the penalty spot, now trying to twist and turn away from Hanlon. It's brilliant defending by Paul Hanlon. And Hibs are able to clear the lines again. They've been everything in defence that Rangers haven't been today, Hibs. They've been outstanding, save for that Porteous mistake. Here comes Kamara for Rangers. Important period in the game for both teams, this. Kamara rolling it for Barisic, out wide left. First time low ball into the box, cleared by Porteous. More height than distance though. It drops out of the sky, comes off Morelos' knee, and it goes through harmlessly to Matt Macy. On 49 minutes, it's Rangers 1, Hibernian 3, Billy Dodds.
Yeah, getting through this little period, they're going to have to hang in for long spells and try and just counter-attack. I thought young Josh Campbell showed his inexperience here. He was up the left-hand side. He was getting clipped as well. He should just go down, get his team a free kick, but doesn't plays on. Rangers nick the ball and they create an opportunity.
Campbell rolling it back to Doig. Jack Ross delighted to get Josh Doig on that new long-term contract. Doesn't mean he'll be at Hibs for that length of time, but they'll get some transfer fee, that's for sure, for Josh Doig should that day arrive during his new contract. As Leon Balogun, who had a difficult first half alongside Connor Goldson, picks up. He's getting an extended run on the team, of course, with Philippe Helander still out. It's Davis on the turn. It's to roll it back, but you can hear the angst amongst the Rangers supporters around Hamden. It's not moving forward quickly enough for their liking. It's Morelos finds Barisic. Of course, all of that is music to the ears of Jack Ross. It's Tavernier on the right, gets the long ball into the penalty area. It's allowed to bounce, but it bounces outside the box on the reverse side. Picked up by Kent. Kent taking on McGinn, looking for space to cross, back onto the left and onto the right, then he overcooks it, and he plays it straight off McGinn, and Hibs able to clear through Doyle Hayes. Underneath it is Connor Goldson, who rolls it back to Alan McGregor. It's a short, low ball out to that right-hand side for Tavernier. Rangers 1, Hibs 3. It's back with Goldson. Goldson to Kamara on this near side. And he'll come deep to get onto it.
I must say every time Rangers put a crosser, it forces Hibs to defend, and they've not been dealing with it that well. They had the goal for Porteous, they had the other scenario there that falls to Glenn Kamara. Porteous then hits one up in the air and Morelos is challenging. You know, Rangers maybe just need to put the ball in that box a little bit more when they get wide and ask questions of Hibs defenders.
Hibs were 3-1 on to win this at half-time. As Alan McGregor rolls it short to Goldson. Just underlines the size of the task facing Rangers now. There's 3-1 on to go through after 90 minutes. Good position to be in. And here come Rangers with Arfield for Kent to Kamara, Barisic to his left. Kamara taking it forward towards the edge of the Hibs box. The Hibernian defenders like pistons in position. Out to Barisic on this near side, then into Kent, into the box, blocked by Porteous. Now it's Doyle Hayes, and he's freed up Cadden, who's driving up towards halfway. Shows too much of it to Davis, though. Gets back, nips in, and turns it back to Alan McGregor.
Yeah, had to get the head up, hit the pass if he could. It was 2v2 again, but Davis that time just doing what Willie was saying at half-time, taking upon himself to give the cover, and can't try to run him, and he couldn't. It was good play from the midfielder. He showed up the danger, because Rangers living dangerously on the counter-attack because still playing 2v2.
I must say though, I think Hibs are starting to, even at this stage, after 52 minutes, starting to look a little bit leggy. They're just not getting around the pitch as well as what they were in that first half. Rangers could take advantage of this 3 or 4 weeks that they've had without a game.
Here come Rangers. Tavernier gets it back from Aribo. It's a poor ball by James Tavernier, I have to say, as Hibs clear their lines. Now it's Davis. And the longer James Tavernier goes without hitting top form is good news for Hibernian, that's for sure. As Doyle Hayes wipes out Kamara, Rangers still have the ball, though. Barisic to Kent. And now it is played to Davis. And Doyle Hayes, I think, has been excellent for Hibs today. He was in the St Mirren team that knocked Rangers out of this tournament in the quarters last December. As Balogun is brought to the floor by Nisbet, free kick Rangers. It's before the midway point of Hibs territory. Balogun still on the deck, 53 minutes played now. Rangers 1, Hibs 3. Ange Postecoglou said he was going to focus entirely on Bayer Leverkusen in that Europa League game on Thursday. He must have one eye on this semi-final, and at the moment it will be Hibs. His team will meet on December the 19th back here just before Christmas for the League Cup final. Rangers may yet have a say though, and they've got this free kick to be taken by Barisic. 10 yards from this near side touchline, almost midway inside the Hibs half. Barisic is over it. Kevin Clancy's the referee, and he's happy now. Barisic waits, right hand in the air, left foot on the ball now, into the penalty area, headed away brilliantly by Porteous. He and Hanlon trying to stand their ground at the heart of that Hibs defence. It's now with Kamara from the right hand side, gets the ball in, headed away by Porteous again. Eager to make up for that red card in the league game last month. Now with Barisic, takes a touch, left foot, swings it into the area. Morelos takes it down well, rolls it to the right hand side. Davis drives it in and wins the corner. Hibs still lead by 3-1, 54 minutes played, but if it continues like this until the 90th minute, Rangers will fancy their chances even from this position.
It's good patience and quality from Rangers to put in the box. Good touch from Morelos, smashed in the cross, get the corner,
which will be taken by Tavernier. Outswinger with the right foot over in the north side of the stadium, and it comes, but it's away by Campbell. He's going to turn it out for another corner, I think. Is it? No, it might be a throw-in, you know. I think it is just a throw down by the corner flag on the near side. Ryan Kent has it. He's going to leave it for Barisic, though. It's not a corner, and it is Barisic bowling it back to Kamara. Kamara rolls it to the left angle of the box for Morelos, back out to the touchline for Barisic, back infield to Kamara, who finds Davis. Central area for Arfield, who's the Rangers goal scorer, has a shot blocked by Hanlon. He can't get past Paul Hanlon, he's been a rock for Hibs today. Pings out to Boyle on the far side, the hat-trick hero, and he runs into Goldson, who wins it back. Now it's with Kent. We played 10 second half minutes, Rangers trailing Hibs by 3-1. And it is the Ibrox men in possession, and it's Kamara squaring it to Arfield. Rolls it to the edge of the D for Morelos. It's a dreadful ball. He was under pressure from Doyle Hayes as he digs it out, and out for a Hibs throw-in over on the far side. Rangers 1, Hibs 3.
And all that does, Liam, is it just relieves the pressure. It's been sustained pressure for the last 5-6 minutes, knocking on the door, asking questions of Hibs. All that does now is give them the chance to get a throw it in, and probably put the ball at the other end of the pitch and get the ball as far away from their goal as possible.
But Hibs have been sitting in, and they've just smashed the clearances away. If one of them can just get a few touches on it and make a pass, a good pass, just a bit of composure, they'll get quality up to the front too. But right now, Rangers defenders are able to read it because they're just smashing it clear and they go and start again.
Rangers have it with Leon Balogun in the centre circle, rolls it out to Barisic on this left hand side, forward towards Kamara, bounces off the back of his right, off his Achilles there actually, as it was slipped through towards him. He's unfortunate, and he goes behind the goal kick to Hibs. We have a man down, I think, is it Doig on the deck inside his own box. You can see Ryan Porteous going around his teammates, constantly talking, as Hibs get a bit of treatment on for Josh Doig.
And they'll be glad of this break, because it's been constant defending for the last 11-12 minutes since the start of the second half. Really unfortunate there with Glenn Kamara. Actually made a fantastic forward run, good pass for Barisic. It just catches him on the heel just as he's ready to take the ball into his stride into a dangerous area.
I think Hibs are going to make a change. Doig's not going to be able to continue, so Lewis Stevenson, who's the only Hibs player in history to be in possession of a League Cup winners medal and a Scottish Cup winners medal, and he is going to replace Doig. So it's a nice change for Jack Ross to be able to make. He was of course man of the match in midfield in that rout of Kilmarnock under John Collins in 2007 in this competition. Hibs haven't won it since then. That was their 4th League Cup triumph, and he will replace Josh Doig. He's had to play second fiddle to the Hibs youngster in the last couple of seasons, but he, Billy Dodds and Kenny Miller, very much a dependable character and a real proper Hibs legend to come on to replace Doig.
Proper experience, you know, been at the club 15 years, 16 years, played 500 games or whatever it is for Hibs. More than dependable. He'll give you a different player. He'll be a feeder. He'll maybe not give you as much going forward as what Doig will, but what he does is his distribution is really, really good for that area of the pitch. But it was more than dependable. Great sub to come on in this situation.
Yeah, his next target in the Hibs Hall of Fame as far as appearances is concerned is Pat Stanton. I'm not sure he's going to manage to surpass the 617 appearances that Pat Stanton made. There's 58.5 on the clock here. Rangers are going to bring Faisal Sakala on in a moment as well, as they try and find a way to goal. Sakala scored a hat-trick for Zambia in the international break there in the World Cup qualifiers. He's got a hat-trick against Motherwell recently as well, as Hibs pick up the ball down the right. They've not been in Rangers territory too much in the second half. It doesn't really matter, they lead 3-1 as long as they stand their ground defensively. And it's out for a Hibs throw-in, which Chris Cadden's going to take as we hit the 60th minute at Hampden. Rangers 1, Hibs 3.
Really good play for Martin Boyle again. His close control in tight areas is just exquisite. You know, he's right at the top of his game today. So he should be after scoring a hat-trick in the first half.
Short throw-in. Cadden gets it back from Doyle Hayes. Rolls it to the right-hand side of the box. Going to get it back here is Doyle Hayes from Campbell. It's now with McGinn on this near side, dancing forward but runs into trouble. It's now with Barisic, turns it forward to Kamara, first time for Davis. Davis goes back to the edge of his own box for Goldson, who pops it forward for Aribo. Good touch by Aribo up against Stevenson, who just come on. Good reaction from Lewis Stevenson, but Aribo still has it. Aribo then turns it to Tavernier on the overlap on the right hand side. 3 in blue and white in the middle. It's another poor ball by James Tavernier. I just wonder if they'll consider Nathan Patterson, and David McCallum obviously knows Nathan Patterson really well. The first change, though, is going to be Fashion Sakala for Ryan Kent. Well. OK, he's been quiet, Ryan Kent, but unless he's got a little niggle or something like that, that's a big call.
I thought it might have been maybe Kamara or Davis, just a defensive type midfielder for somebody more attacking, because you'd always drop Aribo back in there and play Sakala where Aribo is, and he would still get forward Aribo. But anyway, they've gone for Kent, who's one of their attacking options.
Doesn't look after either, Ryan Kent. As much as he has been quiet, he's always capable of producing something when you need that, a bit of magic.
Something from nothing, Kenny. Yeah.
Absolutely, yes. And like I said right in the first half, between him and Joe Aribo, those are the two players in Rangers jersey that can make these kind of things happen.
Well, in fairness, Fashion Sakala's in good form just now. It's Martin Boyle's hat-trick that is sending Hibs through to the League Cup final as it stands just beyond the hour mark. 3-1 up Hibs are, but here come Rangers. Morelos out wide left for Barisic, now with Sakala. He's level with the 18-yard line. Short ball for Barisic, rolls it back to Davis. Square ball in field to Kamara's on the slide. He slipped, and now Hibs pinch it back with Campbell. Arfield charges in and wins it back. No free kick though. Hibs had an argument there, but Rangers come forward. It's Joe Aribo's at the edge of the box, tries to squeeze it through. He waited way too long. An early ball through was the option. Hibs clear, but here come Rangers again. Davis down the left, finds Barisic, he's at the byline, gets the cross ball in, and it's a diving header away by Paul Hanlon. They can't get past Hanlon today. One of the heroes from 2016, of course, against Rangers in the Scottish Cup final. It breaks back to Leon Balogun. Hibs defending manfully. Almost at 62.
Yeah, I mean, Porter's been really good this second half as well.
Here come Rangers again. Tavernier is away from his man, he's away from Stevenson. Low ball in, blocked by Paul McGinn in the 6-yard line. Away it goes for a Rangers throw-in. Listen to the Rangers fans trying to G their players up here. And they have a throw-in level with the Hibs 18 to be taken by Tavernier. Short to Morelos, back to Tavernier on the far side. Now he finds Arfield at the right angle of the box. To Morelos, back to Tavernier. Now it's with Kamara. Kamara's midway inside Hibs territory. Tavernier gets it again on the right hand side, gets the long ball in. It's Sakala's header down into the 6-yard area, and it's cleared by Hanlon. It was in between Hanlon and the goalkeeper. They weren't sure for a split second, and it's out for a Rangers throw-in level with the Hibs penalty spot over on the north side of the stadium, the far side. It's taken quickly by Tavernier to Morelos, back to James Tavernier. Tavernier has it, taking on Stevenson to the byline. Right foot ball comes in from Tavernier's a good one towards Sakala. Nodded away by McGinn. Optimistic appeals for a penalty from the Rangers support. Barisic to Davis. Back heel's brilliant for Sakala. Into the box goes Fashion Sakala, driving forward, but wants to do too much, and Joe Newell comes across and wins it back. Hibs can't get out right now. They lead 3-1, 63 on the clock. You just feel this is a crucial period in this match. Keep saying that, but right now Rangers scored again to go to within one with still a quarter of this semi-final to play, more than you suspect it would be a difficult closing stage for Hibs. And right now they have the insurance of the 2-goal cushion. It's a Aribo for Rangers as he plays it short to Tavernier on the far side. Morelos has gone out onto the touchline, and that's where it goes. Morelos in field to Davis. Davis finds Kamara. Loads of these Rangers players have been away on international duty as well, some of them travelling a long way. Martin Boyle was away with Australia as well, to be fair, and he scored a hat-trick as Goldson wins it back off Nisbet on the far side, and he plays it back in field to Balogun. 64 played, Rangers 1, Hibernian 3.
I must say, Liam, for me the big difference between first half and second half is when Hibs get the ball back, run about their box, the quality out up to the forwards is non-existent. That's 11 Rangers just to regain, whether it be through a midfielder or through the centre backs, just regaining the ball, and it's just waves the attack at the moment.
Dodgy, sorry, I just want to ask you about James Tavernier. I think he's having a nightmare today. I just wonder if Nathan Patterson's going to come on at some point, given the form he's been in.
He had 2 or 3 where he was disappointed. Rangers fans were giving him a bit of stick, but the last 2 or 3 he's still taking the ball and flashed it across the face of goal, so he's still out. Kenny's bang on it. I said that, I'll touch on it in a minute. Rangers attack
Liam. Here comes Aribo driving forward, and he runs straight into Hanlon. It would be a very big call for the guys in charge of the Rangers academies, in charge of the team today, to hook the club captain. Anyway, it's Hanlon who goes back the way to Macy. The Rangers fans, it must be an off-putter when you're not playing well. As Goldson nods it out to Tavernier on the far side, nods it infield, headed away by Porteous. Now it's Newell who calmly rolls it back to his goalkeeper.
Yeah, I was with Kenny. I was saying about them just smashing up front. There was a chance for young Josh Campbell again, just to play a 1-on-1 down the channel for Martin Boyle, and he didn't do it. He ran with it and they got it back, but everything, Kenny's right, up to the strikers is just launched up to them. It's difficult for them. They have to show some composure in the right areas, Hibs, and they'll catch Rangers again at some point, but every second is crucial for them to get that feeling.
And Hibs have just managed to win a free kick up the pitch as well. It was a clumsy challenge by Fashion Sakala on Cadden, and Hibs are in an attacking free kick position here. It's almost level with the edge of the D of the Rangers box, just a couple of yards away from the near side touchline. John Potter, the Hibs assistant at the right angle of his technical area, is trying to point to a couple of his players to get them into certain positions on the 18-yard line. There's a huge throng of players, a line of players right along the length of the D on the edge of the Rangers box. In it comes from Newell, bends it in, and it beats everyone and sails behind for the goal kick for Rangers. We're knocking on the final quarter of this League Cup semi-final with the scoreline Rangers 1, Hibernian 3, and Rangers driving forward. Hibs heading to the final against Celtic next month. Rangers have it. Yanis Hadji is apparently stripped down below us and will be on shortly as Aribo picks it up from Arfield. Short ball, Kamara forward to Arfield, looking for Aribo again. Davis trying to get there too, but they cannot puncture Hibs in that final third. Hibs win it back, sliding in Balogun out for a throw into Hibs on this near side.
That's the one, Liam. That's the one I'm talking about. If he can show a bit of composure, a bit of bravery, and he nearly nicked it round Balogun Boyle there, and if he did so, he was away and gone.
Probably should have, though. He should have just been able to flip it even over him, because he was down and he was gone.
Hibs' last win over Rangers was in February 2018 during Graham Murphy's second spell in the Rangers hot seat. They won 2-1 at Ibrox thanks to goals from John McGinn and Jamie McLaren. It's been a long time coming, and they are 22.5 minutes away plus stoppages from knocking Rangers out of the League Cup at the semi-final stage. It's Joe Newell. They lead 3-1 as Newell turns to face his own goal, back into his own half, and he passes it to the left-hand side of the centre circle for Hanlon, who takes it out to the touchline and launches it long down the left-hand side. Goldson underneath it, under pressure from Boyle. It's well played by Goldson this time. Little pass to Tavernier, who blasts it back off his man, and it's brilliant play actually from Hibs down the far side from Lewis Stevenson. He almost managed to keep it in play as well, having won it back off Tavernier. The Rangers get away with it, and it's Goldson sweeping it to Barisic on this near side. The clock ticks on to 68 minutes. It's going to be a double change for Rangers. Hadji and Jack will come on. They can make 5 changes as Barisic rolls it forward to Sakala. The challenge from McGinn, and he's claiming it was a decent challenge. I have to say, he certainly got the ball, but perhaps got too much of Fashion Sakala for Kevin Clancy's liking. And Rangers have a free kick, which Barisic is already over a few yards from the touchline, and he'll aim to swing this into the box. They're going to make the changes first though, and Arfield will be replaced by Hadji, the Rangers goal scorer, and it's because of a combination of Porteous' mistake and Arfield's finish that Rangers actually still have an interest in this game, Kenny Miller. And it's Aribo off for Jack.
I must say I'm surprised at that. I'm surprised at Joe Aribo going off for Ryan Jack. Again, what it gives is actually more free central midfielders rather than any more attacking influence with Arfield and Aribo going off. I must say I'm surprised.
Well, it's a couple of interesting substitutions being made by Rangers, with Ryan Kent also being hooked as Barisic prepares to take the free kick, gets it into the penalty spot area where Goldson heads it well over the crossbar, and it stays Rangers 1, Hibernian 3 with less than 21 minutes left of the 90.
Yeah, it's been a good period for Hibs. I think Kenny just touched on it about smashing it up front, and Rangers defenders been able to read it, and then suddenly they make 3 or 4 passes, be brave in the right areas, keep the ball, and suddenly it calms their team a little bit. It calms the Rangers attacks, and Hibs are more in this half now, whereas before it was just an onslaught as you'd expect at the start of the second half for Rangers.
And still it's that funny 2-goal lead they speak of. And you're defending so well, but if you do concede, it's then a very different game. Rangers haven't won a domestic trophy since they won this tournament in 2011. It was Walter Smith's last cup final. There have been 21 domestic cup competitions played since Rangers last won that one. And that time Celtic won 11 of them. St Johnstone 3, Kilmarnock, St Mirren, Aberdeen, Ross County, Billy knows, Hibs, Hearts and Inverness, Cali Thistle have all won one each. Rangers haven't managed it. It's Hibs in possession on the near side. Nisbet goes down, it's come off him and out for a throw, no free kick. And he's appealing to the assistant referee David Room on this near side. But it is a Rangers throw. 70.5 minutes on the clock. Rangers 1, Hibernian 3.
And it must be said, Liam, I think up until now, as much as Rangers have had a lot of the ball and a lot of sustained pressure, they've not done enough to create anywhere near the goal scoring chances required to get back into this game.
Macy's not had a safety, mate, has he?
There's been one, yeah, there was one long ranger from our field, but that's it, isn't it? Morelos hasn't had a bite at goal. And he's been on the periphery of things. This has been a masterful defensive performance from Hibs. You remember, we're on that losing streak. If you can remember, it was so long ago. There have been pre-season shorter than the time that Hibs have been idle in the last month. And it's Hibs in possession with Newell. Rolls it out to Cadden on the near side. Forward it comes towards Nisbet. Nisbet driving down the right. Balogun comes to meet him. It's Kevin Nisbet, plays it off Balogun and out for a Hibs throw-in on this near side. They must have been like a coiled spring because they were well put in their place by Celtic last time out. And obviously they've had the COVID-19 problems to come through as well as the international break. But they have exploded back into action here at Hampden. The Hibs fans beginning to sense Rangers don't have a lot to offer here. Almost on 72. Rangers 1, Hibs 3. It's Hibs in possession with Hanlon. As he rolls it out to Lewis Stevenson on that left-hand side, level with the edge of the centre circle in the Rangers half. Back to Hanlon, steps away from Sakala. Sakala with a challenge, Hanlon keeps going down the far side, it's out for a throw to Rangers. It's about midway inside their own half over on that north stand side. A stunning first half hat-trick for Martin Boyle, completing it from the penalty spot. That's been given away by Tavernier. Hibs coming down the left-hand side here with Campbell. Rolls it back to Stevenson. Infield for Boyle. As it nicked away from him by a combination of Hadji and Davis. It's back with Alan McGregor. Dinks it forward. Flicked on by Sakala. Morelos battling with Porteous, losing out to Stevenson, but Rangers win it back on the far side. And now it's going to be played into the centre circle for Kamara. Banisic on the overlap on this near side. Infield to Sakala. Stabs it back to Davis and rolls it out to Tavernier. Out to the far side for Jack. Now Hadji. Hadji's just inside the Hibs box. Rolls it towards Kamara, who leaves it for Barisic. Left angle of the area. Finds Kamara. Kamara moving into the box. It's so tight though. Hibs are sticking to their task manfully. It's rolled back to Davis. There's no way through for Rangers here. Hadji has it. Slips it to Goldson. Everyone but Alan McGregor in the Hibs half. It's Sakala, runs into trouble and then fouls Ryan Porteous, who apart from that mistake has been terrific today alongside Paul Hanlon at the beating heart of that Hibs defence. 73.5 minutes have come and gone in this second League Cup semi-final, and it remains as it was at half-time. Rangers 1, Hibs 3.
And it's had to be such a performance for Paul Hanlon as well, after getting booked for after 10 seconds of the game, to keep defending and getting asked the amount of questions he is and not getting himself into situations with the experience he's got. It's been a fantastic performance. You know, you'd be hard pressed to find, Dodgy, a Hibs player who's not performed at the top of the game today.
They've had to be at it as well, but it's that long ago, the Hanlon book, and you forget about it. I think Rangers, I thought they were a Kent. I'm like you, Kenny. I thought they were a Kent at Reborn. They've got 3 sitting midfielders on the pitch now, and I don't know, they might prove me wrong, I don't know if they've got enough up front in those areas when Hibs sit deep to go and find a little intricate pass and get through them. I just think that they get stuck now when Kamara's so far up, and Davis will find one, but he's not far enough up the pitch, and Jack as well, so very surprised by the subs.
Well read by McGinn as that long ball towards Sakala looped towards him. McGinn puts it out for a Rangers throw-in. We're heading towards the final 15 minutes. Under the lights here at the National Stadium. Short throw-in from Barisic to Kamara. He can't find his teammate again. Hibs clear, but only as far as Balogun. Short to Kamara over on this near side. Glenn Kamara rolls it back to the edge of the centre circle for Davis, who turns it to his right for Jack, free of injury, trying to drive Rangers on here. Out to Tavernier on the far side. Short to Yanis Hadji. Hadji up against Hanlon, who's round the outside. His cross blocked by the Hibs skipper. It's now with Tavernier. Finds Davis. Back out to the far side for Hadji. No space to cross, so he turns it to Jack. Jack flicks it forward to Morelos. Back to Glenn Kamara. Shout for man on because Boyle was in behind him. Kamara shrugs him off, finds Davis. Now Tavernier at the right angle of the box. Facing away from goal though, tries to get it back from Hadji, but it's straight to Paul Hanlon, who clears his lines. Goldson goes after it on the far side. It's gone out of play, I think, down on the far side. It's a Rangers throw-in, which is taken quickly. Jack to Hadji. Hadji has it, rolls it back to Davis. Heading towards 76 minutes. Rangers 1, Hibs 3. Kamara's pass is a poor one again. Rangers have turned in one of their poorest performances, if not the poorest performance of the season, and there's been a good few of them. There's that long ball from Stevenson. Nisbet goes after it. Goldson's the covering player, and he rolls it all the way back to McGregor. 14 left. McGregor's short ball to Davis. Has to roll it to Goldson, just outside his box. Jack Ross roaring his troops on from the touchline down below us. Forward it comes for Rangers. Morelos giving chase up against Porteous, right hand side of the box. Again it's blocked. This time Porteous. Morelos happy to let it bounce out for a corner. Rangers looking for a second goal to put them back to within one and set up a grandstand finish.
I'll tell you something, I wouldn't mind seeing the coach on the field at this moment in time, Jermaine Defoe. Alfredo's not being at the top of his game at all, and if anybody could sniff a goal, it would have been Defoe.
Yeah, he's not on the bench, is he? Hasn't seen much action, been focusing on the coaching as Rangers take the corner. Tavernier, and it comes to Cala's little flick, hit more fresh air than ball, but it breaks to Kamara on the edge of the box to give her space. He's on the left foot, drags it back onto the right, rolls it back to the edge of the area. It's Jack who shoots, it's towards goal, but it's wide of the left hand post via deflection, and Rangers have a corner with 13 minutes of 90 to play. It's still 3-1 to Hibs.
Yeah, Kamara, it's an excellent chance, and he did really well. And when he twisted and turned in the box, I thought on his left foot, just go and strike it, go across the face of goal, but it shows he's the defensive midfielder. Turns out Jack hits a strike, deflected, another corner.
It came off Cadden. Rangers corner, Barisic outswinger, and it comes into the box. There's a free header from Balogun, but he's flicked it out towards the right hand side of the box rather than the goal. Back in it comes from Goldson. Up goes Macy, holds on for dear life, and it stays Rangers 1, Hibernian 3 as we tick towards 78 minutes here on Glasgow's south side.
It's a great chance for Balogun. It's almost a free header. It might be behind him ever so slightly, but when he knocks it to that back post area here, all you're expecting is someone to be coming on the end of that to knock it in. Just behind Alfredo and probably too far in front of Ryan Jack. But again, good goalkeeping for Macy. He just comes and just takes the pressure right off his team.
Well, man, one of the men the Rangers supporters love to hate, Ryan Porteous, is down getting a bit of attention. I'm not sure if it's a bit of cramp, but anyway, Rangers will make their 4th and 5th substitutions now. John Lundstrom and Scott Wright are going to come on. This is their final throw of the dice. They will have no more options. Hibs are going to bring on the old war horse Darren McGregor for Ryan Porteous, who's not going to be able to continue. There's 11 and a half minutes left of the 90, but this will be a stoppage which will result in a couple of minutes of added time on top of probably 3 that you would imagine would have been added on for the subs. And Ryan Porteous has hurt himself somehow, so he will be replaced by Darren McGregor, who had that spell at Rangers as well. Maybe a double change for Hibs and a long-awaited return for Christian Doidge. They've got the third of the 3 amigos back. They were superb, particularly in the second half of last season. Doidge, Nisbet and Boyle, what a front 3 it is. And they are being reunited here at Hampden. Albeit maybe it's Nisbet to come off, may well be. But Doidge coming on, McGregor coming on for Porteous. And Rangers have made the... Well, Calvin Bassey's down here in front of us as well. So Rangers look like they're going to bring him on as well. entirely sure what's happened down in the Rangers dugout, but anyway, Hibs have made the changes, and it is Nisbet off, Doidge on. That's a brilliant. This could be a truly wonderful afternoon for Jack Ross, and Christian Doidge being back in the equation is just underlining that. It's Bassey for Balogun, by the way. They changed it, so Lundstrom isn't coming on, and Scott Wright will come on for Glenn Kamara. 3-1 Hibs. It's the final 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's Southampton now, another kind of attacking midfielder on one that might, if Hibs are sitting deep, just cut them open. Hibs, Porte's been really good second half, responded to his mistake, but McGregor on for him, just like for like, just to try and see out this last, 10 minutes or so plus injury time.
80.5 on the clock. Doidge comes forward, gets a special cheer from the Hibs fans. Rangers clear. It's now with Scott Wright, rolls it to his right for Tavernier, who's bounding up towards halfway. Tavernier goes long, looking for Hadji, an ambitious ball, but he's found him. Hadji, Hibs claiming control with the arm there. Paul McGinn puts it behind for a Rangers corner. Final 10 of 90.
What Doidge might just give you as well going forward, or maybe a bit more a target to hit as a platform to get forward and relieve pressure. It will also give you a little bit more height in the set plays when crosses come in. You'll imagine there'll be a lot of pressure in this last 10 minutes.
Out-swinging corner from Borna Barisic coming up. Rangers' need is an urgent one. In it comes, there's a header down from Goldson. It's going to go wide though, down into the ground it goes. Goal kick Hibs, 3-1 Hibs. And with every second that passes away, the edge ever closer to the League Cup final. After a torrid run which began at Ibrox, a game in which they led. Porteous was sent off, Rangers turned it round to win 2-1. They were then hammered at home by Dundee United, lost it out of sorts and out of form Aberdeen, before being taken apart by Celtic. They haven't played since that game, which was on the 27th of October, but they look as though they are eager to make up for lost time. This has been a wonderful performance, two very different performances. They were an exploiting, counter-attacking performance in the first half, scored 3 goals. This has been a resolute defensive performance in the second half, and Rangers simply haven't had an answer to Hibs today.
No, they've been dogged, absolutely dogged, Liam, and they've defended everything that's came out of the box, apart from a couple of little clearances that could have been better for them. But you're right, Rangers have not had the answers to come up to create any chance of any substance in the second half.
Oh, a little bit of afters there. Barisic has left one on Campbell down on this near side, I think it is. And yellow card comes out for the Croatian.
And that could be a record, Liam, and how we go to the corner flag at this stage of the game. 82 minutes and 22 seconds, I think it was.
Yeah, Hibs trying to see it out already. And the long ball towards Sakala. It's Morelos back to Sakala, takes a heavy touch. McGinn. Well, the Rangers fans think he obstructed Sakala. I think Sakala just ran into Paul McGinn. As Macy clears it, leathers it forward into the Rangers half. Connor Goldson's little touch finds Jake Doyle-Hayes though, and now it's with Cadden driving down the right hand side. Hibs see more of the ball in the Rangers half just when Rangers want to be up the other end of the pitch. In comes the cross, headed away by Goldson. Barisic prevents the corner. He will knock it forward to Hadji, short to Sakala, then Yanis Hadji. Jack, first time to Morelos. Morelos then looking for Tavernier. It's another loose ball. He finds Stevenson only, who finds Boyle, who's rampaging into the Rangers box. Runs into Goldson, and Ryan Jack's there to mop up, finding Tavernier to the right. His clearance is cut out by Lewis Stevenson, and it's going to go out for a throw-in. I'll tell you, Hibs have set a standard today. They have set the bar pretty high for the rest of their season. Started the campaign brilliantly well, then went completely off the boil and out of sorts. But today, as you hear the Hibs fans in the background, what a performance this has been. They have been everything Rangers haven't been today. 3-1 they lead, 84 played.
Yeah, we were asked the question at the start of the programme about they're going to turn up to a semi-final. Well, they certainly have. Every department, goal scoring, work ethic, like time scale of the game as well, just getting through certain stages, performance levels, just been incredible. They have been right at it, Hibs.
And effectively the same questions were asked the Rangers, Billy. And they've not turned up, and they've not performed anywhere near the levels that those football players can.
McGregor back to Macy. It comes off the post of the goalkeeper. And it was Darren McGregor's pass back to Matt that Macy that caused the problem. There was too much pace on it for the keeper, who actually did well to knock it off his own post there. Could have gone anywhere.
It's a poor touch from the goalkeeper, and it's not a great pass back, you're right, Liam, but he should do better with it. But when he doesn't, I don't know if he got a little flick with his hand. He was trying to, he thought about it because he's popped it up and he's thinking this could get in, he'll just throw out the right hand. Bit of panic, and they get away with one. Hibs.
Hadji gives it away, and here come Hibernian with Chris Cadden driving down the right hand side. Bassey comes to meet him, and our Rangers supporters flooding out of Hampden already. They don't think their team are coming back into this, and it's going to be a Hibs free kick. It is outstanding from Chris Cadden, who I think has had his best game in the green and white today.
He's been outstanding, you know, and again, I think that role, that wing-back role, just suits him down to a T. He's big, long-range stride, he's got plenty of energy, good quality when he gets in the final third. Right from the outset of the game, he was a threat down that right-hand side, and I don't know if that was Rangers' first shot on target with Darren McGregor's pass back there, to be honest.
You just that one Arfield one.
In the second half.
Yeah, in the second half, certainly, yeah.
It's always on you, Kenny, he was on you.
Hibs free kick, which they've taken short to Doidge against Hadji. Hadji knocks it back off Doidge. Rangers goal kick. 86 by, oh no, is the linesman given the corner? Is he given the corner? Yeah, he has. Well,
so did Kevin Clancy.
This is right in front of the 10,000 Hibs fans, who are absolutely loving things right now. Made the journey along the M8. They were underdogs. Right now, they are sweeping Rangers out of Hampden. Literally, in the case of the supporters, who are already beginning to file out. It's picked up on the right by Goldson. 86.5 on the clock, with Hibs leading 3-1. Long ball forward, Hanlon's header away. Only as far as Tavernier. Here's Jack, squeezing it through to Davis. Sakala wants it. Is he onside? Yes, he is. He plays it across and face it. Goal! Macy gets it half away. Doyle Hayes gets a really important touch on it to prevent Davis tapping into potentially an empty net. I don't think Macy was getting back to it, and it stays Rangers 1, Hibs 3, and that right there in microcosm is Hibernian today.
Yeah, they got a little break, and they probably deserved it, to be honest with you again. But it's just not clinical enough for Rangers. So on your heels, not reading the situations well. And listen, there is a bit of fortune involved.
Here comes Scott Wright for Rangers down the right, inside the box. He goes and wins the corner.
Hanlon again, incredible. I mean, Scott Wright fresh, blasting away from his man, just puts it across, and Hanlon in the right area at the right time again.
Suspect the Rangers don't score before injury time. The belief will sap out of them. Tavernier's corner comes in, breaks the Goldson, who lashes it high over the bar. That was the chance. That right there was the chance for Rangers to force a grandstand finish. Connor Goldson spurns it and sums Rangers' afternoon up in one swipe of his right boot as he faces back towards his own goal, and he knows he should have brought it back to 3-2 with 2.5 minutes left. It stays Rangers 1, Hibs 3.
He absolutely must score. He must rip the back of that net with that. If he's 5 yards out, 6 yards out, all he needs to do is get the ball down on target. Alan McCoy always used to say us, get the ball down into the ground. If he gets that down into the ground, it's 3-2 and we've got a grandstand finish.
It summed up, he said in commentary there, Liam, Rangers Day, it summed up Connor Goldson's day. He's not at his best day. Boyle has given him a hard time, not so much second half, but my word, what a chance to kind of help redeem yourself, but he's blown that as well.
Yeah, score there, and it's a very nervy conclusion. I'm hearing there will be 5 minutes of injury time as it stands. We're in the 89th minute with Hibs leading by 3-1. So if that's true, Hibs are 6 minutes away from the final. Rangers throw in, taken short to Jack, and on the far side it's nicked back there to Scott Wright. Wright moving down towards the corner flag, blocked by Stevenson, and it's gone out of play for a Rangers throw in. It looked from here as though it was still in play, and Hibs are protesting about that. Anyway, Rangers have a throw, and it's the 90th minute of the League Cup semi-final, which Hibs lead 3-1 against Rangers. Into that wonderful first half from Martin Boyle. Throw in Rangers, level with 18. Tavernier to take. Long into the box. Goldson wins the header, heads it out for a goal kick for Hibs. And Rangers just haven't been at it at all today. We said at the half-time, they are playing like a team without a manager.
Looks like it at stages, doesn't it? And then you think, oh, they're having a spell. They took off players that I thought we were surprised about. I thought it's the only way that it could maybe unlock this Hibs defence. But listen, here, let's talk about Hibs. They've been brilliant from start to finish.
5 minutes confirmed, Dodgy.
They've been right at it. They've been asked so many questions. They got it bang on first half, got themselves 3 goals. They lost the goal just before half-time. That can affect you mentally, and it hasn't. They've come out this second half and they have been stubborn. Boy, they have been stubborn, and they look like seeing this out now.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And we're into the first of those 5 minutes. As soon as the board went up there, and it's Stephen Davis for Rangers. Long ball looking for Morelos. Hooks it out to that far side, but only to Lewis Stevenson. The amount of unforced errors from Rangers players today is frightening. Deutsch looked like he was brought unceremoniously to the depth by Calvin Bassey there. Rangers in possession with Stephen Davis, but he's camped deep inside his own half. Out to Goldson. There are huge empty spaces inside the Rangers sections of Hampden. And they had 75% of the stadium. As Jack rolls it out to that far side, Tavernier, low ball from Morelos. First time out to the right hand side, straight to Stevenson. It's now with Tavernier, looks up, tries to cross, it's blocked again by Joe Newell this time. We played a minute and a half of the stoppage time, 5 are added. The Hibs fans already celebrating. Tavernier's cross ball comes in, it's allowed to bounce, but Macy's there and holds on decisively. Rangers 1, Hibernian 3.
Again, just another sign, Rangers just not done enough. Not creating anywhere near a good enough chance to get themselves back in the game. But like Billy says, let's have a look at Hibs. We'd be hard pressed to find a player who's not performed at the top of the game. We've probably mentioned most of them, maybe apart from this man. I think Joe Newell has been absolutely outstanding for Hibs. Putting his foot on the ball, showing a calmness, making the right passes, filling in holes, blocking passing lanes. He's been absolutely everywhere. Fantastic performance for everyone, but Joe Newell for me has been excellent, and Martin Boyle will rightly get the headlines, but there's so many more top performances in green jerseys today.
It is Hibs with Doyle Hayes making the challenge on right. It's going to break to Hadji. Right footed ball out to Barisic. We played over 2 of the 5 minutes that were added. Barisic's pass again, it's a loose one, straight to a Hibs player. Doyle Hayes away. Doidge's header comes off Bassey, and we'll just let it go out of play for a throw in on this near side. And he's been absolutely outstanding today as well. They all have, but Josh Campbell down here, first domestic start of the season. Only has a handful of appearances for the Hibs first team. He had loans at Airdrieonians and Arbroath and Edinburgh City in recent times. He has played like he's been in this Hibs first team for years today.
Yeah, maturity beyond his years really has. Kenny said they're not going to fail you. For me, Paul Hanlon's been incredible.
We could go right through the team, really, let's be honest.
Some big ones. Hanlon,
yeah,
you're right.
Massive,
you're right to mention Newell and Boyle, and everybody has been brilliant, but those 3 for me, and for me, Hanlon's been the outstanding one. I know Boyle's got a hat-trick, but my word, this guy has put himself in positions where Rangers have looked dangerous and just put his body in the line everywhere. As you say, Kenny, especially after getting booked after 10 seconds.
It's just showed his experience, isn't he? He's at the right place at the right time. If there's a block or a header needed to be made, he's been there today.
Hibs fans who are here will remember this for a very, very long time. It's not quite the historic victory it was in 2016, obviously. But this has been right up there as far as Hibs' recent memory is concerned. It goes out for another throw to Hibs deep inside the Rangers half, level with the 18-yard line, as we head towards the final minute of 5 that have been added on at the end. The Hibs fans waiting for the full-time whistle. Ryan Porteous down below us in the technical area, broad smile. His mistake doesn't matter. He gave Rangers hope, but Hibs have extinguished that hope with an outstanding defensive display as Rangers eventually get up the park. But there's barely time to score 1, let alone 2. There's a free kick which will result in a foul on Ryan Jack at level with the edge of the centre circle. But it's all about Kevin Clancy's full-time whistle now. The camera's already beginning to train on Jack Ross. Borna Barisic will take this free kick. And when you're 3-1 up in a cup semi-final against one of the old firm, this is something to relish. Barisic takes the free kick, punched away by Macy. Of course it was. And out for a throw-in over on that far side. It's the final 10 seconds. And then the 10,000 Hibernian supporters will make some noise. Because Hibs are coming back to Hampden. They're into the League Cup final with one of their best performances, if not their best performance, under Jack Ross. It has been outstanding from the men in green and white, who've been forced to watch on for the last month without any action whatsoever. But like a coiled spring, they have come to Glasgow and they have ejected Rangers from the League Cup. 22 successive cup competitions without success for Rangers Football Club. As they troop off the pitch, heads bowed, in front of their incoming manager Giovanni van Bronckhorst, who knows he has work to do if he's to win any of the 2 trophies left. And ahead of Sparta Prague in the Europa League on Thursday. But this is Hibernian's day. The Hibs fans go wild in front of their supporters. As well they might. Martin Boyle's first half hat-trick. The first was from about 1 or 2 yards out as he sent it into the roof of the net to give them a priceless lead. It's always priceless in a semi-final. This one came on 9 minutes. It was 2 on 21. Nisbet slipped it into him, and Boyle, an outstanding shot across the bows of Alan McGregor into the bottom left corner to make it 2-0. He made it 3 from the penalty spot on 38 after he'd been upended by Davis. Before Arfield gave Rangers hope 5 minutes from half-time. A mistake by Porteous. But that won't even appear in the annals because Hibs saw it through with a dogged second half performance. They just did not give Rangers an inch. Rangers were not allowed to breathe in this semi-final. And that is all credit to Jack Ross's Hibs, who are now into their 11th League Cup final. They're into their 26th major final as they look to win the League Cup for a 5th time and for the first time since 2007. They're an outstanding cup club. They've got an excellent record in both. In the League Cup, 16 quarter-finals in the last 20 seasons, which have led to 8 semis. And they've come through this one. And that came after that awful run that they'd been on. They'd only scored 3 in their last 6 games. They scored 3 in the first half against Rangers in a cup semi-final. And that means that the League Cup final, the 76th League Cup final, on the 19th of December, will be between Celtic and Hibernian. Because a classy Hibs have beaten Rangers here. It finished at Hampden Park. Rangers 1, Martin Boyle's hat-trick, and Hibernian 3.
The Scottish League Cup, live on Sportsound.
From BBC Radio Scotland, there's no substitute.
Well, it may not be sunshine in Leith that we're hearing in the background, but that is very much the sound of Hibernian fans celebrating. What a day it has been for them, and the players are down there and they are joining in on the festivities in that corner of Hampden Park. It has been the most incredible of afternoons for the team from the capital, and they will be back here, as Liam said, in a month's time, 4 weeks' time, to take on Celtic in the League Cup final for season 2021-22. So many outstanding performances. Doty was regularly pointing to the contribution of Paul Hanlon throughout the course of the game, and he was just absolutely immense. The amount of times He was the one on the end of a cross. He was the one cutting it out. He was the one who was thwarting Rangers. A number of the players, I think Hanlon there, certainly Paul McGinn, Darren McGregor, all making their way up into the stand to get hugs from family members down below as some very small children being congratulated and congratulating their dads down there. It means an awful lot to those players. There's young Josh Doig, of course it'll mean a lot to him. Incredible, absolutely incredible. Martin Boyle, we assume, has been named man of the match, surely. Although Ryan Porteous is down there alongside him holding a man of the match award, although I assume he is going to be presenting it to Martin Boyle. You can hear one or two other of the very familiar Hibernian songs being sung in the background there. Very few Hibs fans have left this stadium. By the time the final whistle went, very few Rangers fans were left inside. You can understand it, but I mean, it was incredible how big, how wide the gaps became around 3/4 of this stadium. And you've got to say, it's a terrible National Cup record that Rangers have over the past decade or so, albeit they were down in the lower divisions for a few years, but it is yet another year in which they have failed to win the League Cup, so that'll move on. They've still got the Scottish Cup to come, of course, but it's over a decade since they last won either the League Cup or Scottish Cup. I mean, even when they were down the divisions, they only won the Challenge Cup once out of 4, so there is something about Rangers and national knockout competitions. And it is, as you can hear, the Hibs fans celebrating in the background there. Magnificent for them. They had so many disappointments at Hampden over the past year or so. Of course, had the delayed conclusion to the Scottish Cup from the previous season, and then the 2 cup competitions last year. They have come here. They have absolutely they have shown up on the night, and they have beaten Rangers by 3-1. We can get some reaction, I think. It looks like the 2 heroes, Martin Boyle and Ryan Porteous, down there. And Kenny is in danger of being swamped by the Hibs fans.
Yes, we've been surrounded by these happy Hibs fans, and the boys are giving them a big wave here. Congratulations, lads. What a fantastic performance.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. What a day. You know, moments like these don't come around long enough. We're in another cup final, and it's fantastic. You know, we let ourselves down the last month, and you know, another cup final, but you know, we're a strong unit. We've kept the core together. You know, we can bounce back again.
Ryan, I spoke to the manager before the game. I just had the feeling he was very confident today. He had great belief in you boys to do the business.
Yeah, I've just said it there, but you know, I feel like we let him down at times. He puts a lot of faith in myself and the rest of the boys, and getting to the cup final last year, not winning it, another semi-final and not winning it. We feel like we're due a big result here, and due a big result against Rangers especially. And you know, the boys were superb to a man today. You know, disappointed with the goal we conceded. Other than that, the performance was flawless.
How much did you guys learn from the experiences at Hampden last season, the disappointments?
I think they learned a lot. You know, they weren't good enough. That's at the end of the day, they weren't good enough. You know, we had the whole summer to, you know, think about that. And like you say, we got to the cup final, and that's where the places you want to be. And thankfully, we're in another one, and hopefully we can win this one.
What did you feel? I mean, could you believe it in the first half, looking up these scoreboards and saying 3-0 against Rangers? This very, very strong Rangers side.
I think I do. Like, we started the same way as we started against Dundee United, and you know, with the threats like Nisbet and Boyle up front, and it wasn't clicking in the last month. These boys can play at a lot higher level than this, and they've just shown it there against let's not get it wrong, that Rangers team is brilliant. They've shown it at a European stage, they've shown it last year by not getting beat, and on the big occasion with 40,000 Rangers fans, 10,000 Hibs fans, you know, it's just excellent. And you know, it's what stuff our dreams are made of, really.
Just talk to us about these Hibs fans are just a few yards away, guys. What incredible support, the noise they made today.
It's unbelievable. They've came out in their numbers again, and it's fantastic. We could hear them the whole game, even if there was more Rangers fans, and we know that we'll have that back in the final.
And just finally, you'll give Celtic plenty to think about, won't you?
100%.
Yes,
we always normally do.
Fantastic. Good stuff. Well done, guys.
Martin Boyle, hat-trick hero. Ryan Porteous eventually had to go off injured, but he played his part as well. He's Martin Boyle is not. He's got the man of the match award. He's not letting the match ball out of his hands either. Ryan Porteous just went across and kind of heaved into the Hibs fans there to join in some celebrations with them. It is a magnificent occasion for the men in green. Porteous making his way along. Martin Boyle just getting a few more photographs taken there. And big celebration, big hug from Craig Sampson, the goalie coach, of course, who, right, you can see what it means to all those Hibernian, the players, the coaching staff, the management. You can tell from up here, and you can just about see the looks on their faces from 100 yards away. Big, beaming smiles. Fantastic, absolutely fantastic, and Willie thoroughly merited, thoroughly deserved that win today.
Without doubt, Richard. You know, it was a polished performance, it was a mature performance, wasn't it? All the business done really in the first half, ripping the Rangers defence apart. The tactics was spot on. You know, Jack Ross playing the two up top, particularly Martin Boyle, but I thought Nisbet and Boyle linked so well. The threat was always there in behind, and the finishing was pretty clinical as well. And you know, once you get yourself in the lead 3-0, okay, it was a poor goal to lose, and it gave Rangers a little bit of momentum going into the second half. But to be perfectly honest, I thought Hibs handled it exceptionally well in the second half. You know, they were deep, but they were confident in their defending. For me, I think Paul Hanlon, you know, I can echo what Dodgy has said. He was outstanding. It's you know, just understanding where you should be, where the danger is. And he sniffed that out, and after putting himself under pressure with that challenge in the first few seconds of the game, he just thought his way through the game. You don't see too much of that defensively these days, but it was a joy to watch tonight.
What he did do was exactly what you told us it is possible to do. You were telling us that before the Scotland game, and all those yellow cards.
Richard, you think about it, you get yourself in the right position, you don't dive into challenges, you don't give the opposition an opportunity to turn you, and you then get yourself in a position where you've got to challenge. I mean, if you look at Hanlon's performances, there wasn't a lot of challenges. It was about getting into the right space, understanding, you know, where the ball is, if it's in a wide area, where the danger might be, usually at the front post, gets himself there. Did that about 3 or 4 times. So you just, you know, it's with experience that comes as well, but you need that intelligence, that game intelligence, to understand where the danger is going to be, and you need to be calm and composed, and they certainly were calm and composed throughout the game. You know, they looked like a team that believed that they were going to win this, and it's just a joy to watch when that happens. They came here as underdogs, but after this performance, if they can take that into the final, then they have got a huge chance of lifting the trophy.
Tom, absolutely. If they've got the same mentality, same attitude.
I just thought they were exceptional. First half, ruthless, clinical, classy. Second half, resolute, resilient. Limited Rangers to one chance, which Goulson ballooned over the bar with 2 minutes to go of normal time. They were comfortable and thoroughly deserved it. When you talk about man of the match, they had 10 contenders. The only one I wouldn't put in the list was Matt Macy, because he had nothing to do for most of the game. The others were just terrific, and it was a terrific, I think, a feat of coaching as well from Jack Ross, because I think he figured it all out, and he sent his team out there with fired up to the gills, and it was just a very, very classy performance.
It really was, and you can hear the confidence from the two players that we heard from. We're now going to hear from the manager, Jack Ross, with Kenny.
I'm sure you can see the smile up there, Richard. You must be a very proud man this evening, Jack.
Yeah, it's probably the best way to describe it. I think obviously delighted, but pride is the biggest one. I think we've had a tough month, tough few weeks prior to that as well, so I think, you know, what the players and staff have shown to deliver that type of performance on this type of occasion is outstanding, and thoroughly enjoyed the performance that they gave today.
When I spoke to you pre-match, I just get the sense you had real belief, real confidence in this side today.
I think there was 2 aspects of it. One, how we've performed against Rangers in recent time. You know, and I spoke about us not winning those games, but we had played really well, and we needed big moments. And I think the first goal was one of them, because we get a little break that fall into Martin, and we grew from there. And then also the period that we've had out allowed us maybe to take stock a little bit, and I did have a feeling coming into the game that we had prepared really well. Players had looked at it had looked bright, had looked excited, and they didn't want another opportunity to slip by them. So I think the character they're showing and the trust in each other and what we do at the club was evident, I think, today.
Yeah, character's an interesting word. The attacking flair in that first half, he just ripped Rangers apart. But in the second half, it was character, it was commitment, it was discipline, it was composure. It was all there, wasn't it, as you weathered a bit of a storm in the second half, but they never really threatened.
Well, you're going to have to. You know, I look at the strength Rangers have, and we're having 5 changes to make in this competition from the bench. You know, they're bringing on full internationals. It's not easy. They're a good side, with champions for a reason. So we had to show all aspects of our game, and as I said, you get that feeling amongst the group, and even at half time, a couple of tactical things, but a lot was about that understanding of what they would have to do in the second half and defending their box. And you know, Matt was a big part of that, Matt Macy, in terms of how he came, but then overall was a whole team prepared to put their body on the line. So yeah, just as I mentioned earlier, just a really enjoyable performance for a manager to watch.
Yeah, I spoke to Ryan Porteous and Martin Boyle there, and they spoke about using the disappointments of the national, being here before at the National Stadium, and channeling that today. But Ryan Porteous said an interesting thing. He also said he felt at times they let you down last season. They felt they owed you a lot to get that performance today, to give that to you today, personally.
Well, it's nice to hear him say it. You know, I think hopefully it's a reflection of the relationship we build with players. Said I'm close to them. We went through a lot in the last couple of years, a lot of good things, and we've taken some criticism at times for losing big games, but we keep coming to big games. That's the thing. Said we're a young team out there today as well, and so my pride all the time is at how they perform and watching them grow as players and watching them grow as a team, and to come into this environment against that team, because it was, you know, this place was rocking at the early stages of the game, and just terrific. And it's hopefully it's another sign of the growth of the football club. You know, it's about us being a top team regularly. And we've got an opportunity to go and win a cup now, which is brilliant.
Martin Boyle, man of the match for his hat-trick. Can I just pick out 2 other players? Paul Hanlon, I thought he was outstanding at the back, and Josh Campbell, a big call perhaps from you to put him in today. He never looked out of place.
Well, yeah, take Josh first. I think that he's got loads of good attributes that could make him a top player. He has to trust them. We've worked really hard, and we probably feel this is the right time for him. It was an opportunity for him today, and I think he grabbed it. And now it's about repeating that. Another player that's came through our academy. So it's a reflection of the work that goes on at the club, but also our willingness to play them. So really, really pleased for him personally. And Paul is interesting because he's now taken on that responsibility of club captaincy, and that is different. And he's growing in stature as a leader, both on and off the pitch. And today he led on the pitch. He was, in particular, having been booked so early in the game, that is not easy for a central defender to do that. But you know, as you work with Paul day in, day out, you realise how good a player he is and why he's played so many times for Hibs. And you know, as I think he has spoke about it in the lead up to this game, his desire is to go and lift the trophy as captain of Hibs, and he's got an opportunity to do that on obviously next month. Yeah,
the 19th of December, a really busy spell for the club between now and then, but there'll be a real buzz around the place. So that competition for places, these guys will want to be involved here at the National Stadium again against Celtic, and that's a huge challenge in itself. Yeah, I mean, irrespective of how today went, we've got huge league games coming up, because the enforced period has meant we've slipped down the table, albeit results generally have been pretty good for us. So we've got to go win these big league games coming up. It probably would be nice if the SPFL helped us a bit in terms of the lead up to that final. We've got a lot of games prior to it. You know, it's a showcase final in Scottish football. I won't hold my breath, but we'll maybe look at it. But you'll ask the question?
Well, I think so. I mean, I don't think that's a ridiculous thing to ask. You know, and to have you know, a number of fixtures we've got in this month now is incredible. When they said it's a big game, the final, you want it. You know, the atmosphere between yesterday and today has been outstanding in this stadium. You want a match that reflects that. But if it isn't, then we'll deal with that accordingly. And then said, look to repeat just performance level from today over the course of this month, next month. Sorry.
Yeah, I know on a semi-final it's all about winning, but the performance today was excellent. And just one final point, a positive note, Jack, to end on. The football in Scotland this season has been fantastic. Go back to your opening game the weekend away at Motherwell. That was a fantastic game. I've seen so many this season. Another one here today. It's in a good place, Scottish football right now, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think the national team reflect that, and even how the national team play. I think there's an honesty, an energy and a quality about them. And I think that's what you get within Scottish football, that honesty. It's authentic. There's good players, really good players in this country with quality, and as I said, that energy about the game today. I mean, the first half was ridiculous in terms of the pace the game was played at, but always more enjoyable, obviously, when you're on the winning team.
Well done today, congratulations.
Thanks, Kenny.
Thanks, Jack.
Cheers, Kenny. Thank you very much. Cheers.
There you go. Just delighted. And I'm interested in talking about the relationship, the bond there is, I guess, between the players and between the management and how they feel. It's a case of working for each other, I suppose. We'll try to get you some more reaction from downstairs from a very happy Hibernian camp. Be interesting to see if he does get any response from the SPFL. They've got a hell of a lot of games to. I think they've already got 10 games in December. I'm not sure where the slack is, to be honest, for them. But they can only ask the question. Bottom line is, it's about today, isn't it? It's about that performance, and it's about the pride, Tom, that he feels in his players.
Yeah, rightly so. I mean, I just thought they were tremendous. They were really on it. Right from the first whistle, they were on it. And you could see it was fantastic scenes at the end here. It was a really the bond between the players and the Hibs fans was terrific. And I have to laugh because I've just seen Ryan Porteous's interview with Premier Sports. I don't know if you've seen that, have you?
I got a text suggesting that he may have had a little humorous remark here.
He said, "Do I look happy?" He was asking, "Are you happy?" Presumably. He said, "Do I look happy? Don't ask silly questions then." Which is obviously what Stephen Gerrard said some weeks ago. And
yes.
Stephen Gerrard and Ryan Porteous would not be kindred spirits. So I think a little gentle pop at Gerrard, even though he's gone, and Rangers just there from Porteous.
Yes, and Ryan Porteous can do what he likes in a day like this. I think
he was brilliant.
Yeah.
He was excellent second half, himself and Hanlon. I thought they were all brilliant. I thought the discipline levels were outstanding. The concentration levels were outstanding. Rangers were all huff and puff. No creativity, no ideas, little movement. Too many of them, Morellis in particular, just strolling about there. No intensity about his game at all, no urgency. And just not good enough. Not good enough. Huff and puff was not going to beat Hibs today. Huff and puff didn't even trouble Hibs unduly today. Rangers had loads of possession in the second half, were not good enough to do anything with it, and that is going to worry these Rangers fans here, who are absolutely apoplectic behind us.
Yeah,
and I can understand it because
totally. Yeah.
They were totally outplayed today. First half, Hibs dynamic and really cutting edge stuff, 3 goals, and second half they defended it very comfortably.
You got to ask a question: what's happened to that defence?
Yep.
I mean, seriously, I'm watching replays of the 3 goals, Richard, and all 3 goals are just poor defending, and there's 2 culprits in all 3 goals, and that's the 2 centre backs. The penalty, there's one centre back outside the box towards the byline, and the other centre back is just inside the box when Stephen Davis has to come back and make a challenge, because none of the 2 of them are actually taking any attention or paying any attention to Martin Boyle. And as for the other 2 goals, well, we've been over that before, but that was a defence that was very rarely breached last season. And you look at it now, and every time Hibs went up the park in the first half, it looked as though there was a possibility of a goal. So there's big questions to be asked defensively. And Tom's right. I mean, going forward, I don't think they were creative enough. I think Tavernier had probably the worst game I've certainly seen from him. Normally very good delivery, normally can go by a player as well, but on the day or on the night, nowhere near his best, and that kind of sums up Rangers, doesn't it? I think on the night, nowhere near their best. As far as Hibs is concerned, very mature performance, good defensively, creative, in the attack, always dangerous. They did the job in the first half. That's what you do in these games. If you get yourself, that far ahead, you don't have to do that much in the second. You have to play it with a bit of maturity, belief and organisation, and they certainly did that.
Matt Macy barely had a save to make. I don't know if he had a save to make in the second half. The biggest issue he had was trying to deal with a Darren McGregor pass back, which he managed to divert onto his own post with his foot. He didn't touch with his hand, despite, I think it was Scott Wright who was claiming for it there. There was no touch by his hand. That was really the only moment that he had any concern in that second half.
Yeah, and there was, apart from Golson, that was a concern, but he didn't even, from point blank range, he didn't even make Macy make a save.
No,
he's just fired it over the top, and that kind of moment encapsulated Rangers' performance. When you can't score point blank range from a few yards out, you can't even hit the target. That shows you the kind of level of incompetence that they almost had today. They were awful at the back. They threw on all the attacking players in the club, and none of them came up with anything. I mean, the Rangers are going to be fans are going to be worried. And we heard from them beforehand, and we heard from some of them outside the stadium, and they were concerned, and they have a right to be concerned because they're conceding too many goals. 3 in 37 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, they would have gone vast chunks of the season last season.
Well, there were 3 months without conceding that much last season.
I know they've got conceded 3 in 37 minutes, and it's the manner of the concession as well. They were just torn apart. So they have issues. On the face of it, if you looked at the league table, and you looked at their European table, you go, they're in good shape. There's more to it than that. The Rangers have issues that they need to resolve, even though the bottom line looks good. Well, the bottom line looks terrible today, but in the league and in Europe, the bottom line looks good. This team is not performing, and eventually, if they keep playing like that, Celtic will overtake them, and they will not win this title. And they're already out of one competition now, and dismally. I mean, it was a dismal exit. Hibs outplayed them. Totally.
And the cup record is remarkable. Look, I know, as I mentioned in the kind of roundup at full time there, they were down the divisions for a spell there, but they still had some very strong players in the squad. It's now, well, that's going to be 11 years at least since they last won the League Cup. They've got the Scottish Cup to come, and I mentioned even when they were playing in it was Petrofac at one stage. It may have been Petrofac throughout, but 4 attempts to win that, and they won it once. I think I'm correct in saying. I'll be honest, I haven't kept a close tally of that, but it certainly they certainly lost at least 2 of the seasons. I mean, it's remarkable that they have this thing with knockout football right now.
Well, it's gone back a long time. They haven't been in that many finals either.
No.
You know, I can't put my finger on it. I mean, today I'm surprised, but when Hibs, we said it beforehand, when Hibs are good, and when they're flying, they're a threat to anybody. And they put it all together today, and they were brilliant. But Rangers are last season they were beating teams comprehensively and then lost to them in cup competitions. Mm-hmm. I don't know what it is. I said it earlier in the season, and as a question really, and I said it beforehand as well. Today, are these players satisfied, even subconsciously, with one league title? Do they think their job is done now? Do they want to go? Some of them want to go elsewhere. They think they've outgrown the club, outgrown the league. They want to move away. Is that part of the problem? I don't know. I'm just asking it as a question.
Well, if it is, they've got a new manager that's got to sort it out. I mean, he's sitting up there watching that performance, and he can't be impressed with the attitude and how they came out in the first half. How they handled the first half, how the intensity really was with Hibs rather than Rangers. And when you get yourself into semi-final and finals, you've got to understand that you can't give teams 3 of a start and then expect to win the game 4-3. It can be done, obviously it can be done, but the likelihood is, and with a shrewd manager like Jack Ross as well, that you're not going to manage to achieve that, because once they get their nose in front, once you get the 3 goals, even the goal for Rangers, the mature performance in the second half from a manager that knows how to shape his team properly. I thought at the beginning, before the game, that he put in an extra defender. He did that. That then really nullified any threat that Rangers had. They didn't have a threat tonight, did they? I mean, going forward, it was just all snuffed out. So, there's a lot of work to be done there. The new manager, Van Bronckhorst, I'm sure he'll go away and he'll be thinking he's got a lot of work to do after watching that performance. He's still got quality players out there, but they're just not performing at the level they should be.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, because I know, Kenny and Billy, you expressed some surprise at some of the substitutions that were being made. I've got to say, I wasn't surprised Kent was taken off. I thought that, as usual, he was flattering to deceive. But, I mean, virtually all the club's attacking players were on there at various points. Aribo was the one that kind of still looked like he might cause problems, and yet he got hooked.
Yeah, I get you, Kent, but you get to a situation in a game where Hibs were Kamara, as you saw when he got the chance, he's not going to score a goal for you or cut the defence open. That's the only reason why I said that.
But can you rely this season on Ryan Kent to do that?
At times, and I think with this type of game where you're out the cup anyway, I would have been keeping him on, because he's somebody that can unlock the defence when they're stubborn, and that's where Rangers were in the game. And then, I mean, Scott Wright comes on late. It's just because they had the 3 sitting midfield players on when they need the goals. I'm not going to ever go about making substitutions. We all make mistakes. And I just thought at that time, in a time of need, when they needed somebody to hit a pass, cut them open, and he wasn't having his best game, Ryan Kent, I just thought he's one of the players that could probably do that. And they
but
took
what
him
does
off.
what does that tell you about Ryan Kent and how they view him right now, then, given that they are taking him off under the circumstances?
He's been injured for a while, so he's been back in, and he had a good game a few weeks back and starting to get back at it. It takes a while, Richard. Hey, I'm telling you though, if he gets back to the top of his game as a top player, and that particular moment, and you're right to say he wasn't playing well, I just thought, and I don't know if you're the same, Kenny, that he would be one that would probably maybe make a pass, maybe do something different, although he wasn't doing it a lot in the game. But we saw when Glenn Kamara, and he's an excellent player as well, but they don't need too many sitters out there when they need to cut open that Hibs defence. And when Kamara got into the situation where he twisted and turned him, thinking just hit it, you could hook it across goal, the goalkeeper might make a save, he turned out and played back the way. That's what I mean.
Ryan Kent, 1 goal in 12 games this season. This is the guy. I know he's been injured, but he's still played 12 games and he's got 1 goal. This is supposed to be their most creative kind of midfielder or winger, and he's not doing it. And you look, he is one that's supposed to be one of their most marketable assets. Like he's going to be going for like 15 million quid. Like Morelos was supposed to be going for 15 million quid. The value of these guys is plummeting. Their market value is going through the floor all of the time, and this is supposed to be a key plank of Rangers' business model, is the player trading model. The money they're going to get for these guys while they're delivering these performances is falling. Morelos shouldn't even be in the team. I mean, I don't know what they're going to get for him but he looks a shadow of the player he was when he was banging in the goals. He doesn't look worth a whole lot.
At the moment, for me, Ryan Kent never played well. Ryan Kent's not played well this season. Let's be honest about it. He can open something up, Billy. I agree with you. I'm in the same way. Rebo was actually playing okay. Yeah. He was one player you thought, right, he's maybe got something that can open this game up. Again, it's tight, there's deep blocks. Can he open this Hibs defence up? Yes, I think could have been the answer. By the way, he might not have as well. But the performance we've seen today, for me, has been symptomatic of Rangers this season. And what I've said all along with Gio coming in, his biggest thing is not about who he's going to sell or who he's going to sign. It's how can he get improvement out of each and every one of these players, because at the moment they are underperforming. They're at the top of league, yes. We talked about today coming to a semi-final. Well, that's gone now. Now they move on to Thursday night, and it's a huge Europa League game where they win that, they potentially go through to the next stages of the Europa League into the last 32. Yeah. But Gio's biggest thing is getting improvement out of the good players that this club signed. To get that player trading model moving and get top dollar for them, the players need to perform when they cross the white line. It's as simple as that.
And that's, Willie, we talked about the fact that everything in the face of it looks good. Kenny's just run through it there, top of the table, Europe. There was this to come as well, and that he didn't really need to think about ripping up and starting again. But when he sees this kind of thing this afternoon, and the inability of his key players, and like we talked about this beforehand, didn't we? And thought doubts were raised or points were raised about the Hibs players. Did they have the big game mentality? Could they do it? Big occasion at Hampden Park, and I asked you guys, what about these Rangers players, because they've not been doing it, and again they've failed to deliver for their club, haven't they?
They have, and it's been that type of season for them, even although the position that they find themselves in domestically and in Europe, in the league and in the European tournament is very promising. But at the same time, if you've watched them, and I haven't watched them, I'm sure Kenny and Dodgy's seen more of them. I haven't watched that much of them, but when I have seen them, then I haven't been impressed with them. I just think, I go back to the United game, Dundee United game that I covered for BBC. and the body language was just awful. And even in the first half tonight, you can see if there's an intensity about players out there, and I didn't see that intensity. You've got to understand how important this game is. It's how important it is for the club, and I didn't see that. And it's something that's strange, because it was happening underneath when Steven Gerrard was manager. It's not as if it's happened when he's went away. It's been happening this season. There's a new manager in, and Kenny's right. What the new manager's job is. There's no doubt that there's quality out there. There's no doubt that the squad that Rangers have amassed is of good quality and good standard, very, very good standard, very high standard. But they've got to perform to that standard, and that standard is dwindling away this season. It's nothing like the standard that they showed last season. So there's a lot of work to be done there. And when you come in as a manager, you've got to obviously, stamp your personality and your authority within the camp, and he's got plenty scope to do that here. He's got plenty scope to show that he can get the best out of this squad, to rejuvenate them and get them back playing to the level that they're more than capable of playing.
Apparently Connor Goldson has said, I don't want to say this, but I think we've lost a bit of hunger.
Wow. Wow.
That's some admission, isn't it? That talks to the point I'm making. Were they all happy? They win one title. Is that it? That's it. Job done, lads. We've done all we can do here. One trophy? One trophy. It's a lot. How could they lose a bit of...
And it looks like that,
playing for a massive club.
And it looks like that as well.
Yeah, it does look like that, Kenny.
But Kenny, you don't say that publicly, do you? As a professional football player, you can't go saying that, can you?
Well, that's Connor being brutally honest. To be honest, like you say, nobody wants to hear that. The fans won't want to hear that. They'll be up in arms when they hear those comments, because what Tom says is exactly how they will feel. You're playing for Rangers in a cup semi-final, and you're coming out and saying afterwards that you think the player or the group have lost a bit of hunger. There's a cup final to go and win. We've not won a cup for 10 years. It's now over 10 years since we've won this cup now. So it's one of them where, yeah, he's been honest, but it's not really what we want to hear. But it is how it looks, Tom. Yep. For me, I think there has been a massive come down where it's 55's been achieved and so much has been made of it, and you know what was a wonderful achievement, and it was progress and built towards it, and it's like the foot's completely came off the gas. It's been done, and I said it before the show, there's one thing winning one league or a cup, there's another thing going again, and you touched on it about Brendan's Celtic team. They were relentless, absolutely relentless, and it pains me to say it, but they went and they went again, and for outside looking in, it's actually impressive, how to keep going and not to lose a game. And you're talking about these one-off games where anything can happen, every bit of luck can go against you, or a penalty or a refereeing decision can impact a game, and it never. They still went and they went again, and they won cups and they won leagues, and it's something that it's hard to do. Winning one thing, it's hard, and to get that 55th title was a lot of hard work. Make no mistake about it. And going unbeaten in the league season was a fantastic achievement. But we're not seeing that now, and you have to do that again at this club.
Celtic kept it going when they changed managers as well.
Yeah.
When Neil Lennon came in.
Yeah. In the end, it was now was it 42, 43 domestic cup ties that they won on the bounce. Yeah. They were pretty hungry during that time, clearly.
I mean, voracious appetite for trophies. And, if you look at all of those cup ties that Celtic won, they were very rarely behind in any of them. There was like a tiny number of minutes where they were actually behind across the span of all of those games. So they turned up, even when they weren't at their best in some of those cup ties, they still won the game. Sometimes they were absolutely cosmic and they won by a street, but when they had to dig in, they dug in and they found a way, and they just banged out trophy after trophy after trophy. They were never satisfied until the wheels fell off last season. This Rangers team, they're just satisfied. They look satisfied with one trophy. They're losing hunger after one trophy.
It's a strange thing.
It's a major character flaw, Dad.
When you actually, we know, and when we look at games, that there is something missing from last season, but it's a strange thing to say it when you're top of the league as well, to throw that out there. I think personally, and it's good sometimes if your players can self-run, and I think he's tried to have a dig at a few, and I think the few might be your Ryan Kent Richard, might be your Alfredo Morelos, and he's just having a little dig to see if he can get them going again. But it's on the performance today, maybe, but I think that's a man that can go and look in the mirror and say, I'm not at it. And if he is having a go at himself, then I'm digging myself out as well. But I think he's having a little pop at his teammates as well. He's trying to get that edge back because they are still top of the league. There is a hunger there. It isn't the same hunger as last season.
I just had a concern. The only concern I had coming into today's game was the fact, and this is nothing against, I think it's Brian Gilmore and David McCallum on the touchline. I just had a concern there if things are going against you and you're looking at that touchline. When you've got a Steven Gerrard standing there, or you've got a manager who is your manager, he's in charge of you. You can look to them for a bit of guidance, a bit of help. They can bring the best bring something to the game. As much as they're on the touchline, they can still bring something to the game, that presence. And I just was concerned a little bit today for that. Ben, obviously Gio's in the stand, which was better than not being in the stand. At least there's a man at the helm, but he's no there. He's no there in the trenches with you. That was a little concern, but the team that was picked, the players that were on that field, never performed to the levels that they're capable.
Well, we said it probably looked their strongest they could put out.
Yeah, it was last season's team, the team that was so dominant.
Absolutely.
But the same team that couldn't do it in the cup competitions either.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talk about hunger. You can see it in the Hibs players right from the first minute. The hunger.
They were electric.
They were just aggressive. They were on it. Fighting for everything, and when it came to the key moments, the quality was required. That was there in spades as well. We said night and day.
We said it could go two ways with Hibs. We were worried about the lack of game time. I wonder if they had a bounce game. I was asking Kenny just to keep himself.
Due to play Dundee at one stage, certainly that was talked about. So
yeah. So, but we said it can go two ways, where they could tire and it could get to them later on in the game. It certainly didn't. Or the freshen up was going to help them after their what went on with their COVID issues, and then losing the last four in the bounce. But it's actually worked for them because they were, to a man, fantastic.
Yeah. Actually, it was interesting, Kenny, because you said 10-15 minutes into the second half, you just wondered that you were beginning to feel that perhaps the Hibs players were starting to look a bit leggy. It was almost as if they took a little breather and then suddenly they were back on it again, because from that point onwards, they found the energy, didn't they?
Absolutely did. They did. I thought they did look a little bit leggy. You could just see after a few of the players, they just weren't getting back. They weren't getting back with the same kind of urgency as what they had been for the first 50-55 minutes of the game. But what they had, Richard, was they had something to hang on to. They had a 3-1 lead, and when you're in those situations, you do seem to find that something inside you that just makes you go again. You've got something to protect. You need to get back and help if you're a midfielder, you need to get back into position and help your defenders. You need to be, if there's crosses coming in, you're in the penalty spot for these second phases, getting out to the box, making blocks. It's just, you find that in you. Had Rangers got a second goal, it would have been interesting. It would have been interesting had Rangers got a second goal and they would have been pressing, because they would have been, again, there's not that 2-goal cushion there. But no, they were excellent. Hibs, to a man, again, we went right through their team, and it was probably, again, McGinn, probably maybe one of the only we've not mentioned. He was absolutely excellent as well. The centre-backs defended their goals really, really well today. Headed, blocked, tackled. The midfielders ran, again, they've covered every blade of grass on that Hampden field. And then you look at the forwards, they absolutely tormented the Rangers backline, particularly in that first half. And like Tom says, it was more dogged and a lot of resilience and character shown in the second half to keep Rangers at bay. But on the flip side of it, we've said Rangers never done enough. They never showed that creative edge. The quick combination play that we've seen in the last couple of weeks come back to their play wasn't quite there today. So disappointing for Rangers, but Hibs were absolutely phenomenal.
They were. They left absolutely nothing out there, and you saw the celebrations at the end. I've got to say that the kind of psychology, the mental aspect, the mental side of the game, I just find it so fascinating, Willie. If Hibs had been 1-0 up, and 3 or 4 minutes before half-time they'd got a second, and they were 2-0 up at half-time, they'd have gone in there, they would have just felt so comfortable, wouldn't they? They just felt so happy within themselves, in a strong position. They're actually 3-0 up, and then they concede a goal, and you could sense the nervousness spreading over from the Hibs fans over at the side. They did really well, actually, from that point onwards, to ensure the Rangers weren't able to get that second goal that Kenny said might have changed things so quickly.
Yeah, goals can change your outlook, Richard. It's how you deal with adversity, though. And when you get yourself 3 up, and then you kind of a gift. It really was a gifted goal, wasn't it? It wasn't as if it was any great play from Rangers. Porty should have done better. He kind of panicked a little bit couldn't get his feet sorted properly, and the ball ends up in the back of the net. But then it's how you deal with that. And I think coming out in the second half, I never felt that Hibs, and I know what Kenny was saying, they did look under pressure for 10-15 minutes. But you know what? See if you've got that gap, and see if the opposition throw what they can at you. You know that Rangers are going to come out and have a right go at you in the first 15 minutes of the second half. See, once you get by that, then that gives you the belief, and you've got something to hang on to then, and you can see the finishing line, and you say to yourself, is that the best Rangers can throw?
It was that spell, wasn't it? I can understand what Kenny was saying, but you've had your rest. It was more what Rangers were doing, what you're going through mentally, as you've touched on, Richard. But the defensive masterclass, wasn't it? And Porteous reacted to his mistakes, so Porteous was brilliant. Hanlon was brilliant. I knew you would enjoy his performance today. Why, I mean, it's just incredible.
Very thoughtful.
I think the injury to Porteous, it was actually it was a cross which he blocked, and it was one of those where it kind of almost blocked on the point of the toe. And just oof. And he immediately, I mean, even as he was going back in to defend the corner, he had his hand up saying, "You better get me off." So he was off within a couple of minutes.
But Richard, he's made a big error for the goal as well. It's how you deal with that mentally too as a young player, and he's dealt with it really well. He's got it out his head. He's washed it through. He's been in at half time. I'm sure Jack Ross has had words with him as well, just to calm him down and get him over that disappointment and come out in the second half and put in, very, very strong performance in the second half, being part of that defence. It really did shut Rangers out. They did throw everything, which I didn't think was that much, to be perfectly honest. From a creative point of view, but Hibs, dealt with it, and he was a big part of dealing with it after that big mistake.
And that's the big challenge for Hibs now in the final. They've got to produce that intensity. It's fine doing it against Rangers because I guess there's no love lost there. I would imagine the dressing room beforehand, Hibs' dressing room beforehand, would have been fire and brimstone. Because there's an edge. There's an edge between these sets of players. Let's face it, there is. That edge mightn't exist between Hibs and Celtic, but they have to produce that kind of ferocity and class in the final. There's no point in doing this on the semi-final and turning up in a passive state of mind for the final. They have to produce this. Whether it's good enough or not, we'll see, but they have to produce that type of performance and hope that it's good enough.
Well, they certainly, the Hibernian players, they answered questions this afternoon, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. Absolutely, they did. Yeah.
Well, I think the front two, if they play like that in the first half against Celtic, they'll certainly cause the Celtic defence problems as well. So, does Jack Ross change the formation in any way? I wouldn't think so. Because the thing is that Rangers and Celtic invariably don't change their formation, to adapt to what the opposition are doing against you. They believe that they play their style of play. They've got the better players, and if the better players, if they run far enough, then they're going to win the game. But it doesn't always happen that way. And I think with that front two, Nisbet and Boyle, the way they were in that first half, if they can produce that in the cup final, then they've got a big chance of lifting the trophy.
So much of it goes down to Boyle and what Boyle does, and Boyle's pace. Boyle rattling the opposition defence, getting in their face, just going around them, and setting the tone for the other players in the Hibs team, saying, hang on, look at them, the centre halves, they're rattled here because what Boyle is doing to them. And that confidence and that kind of chutzpah spreads through the team, because Boyle is tormenting Balogun and Goldson. God, I mean, the effect that it had on the rest of the team was huge.
Called leading from the front, Tom.
Yeah, that's what it is. I should have just said that.
You'd have got there.
That would have. I used too many words when you just cut to the chase. You're dead right, Dadsy. You could be my editor, actually. Put out a lot of superfluous words out of my copy.
No, I mean, it's the goals that Martin Boyle has added to his game. 5 years ago he'd never scored in top flight football. He's certainly done that plenty of times in the last few seasons. Right, back down to Kenny, joined by Amanda. They've been delighted to be back out there. It's Christian Deutsch.
Yeah, just chatting to Christian, Richard. August since you've been out. Fantastic to return on this wonderful occasion here today.
Yeah, it was amazing. I was delighted to get on the bench today. It's been a long couple of months, but they told me when I got injured this was a realistic game that I could get back for. So it was just down to me to work hard and try and get myself back in the squad.
Could you believe the position yourself side found themselves in 3-0 up against Rangers and cruising at that point, albeit a bit of a setback just before the break with Rangers getting back into it with that goal.
Yeah, I thought we started really well. We have started well against Rangers in a few league campaigns, so to get those few goals, and we haven't done that in the past, so it was nice to get them. Boyley today was unstoppable, especially in that first half. When he plays like that,
must be a dream to play alongside, is he not?
Yeah, he is, to be honest. And the only problem with Boyley, he's so quick, sometimes I can't get in the box. Got on the end of his crosses, but fair play to him today. Hat-trick at Hampden, that's amazing.
Yeah, just right throughout the team, there was great character, great commitment, and the boys at the back. I mean, Paul Hanlon, I thought, was absolutely outstanding as well today.
Yeah, he's a rock, him and Porto. You know what you're going to get from them too. Porto's not as experienced as Paul Hanlon, but he shows that. He shows that out there. And it's really good to see them two boys, getting a bit of praise because they deserve it.
Yeah, speaking of Ryan Porteous, I'm told in his television interview today that we did get the former Rangers manager saying, "Do I look happy? Don't ask silly questions." How much did this game mean to him today?
Every time Ryan plays for Hibs, it means the world to him. He's a lifelong Hibs fan. If he wasn't playing for Hibs, he'd be in the stand watching it with his mates. So I'm delighted for him because he's had a hard time over the last few weeks, months, with everything which has gone on.
You've got a new contract just signed. You must be loving life at this club and so much now to look forward to here.
Yeah, the reason I signed it is because I absolutely love it here. I love living in the city. It's a great football club, and I believe it's only going one way, and that's forward. So another cup final to look forward to. It's going to be a hard game, but I know everyone's really looking forward to it.
A really tough run of games coming up, so many games in such a short period of time. The manager was saying he's hoping the authorities may look upon this and give you a bit of a break to build up to that final. It seems a fair suggestion, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It's going to be a tough run now with the amount of games that we're playing. It's going to be a lot of recovery sessions, and we're probably not going to get too much chance on the training pitch to work on things, because obviously recovering the lads is probably one of the most important things with the amount of games coming up. But it'll be good to get another game now Wednesday. All the lads are looking forward to it, and got to try and get our league campaign back and running.
And just finally, the Hibs fans will be in the cars and the buses and the way back home. A message for them. They gave you great support, didn't they, today?
Oh, it was amazing. Last year was extremely frustrating with not getting them inside. To hear them loud today, I could hear them when I was calling my name and stuff when I was warming up, and that's something I really appreciate. So it was amazing. I hope they have a good night tonight I'm sure they'll have a few drinks. I'm in training tomorrow, so I won't be able to, but you know what, fair play to them. Thanks for coming, and that was a really enjoyable day for the fans and the players out there today.
Yeah, fantastic. Well done. Thank
you. Cheers.
Chance.
Christian Doidge, I mean, it's almost like having a new signing, I guess, having him back in the mix, but may have to wait his time to get in there regularly, I guess, given what we've seen from the guys who are up front. But they do have so many games coming up that I guess he will certainly have opportunities, and if he can replicate what he's shown he's capable of doing, then clearly, Tom, he could have a big part to play in the closing part of the season.
Oh, definitely. He'll play plenty of games. Because I remember speaking to Jack Ross before World Cup games last season, and he was just singing the praises of what Doidge does around the club, not just as a player, but as a personality, as a leader, as a hard worker, as a kind of standard setter. So he thinks the world of him, and I think it's great for Hibs to have him back in the dressing room. Must have been a fairly kind of, guys coming back from injury must feel kind of a bit lonely at times when you're doing all your rehab, but now he's back in the mix, and Hibs will be better for it. Even if he's just coming off the bench for a little while, they will be better for it, because he's huge experience and he's a big personality.
You could play the three of them.
You could play the three of them,
which they did many a time. Yeah,
absolutely.
I don't see a problem with that. Yeah. So you would expect him to, make a return, pretty soon, because he is a threat, and he's a target as well, isn't he? And he certainly knows the way he goes too. So that would be an exciting trio up top.
Right, they've quickly, the SPFL, Neil Doncaster, a quick email has been sent out immediately, just congratulating both Celtic and Hibernian for winning the semi-finals, and pointing out that the fans created a wonderful atmosphere, looking forward to the final. Wish them all the very best of luck. There's no PS saying, yes, Jack Ross, you can have a couple of games grace before the final to give you an opportunity. Yeah, well, I wonder if anything will happen in that respect. Just we've got some reaction from Rangers here. David McCallum, of course, one of the coaching staff there. He said, we let ourselves down today. I thought we started quite well. We were on the front foot. We've lost a poor goal. Then the second goal's from a throw-in. Second half, much as we had lots of possession, we didn't do enough. Lot to play for this season, and a massive game on Thursday. That, of course, against Sparta Prague. And Connor Goldson was talking to Premier Sports. He said, I think this might be slightly wrong. I think it says I'm not going to give them credit, but I think it probably means I'm going to give them credit. Hibs. Oh, sorry, I'm not going to not give them credit. It's just a double negative, which I finally worked out. Hibs beat us fair and square. We didn't deserve to win the game. But as Rangers Football Club, our standards need to be higher. We didn't create anything again. Not one individual can come off the pitch with their head held high. We've let ourselves down. Players don't follow instructions. If players don't want to follow instructions, then we can't blame the coaches. We can say at half-time, keep believing, but we're 3-1 down, it's game over. We can't give away goals like that. 3 chances, 3 goals. We know the new man was here today. We need a change, we need a spark. I feel like we've lost a bit of hunger. All of a sudden we're champions and we don't want to work hard, and I feel that's crept in. We've not been good all season. Doddsy, I think that backs up absolutely 100% what you were suggesting earlier on. He is clearly pointing the finger at teammates there.
And himself.
I didn't mean just that, but yeah, he is identifying individuals, and absolutely. He's clearly in his own mind. He's identified players who he knows are not giving Rangers what they need this season.
It's a smart way of doing it, and it's good when you get, especially players that have a bit of authority and leadership skills behind them, that he can still have a go at himself as well, but while getting the message out there that there's a couple of players, and I'm sure it is Morelos, and I'm sure it is a wee bit of Ryan Kent and some others as well, but those words self-run are so important when things are not going right. And if you want to get that edge back, you've got your new manager, you've got one of your own voices having a go at you, pulling no punches, making sure that players know their jobs, making sure that players take responsibility that they're not at it just now, because if you're going to go on and turn it and make sure you win the league, and do you do well in the Scottish Cup and do well in Europe, they're going to have to up their performances, and he's doing that from within, which can be a good thing as well. But I think the manager getting on the training ground will give him that edge as well.
Richard, can I just check that quote there? Did he say at 3-1 the game is over?
Yes. Well, as the quote has been sent to me, this is what he said to Premier Sports. He said, we can say at half-time, keep believing, but we're 3-1 down, it's game over. We can't give away goals like that. 3 chances, 3 goals.
So there's half of the game to go. They're 2-0 down, and he says the game is over. As a psychological kind of insight in the team, that is pretty damning. He thinks he's one of the leaders in the team.
I'm reading into that, Tom. The game's over if we keep that mentality. I think that's the only thing I can take out of that. I know what you're saying.
Yeah, I get
that's
that.
Right out there. He's saying, like, if we keep this up and these players that keep on think they can do what they want, and we've lost that hunger, when we're 3-1 down or 2-0 down, as you put it, at half time, the game's done, because we've not got that mentality now to turn it around. That's what I'm taking out of that.
I mean, the whole thing is remarkable, isn't it? I mean, Kenny, he's talked about his teammates, players who don't follow instructions. If they don't want to follow instructions, we can't blame the coaches. It is all down to him and his teammates.
Well, you know what, like Tom says, that's gave us a little insight to actually where they're at the moment, because they would have carried out instructions for Steven Gerrard, or were they carrying out instructions? Because for me, there's maybe in 4 or 5 players now who I think they maybe fancied maybe a move in the summer. It was achieved. Yeah. The title was won. The Holy Grail has been achieved, and now they're thinking, right, now it's my time, the job's done here, my time's to move on, and that's the way it looks in performance, and we can only call it how we see it. Lack of hunger, well, it looks that way, and it has looked like that way for long parts of the season.
The manager's looked as if he's had that mindset as well. He's gone.
Well, he was fluttering his eyelashes at Newcastle when he was being linked with that job, and then he goes to Aston Villa very quickly afterwards. So maybe that's part of it. But that stuff from Goldson, that is definite shades of Tavernier's infamous programme notes a number of years ago, isn't it? It's kind of history repeating to an extent.
Ahead of the game against Hamilton, wasn't it?
Yes, which they lost. Yeah. Which they lost at Ibrox. Yeah. So that's kind of comes from the same place there.
Well, he talked then about, James Tavernier talked then, didn't he, about the players not being able to handle the pressure, the expectation of the big fans. They go and win the league last season with empty stadiums for a large chunk of the campaign, of course, reduced attendances, whatever. And here we are back out this season with the fans in again. Now they're going along still, and we have to keep saying this, they're still 4 points clear at the top of the table, but clearly all is not well. There's disquiet within the squad, obviously, given what Connor Goldson has outlined there. And once again, the cup has, well, it's ended up in disappointment and failure.
And they're 4 points clear at the top of the table because Celtic had a slow start. Celtic are rebuilding. Celtic dropped.
Celtic lost 3 of their first 6 games.
Yeah, they dropped a lot of points because Postecoglou was trying to get his ducks in a row in terms of players in, Kyogo in, Abad, Jota, and all the rest of them. So he was rebuilding. So that's when they hemorrhaged points. But they've got a bit of traction now, Celtic. So the 4 points, they keep playing like that, Rangers, getting outclassed like that. The 4 points are going to evaporate in a few weeks.
Well, it is. It's going to be fascinating to see how it all pans out and what happens when Giovanni Van Bronckhorst gets in there and gets his makes an impact in terms of the training ground. I mean, you've got to imagine, Willie, haven't you, that when they start working for the new man, any of those players who Connor Goldson has highlighted there, the ones he feels aren't doing it, they've got to step up, haven't they, under the new man? They've got to go out there and prove to him that they are the kind of players that they perhaps believe they are.
Well, I would imagine that if the backroom staff are doing their job properly, PR people, Ross Wilson, they'll be taking Connor Goldson's quotes and writing them probably in double size in a A4 sheet of paper and putting it down in front of the manager, because if that's what he is thinking, if that's what he is telling the fans, if that's his public stance, then Van Bronckhorst will know that he's got issues there and issues that he has got to sort. I think that the issues have been there for us to see. I don't know if Van Bronckhorst would have been watching Rangers all season, but when you get your centre back and experienced player coming out and really pointing the finger at some of his teammates that they're not following the proper instructions, then at least that will make the new manager aware that he does have issues and he's got to stamp his authority in the squad to turn it round. Or he's got to move some of these players on and get his own players in, because if they're not taking instructions for the manager, they're not going out and following the team pattern, then they're letting everybody down, and they're letting the manager down in particular. And once they start letting the manager down, then there's only one route for the manager to go. I think that he's got to come in, he's got to assess his players. I think you always give players an opportunity to prove that they want to play for you as a new manager, but if they don't and they still can't take the instructions on board, then you've got to, it doesn't matter who they are, you've got to move them on, you've got to bring your own players in to turn the whole thing round.
It'll be very interesting with the next, whether it's tomorrow, whether it's the next day, the Rangers players meeting. They'll say, who are you talking about? Are you talking about me? About the lack of hunger? Are you talking about me not taking instruction? Are you talking about yourself? Who are you talking about?
Well,
so there's better be an honesty session. I'd love to have a look at it.
When you're Connor Goldson's size, you're probably okay mentioning the names. I don't think he's going to be too fussed about it, is he? But maybe
I think he's got the respect, Richard.
I was going to say, and that's maybe just exactly what they need. That kind of straight talking. Like we've bounced back and forth between talking about Hibs and Rangers. Let's just finish the programme off by talking about Hibs, because it was all about their attitude, their mentality. You certainly couldn't question the what we saw from any of those Hibs players in comparison to the Rangers players. That was a 100% performance from Hibs today, wasn't it?
It was a big performance on a big stage, big pressure, and wow, they delivered a big performance. First half exceptional in terms of creativity, movement, pace, intelligence, and second half was all about gutsing it out, not under great pressure, but through their bodies in the ways of shots and crosses. Excellent, just a really, really stellar performance from him.
And they looked as though they were following the manager's instructions as well,
I think so.
Which is always a good thing. And I wonder if Paul Hanlon was following the manager's instruction with that tackle in the first 30 seconds. That would have been interesting to ask.
I mean, it was a remarkable start. So you'd him booked in 10 seconds, or the challenge was 10 seconds. Joe Newell was booked in the opening 3 minutes as well. But my goodness, they maintained their discipline throughout. I just wondered, most people would have enjoyed Hibs' wonderful attacking, exciting play in the opening 40 minutes or so. Did you take more actually from the way they defended so stoutly in the second half?
I kind of always do that, Richard. I'm sorry, it's just in my DNA, being a defender for most of my life. As you know, there was a period where I was a striker, but that was a different century.
Hibs were sensational in every department, weren't they?
They were. Yeah. But defensively, I take great pleasure in watching some of the defenders try to defend. In modern day football, I don't think there's enough emphasis put in defending, but I thought tonight, apart from the Rangers goal, then I thought Hibs defended exceptionally well.
Guys,
and the opposite for Rangers.
Well, absolutely. Look, we're gonna have to leave it there. Doddsy will be delighted that we've only been on for 5 hours, so he'll
still Inverness to go to as well.
Ah, nice. Still, you're up there, one of the teams, just a couple of points separating 5 teams in the top half of the championship. So lots to look forward to for Doddsy and for Cally Thistle. Thanks to Kenny and to Willie, to Tom, and for everybody who's been involved in the programme. What a weekend it's been. 3 games in the Premiership, plenty controversy, some real drama, big wins for Dundee United and from Motherwell, some quality goals, and of course the 2 semi-finals. We now know that the Premier Sports Cup final for this season will be between Celtic and Hibernian. It will be back here at Hampden Park on Sunday the 19th of December, and of course it will be live with us here on Sportsound. From me, Richard Gordon, and the rest of the team, enjoy your Sunday evening.
On digital radio,
FM,
your smart speaker,
and BBC Sounds.
BBC Radio Scotland.
With the news at 7 o'clock, I'm Amanda Mazzullo. Scottish Labour plans to bring forward legislation to ban MSPs from having second jobs. The party acknowledges there should be some exemptions, but says legislation would ensure politicians at Holyrood are working full-time for the people of Scotland. The Scottish Conservative leader, Douglas Ross, says paid consultancy should be banned, but roles like his job as a football linesman should be allowed. The Standards Committee at Westminster is currently reviewing the system there and will issue guidance next year. Here's SNP MP Stuart Hosey.
Douglas Ross has 2 full-time jobs and he's a football referee or linesman or whatever it is he does. I don't think it's credible to have 2 full-time jobs. I think when this is looked at, a small amount of hours, a reasonable amount of time, whatever formulation is alighted on, I don't think that would cover 2 full-time jobs.
A public health expert says further measures are necessary to drive up coronavirus vaccination levels as we approach the coldest months. His comments come as the Scottish Government considers whether or not to extend the COVID passport scheme. A decision will be announced on Tuesday, and ministers say they are open to all options that might protect the public. Human rights campaigners argue the move is unnecessary, but Andrew Watterson from the University of Stirling says extending the scheme is better than the alternative.
Not doing anything will be very negative. So we've got public health evidence about some benefits and probably as time goes on, greater benefits. But we also have a lot of evidence about not doing anything at the current time because of the high figures will be damaging. So I think one way of looking at it is that these steps will be the least unpleasant steps.
Scotland has recorded 2,677 new cases of coronavirus in the past 24 hours. 777 people are in hospital with recently confirmed COVID-19. 58 are in intensive care. No new deaths have been reported, although register offices are generally closed at the weekend. A teenager's died in hospital after a 2-car crash in Ayrshire earlier this week. 19-year-old Cameron Leith's Vauxhall Vectra was involved in a collision with a Ford Kuga at around 7:30 on Wednesday morning near Minishant. Police are appealing for witnesses and any dashcam footage. 5 people were taken to hospital after a bus full of St Johnstone football supporters caught fire. The fans were returning to Perth after yesterday's League Cup semi-final against Celtic when the blaze broke out. Lee Robertson was one of around 70 passengers on board. He told the BBC the bus was engulfed in flames and people were lucky to get off on time. In a statement, the football club said its thoughts were with everyone involved. No one was seriously injured. Police are appealing for witnesses following a brawl in Glasgow city centre yesterday afternoon. No one was seriously injured, but officers say there was damage to the outside of the bar where the trouble had flared. Linda Sinclair has more.
Officers received reports of a group of around 20 people causing a disturbance on Oswald Street just before 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon. Videos on social media showed men throwing chairs at each other, while one person caught up in the crossfire takes cover in a phone box. Detectives say they're continuing to review CCTV footage and are appealing for mobile phone videos and dashcam footage as part of their investigation.
Spotify has stopped automatically shuffling albums at the request of Adele. The singer says artists create albums with care and thought into the track listing for a reason. The streaming service announced its approval by tweeting "Anything for you." In sport now, and Martin Boyle's incredible first half hat-trick stunned Rangers and booked Hibernian's place in the League Cup final against Celtic in front of new Ibrox manager Giovanni van Bronckhorst. Boyle's 3 goals came in 29 manic minutes, and although Scott Arfield gave Rangers a lifeline at the end of an extraordinary half, the Scottish champions could not get back into the tie. A Dundee United fan has been charged with assault after a clash with Aberdeen player Fonzo Ojo during the meeting of the sides yesterday. Ojo became involved in an altercation with the 35-year-old fan after his momentum took him off the pitch during the Scottish Premiership game and was sent off. The man's expected to appear at Dundee Sheriff Court at a later date, according to police. And Scottish golfer Robert McIntyre has finished 4th at the season-ending DP World Tour Championship in Dubai. The weather, a dry, clear and cold night ahead across much of Scotland away from the northwest. There will be a widespread frost with temperatures falling sub-zero even in some towns and cities, with some mist and fog forming across the Highlands, Islands and Northern Isles. A little more cloud and further showers and not so cold. And that's BBC Radio Scotland News.
Your requests with Gary Innes on BBC Radio Scotland.
Hello, how are you all doing? Yes, I'm back and boy does it feel good. I hope you all had a great weekend so far and are all set for the next 2 hours of your dedications and requests. And well, as some of you are aware, I was over in Europe on tour with Manrun for the past 3 weeks, and the wonderful Anna Massey jumped into the hot seat to keep you all company. And a huge thank you to Anna for doing such a great job of doing just that. And